Hello and welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. It's time yet again for another great push. That's right, we've seen the speed, now we have to see the coordination, now we have to see people pushing the keys to their highest possible limits over the course of the weekend. It is going to be great. I'm your host Doe. With me as usual are Zyronic, Nagura, Tettles, and Dratnos. We'll talk to all of these lovely people in just a moment, but before we get there, let's take a look at our format. Let's dive right into it because the keys are going to start very, very soon. So, as usual, we have 6 teams in each group. They push to achieve the highest runs assigned in the dungeons. You get points based on the keys that are completed. You get 5 hours a day to do it, and at each day, the lowest ranking team is eliminated. So the stakes are very high right from the get-go. Then, at the end of day 3, the top ranking teams will qualify for the Global Finals. So, it's easy, you can get through, but I guess I wouldn't say it's easy. But not only that, we do have some changes this time around. That's right, we swapped things up a little bit. Before we did 4-1-1 in terms of the dungeons each day. Now we're doing 3-2-1 to get that high key pushing going a little bit sooner. We have locked the group compositions as well into 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS. No more of this, 4 DPS shenanigans. Not this time around. You got to take the 20-minute break as well. And we will have 1 streamer per team sharing their gameplay as well, in case you want to get some first-person perspective on any of that. So, on that front, Zyronic, what do you think about all this, the changes coming in here?
Yeah, man, the changes to the dungeon scheduling is actually really interesting. Like you said before, we did 4 dungeons on the first day, and that kind of led to teams really spending the entire first day pushing up their keys as much as possible. We didn't really get to see any of that super high key pushing action on day 1. Bringing it down to 3 dungeons on the first day is really cool. I think we might see some pretty high keys pushed on day 1, so that's something to look forward to. And like you said, no 4 DPS comps this time around. We're making them stick to that 1 healer, and then of course, the break up to 20 minutes as well. Those teams have to take that break, otherwise that 5-point penalty is pretty much going to take you out of the competition.
Yeah, and this time around, we're also going to have 1 player of each team at least that is going to be streaming their POV on Twitch as well that you can check out. You can see the streamers here. There might be more than 1 person streaming, so definitely check out the other streamers as well in each individual team. But yeah, it's going to be really cool for the viewers because sometimes on the main broadcast, especially on the first day when there's still 6 teams, it's very difficult to display all of that information since all of these teams are playing simultaneously. So if you guys want to check out anyone individually, any individual team, definitely go ahead and do so.
All right, real quick, starting soon, screen showdown. Who wins, Hopeful versus Lamike? I want opinions right now.
Hopeful, not close.
I want to say Helios.
Look at that little smiley face.
Yeah. Handcrafted, Yeah, well, as you can see, we got a lot of teams to talk about this weekend. The big one, I think, on everybody's mind is going to be mandatory. I'll make an executive decision and say we'll chat about that one a little bit. First, they are our reigning MDI champions, Dratno. So what's your take on mandatory's state coming into this one?
Mandatory looked so good in the last MDI. They dethroned Echo. They took them down. They've made a roster change here. They've swapped out Crims for Hopeful. So that is a big new question mark for whether that will allow them to stay as competitive as they were, get even better perhaps. But they are certainly coming into this group as the overwhelming favorites. They were the first seed overall. They look so powerful, again, especially coming off of that MDI win. Definitely the team to beat out of our 6 teams. But there are a lot of other really strong teams as well because 5 of our 6 teams here made it to the same amount of points in our time trials. Very dangerous bracket. Coming in our next seeded team, I think, is Pedro's per hour, which this team is also extremely dangerous. You have Yoda there taking the tank role. He's beaten Echo before as well. There's a lot of different people that have beaten Echo in our teams this weekend, but also fired up. So we've got World First Raiders fired up and saying in here as well. We've got Drogo Crims coming from mandatory to Pedro's per hour, qualifying at a high level on a different team now as well. This team is also just looking incredibly scary. Up next, we have Madge. Madge is a new team that, this is the new team for Dr. J to be on. Dr. J, he's kind of an MDI wildcard. The ceiling of potential for Dr. J is unbelievably high. He comes in on these different teams every season, and just there's some dungeons where he looks so incredibly good, and then sometimes stuff kind of falls apart in one part or another, but this could be the year. This could be the tournament. This could be the tournament because this time he's teamed up with some very powerful MDI veterans, Shelly, Roybin. I mean, this team is also, they're all so scary. Then we have Shinra Tensei up next. This team is Nerf's new team as well. Nerf, another Echo Slayer from the past. This one is on high keys on the live servers. You've seen these players up at the top of the Radar.io leaderboards. And I think another very dangerous one, another team that made it to the exact same amount of points, just a little bit slower than mandatory in the time trials. Then we have Perplexed, a name you hear in MDI all the time. This is another common first seed team, common second seed team. Time trials were a little bit weaker for them this time, but that may have just been due to a little bit less time spent in the time trial phase. So we'll see how well they end up performing in reality, but this is one of those teams that's been consistent. They've been playing with the same group of 5 for such a long time now, such a strong team that, you know, there's 5 teams, only 3 slots out of this group. Very scary group there. Plus there is a 6th team as well. There's Exposed here, who, this is the only team in our group that didn't make it to that 42 points in the time trials. This is also the only team in our group that isn't full of like MDI veterans, but that just means that this is the group with the most upside, right? The highest ability to surprise us, to shock us coming in as the underdogs. So very excited to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix of teams coming into the weekend, from obviously mandatory to perplex. A lot of people are expecting great things from, to then the new kids on the block, as you say, in a reference to the 90s that probably nobody gets. But we've talked about the teams. I want to talk a little bit about some of the players as well, because obviously a team is made up. I'm not sure if you're aware, the team is made up of players, actually. They aren't just one organism. They are 5 different living organisms working in tandem to achieve key pushing success. So let's talk about some of those individuals in particular. Who do you want to start with, Dratnos, again? Or Tettles, rather.
Yeah, Tettles.
Tettles talk about that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So recency bias there. Yeah.
So I had the opportunity to select a player to watch for today, and I chose Sonara Tensei's captain, Nerf. So this guy is an incredible player, like Dratnos was hyping him up earlier. An Echo Slayer also, he's coming out of retirement. So that's a big thing, is Nerf basically in the past was stating that he was going to focus on his family. He wasn't really going to be pushing keys as much. He wasn't going to be competing anymore. It seemed like Nerf's last foray with Team Ambition in the MDI was going to kind of be the end for him. But now he's decided to come out of retirement. They got 2nd on the ladder last season for live key pushing. So this team is actually incredibly good. And he's also the streamer for this team as well, for Sonara Tensei. So if you want, you guys can go and check out his POV as well. I mean, this guy is an incredible tank player, very prolific and proficient at all tank specializations. Also apparently good at Augmentation Evoker. I didn't really know that, but one of his notable specs that he wanted to be added on this card as well.
I mean, everyone's just kind of throwing that in there. No big surprise there. I want to stress, too, that he has not decided to discontinue focusing on his family. He's just found a way to fit things in there, too. The way you put that initially, I was like, he was focusing on his family, but then he decided
he's
to
still a family man.
World of Warcraft. That's right. As far as we know, still a great family man.
So this team... This team actually had less time to prepare and to practice than other teams because of that, actually. Because Nerf just has less opportunity to put as much time into the practice. And, you know, they still got to that 42-point threshold that Dratnos was talking about during the time trials. And so they did it while practicing less than other teams.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the thing is, if you can coordinate the time, you can make it work. But it is a little bit tougher once the little ones come around. That's for sure. I'm sure there's a lot of us out there that are trying to fit WoW in along with child raising as well. But you know what? We make it work. We make time for WoW. And you know what else we make time for? Predictions, because you expect it. You know, we have to try to decide who's going to win. Not decide per se, but we have to decide who we think is going to win. Let's take a look at who we predicted to come out on top this weekend. Nagura, I feel like you represent sort of the general consensus where a lot of us are saying mandatory perplexed. But what about the Madge pick? We 3 of us went with Madge. I want to hear about your reasoning for going in the Madge direction here.
Okay, so mandatory winning, I think... no surprise there, right? Everyone knows how good they are. Perplex, on the other hand, they didn't end up with a really good seat in the Proving Grounds, but I do think because of the seeding in the Proving Grounds and the TGP not being as relevant because, of course, there is no advantage in the actual tournament. I think Perplex maybe did take it a little bit less serious because they're thinking, we're going to qualify and then we're just going to show up in the tournament. But at the same time, Perplex is sometimes they can be hit or miss, right? They can do incredibly well, and sometimes they're just not feeling it. And this time around, I think Perplex is going to be feeling it, and that's why I put them on second place. Now, on third place, I did want to put Pedros per Hour because they seem like an incredible team. But I'm EU, and I haven't seen NA teams perform incredibly well in the tournaments yet. Once they convince me, once they have a good seat, then I will be putting NA teams there. But so far, I'm gonna be sticking to EU teams.
I think that's really scary. It's a scary thing to do, Nigger, because you have to remember every single MDI we have that one team that chat really rallies behind, and they usually have a pretty interesting 7TV emote in the chat that people like to spam. We had Dogs last time around. I think Pedro might be that team this time around. They're going to be a little bit of a fan favorite, so I don't know. Going against them is weird.
Dratnos, though, the Pedros per Hour believer, number one, putting Mandatory all the way in third. Explain yourself.
Well, Nagura put her EU teams as predictions, so I swapped mine to have the two NA teams as 1 and 2 as a
oh, there you go.
A show of patriotism here in our just after Independence Day as well.
I was going to say,
you got to do it, but Pedros per Hour, really, really, really strong team as well. I have no regrets putting them in first. I think this team is. Also this season as well. You got a Mage season, and you got fired up on your team playing Mage. That's never a bad place to be. Fired up, one of the world's greatest to have ever maged. So. I like my chances.
You're also the only person to put Shinra Tensei on the list at all, so I want to get your take on that.
Yeah, another team that has no idea what a kilometer is, so it's hard to not respect them.
We can estimate those. I feel like in the U.S. we can kind of estimate what a kilometer might be. We're like, well, it's kind of less than a mile, I guess.
It could be almost anything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's a distance that doesn't seem very long. That's how I know kilometers. I'm like, if people ask, can you run a mile or can you run a kilometer? I'm like, well, a kilometer sounds easier. Can probably do about a kilometer.
No either way.
Yeah. No guarantee. Well, we didn't say about the speed of running, Like some of the map apps, if it tells you how long it's going to take to walk somewhere, it assumes you're the slowest human who has ever walked, apparently. Where it's the average person will take less time. It's kind of like that, That's how I feel about making it a whole kilometer running, maybe. It's not the fastest run. Enough about my running speed. I want to hear about the dungeons.
Is it time?
Let's talk about that. Typical segue. Let's talk about the dungeons. I think it's time to reveal. Question mark, question mark, question mark. And today we get the Naku Defensive, the Azure Vault, and Halls of Infusion. How about the takes on those affixes? Teddles, I want to go to you on this one.
I don't think the affixes. I think the Noku Defensive one is definitely going to be the hardest one. Sanguine Noku is known for being particularly difficult, especially in the first section. I think that what you're going to need to be seeing out of these teams is a 3 chest in the 14, and then you're going to be wanting to 3 chest the next key after that as well. You probably want to 3 chest the 17 into a 20. I think that's a perfect day for all of these teams. It's going to be 2 non-push level keys, and then we're going to start to, after that, if you're able to get that 17 dealt with quickly, you're going to be seeing key scaling start to get up really high once you get in that 20 range. But I think that the Sanguine, like you were talking about for affixes, in that Noku Defensive is particularly going to be difficult.
How likely do we think it is that we will be able to see, the double 3 chest, right, for the 14 and then the 17, jumping right up to the 20 for pushing?
So Azure Vault is almost certainly going to be double 3 chested. I think that dungeon is incredibly easy to even 3 chest on a 17. For Noku Defensive, I think the timer's kind of lenient for a 3 chest as well, and so I think that one is possible. Halls of Infusion I'm not super convinced about, but it's maybe it's likely. I think that one's most likely to go 3 and a 2.
All right, well, the runs are beginning right on our screen in front of us, so it's time to say goodbye to a couple of our casters for the time being. Oh, quest to pick up there for Mandatory. I hope they don't miss that one. And time to see how quickly they can get these 14s done. Move on to the 17.
Don't forget to pick up your blue Season 1 gear on the way in. Yeah, if
That's
you're
right.
just someone who hasn't really been playing that much of Season 4, maybe you kind of skipped the season altogether, maybe it wasn't your jam, and you're looking at these key levels, you might be wondering, why so low? Going into Season 4, the key levels were shifted down by about 10 key levels, and then key levels were also buffed by 10% damage in HP. So if you want to make the equivalent of this key level to like a Season 3 or a Season 2 or Season 1 dungeon, these are about 25s that we're starting at. So these are still relatively difficult keys for your normal key pushing teams on live, but for these teams, they should be able to blitz through them very quickly. And we can see all of them have already gone into their first dungeon here. Teams are going to Halls of Infusion or Azure Vaults, it seems, Nagra.
Yeah, and I think I saw a Warlock in one of the teams. So
Did
the
we?
comp that we're seeing, we expected this comp to be played, of course, on the high keys, but we were thinking that it is possible that on the lower keys, when they're trying to 3 chests or basically speed running the lower keys, that they maybe switch out like an Aug Evoker for something that does a little bit more damage overall, if it's really worth it for them, and if that means that they're going to be getting another chest, right? If they're going to be getting a +3 rather than a +2. But it doesn't seem like most of the teams are switching out that Aug Evoker. But I think I did see a Warlock instead of a Mage, interestingly enough, in one of the teams. So we're going to see that later. But mostly teams are just sticking to that comp that they've been practicing for the high keys.
Yeah, this has always been kind of like one of the weird portions of the competition where teams are doing a key maybe a little lower than what they're used to doing in their push keys, and they have to come up with strats to do them just a little bit faster just to make sure they get that 3 chest in. And we're seeing a little bit of an interesting spot here from Stove to make sure he doesn't have to actually move around as a Shadow Priest to dodge these Seismic Slam casts. Of course, it's really difficult for Priests to move out of mechanics when 90% of your casts are instant in AoE like this, but making the Priest's life just a little bit easier so they can go for the max DPS. You can see they are going to be topping the meters over the Mage almost on every single one of these pulls pretty much, so whatever you can do to make their lives easier, if that includes rescuing them on top of a bench, all of that makes their lives just that much easier for these massive pulls.
Yeah, pretty cool that bench rescue, making sure they're not going to get hit by any of those jumps, making sure you can just stand still and use their AoE rotation, or also single target rotation, I guess, if you're a Shadow Priest. And they're just nuking down this trash. You can see how much damage they're doing. And yeah, it is a Warlock. I can see it. And it's on Shinra Tensei. We do see that Warlock instead of the Mage. Very, very interesting. I do wonder why they chose to replace that Mage. If they maybe they even do it on hierarchies as well, because of course missing out on the Mage means that you're missing out on that intellect buff, which scales really, really well with the Aug Evoker damage buff as well on the group, and you're missing out on the arcane intellect. Just like generally without the interaction with the Aug Evoker, it's still good for everyone. But yeah, there we go. Petros per hour, one of the teams that most casters think are going to be qualifying for the globals. We'll see how they are going to be competing. It's going to be super important for these teams to get the 3 chests for these early dungeons. So depending on the dungeon, I think on Azure Vault, you can make a mistake and still get the 3 chests. But yeah, usually it wouldn't be a good sign to see a mistake from one of these teams on a 14.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, Azure Vault is an interesting dungeon in the fact that, similar to previous TGPs, there's always been kind of that one dungeon that can go a little bit higher than everything else. We didn't really have that last time around. Maybe you could say Freehold was a little bit higher than the other ones. And then the one before that, we had Junkyard, of course, that was way higher. Azure Vault is kind of looking to be that key. Maybe not so much on Tyrannical. Fortified Azure Vault is probably going to be like the big standout key. I've heard teams say they can maybe go up to 22 or 23 on that key level, where most other keys are you're not really sure you're going to be able to go over a 21. I'm really interested to see what they can do in a Tyrannical Azure Vault, though. And of course, bolstering really isn't going to be that great to play on either, because when you think about it, on Tyrannical, you really want to make use of that non-fortified trash. You want to go for the biggest pulls you possibly can, and bolstering really hampers your ability to do that.
Yeah, bolstering definitely one of those affixes that do have a pretty big impact on bigger pulls, and also especially in Azure Vault, where you have for example, the frogs that are jumping around, and it's very difficult to make sure that you get even damage on all of them. But yeah, petals per hour about to finish up Laymore. You can see how long the boss fight takes on this tyrannical affix, even on the first key level, the 14, which is of course a lot lower than what they're going to be pushing up the keys at the end of the day. But yeah, because we have the 3 dungeons announced instead of the 4 like we usually have with the format change, we're definitely going to be seeing some high key pushing as well, and not just the 3 chesting that the teams are about to do in these Azure Vaults and Halls of Infusion. Do you have an idea why we don't see anyone going no-kit? Do you think it's because of the affixes?
It's probably because it's the longest of the 3 dungeons, if I had to guess. And Azure Vault is a dungeon that teams almost have just completely figured out. Like, it's a dungeon where the affixes don't necessarily change the pulls too much, except for maybe bolstering. You have to be a lot more careful at the end of pulls, or your tank can just get one shot by, a piercing shards caster. Just melees from some of the guards. Those ice cutters do so much damage if your tank isn't actively kiting the mobs around. But other than that, the pulls don't really change too much based off of the affixes, so you can have routes set up for that key where you don't have to worry about it too much. I think the same kind of goes for Halls of Infusion. Bursting isn't too bad, especially when you have the Shadow Priest in the group to mass dispel most of those big bursting stacks that you get on the massive AoE pulls. So they should be mostly planned out here. Whereas when you look at what we have in Knockwood with Sanguine, that is actually a really, really mean affix, especially in Knockwood Offensive. Because when you think about Knockwood Offensive, when you think about the big trash pulls that are an issue in that key, I kind of think of the 3rd boss area, right, where there's all those casters that just like to sit and channel for forever, and if you accidentally kill a mob on top of one of those, they're just going to heal to full every single time. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have our first couple of deaths of the weekend coming out right here for Pedro's per hour. Looks like they messed up a skip here, and they're going to have to get a res off. Hopefully that doesn't hamper their ability to get a 3 chest timer here. I think they still should be fine, but we'll have to keep an eye on that and see just how close they brush up with that 3 chest timer later on, see if these deaths actually do cause any issues for them.
Yeah, I think they should be fine. It didn't happen during a pull, so they didn't lose up on any damage. Just some time during the skip, so I think they should be okay. There we go. We do see Shinra Tensei with that Destruction Warlock. But yeah, one point that you made about the dungeon being long, I think is something that we should talk about as well. All of the 3 dungeons that we have for this Friday, for today, are actually really long. No Good Offense is a long dungeon. Azure Vault technically is a long dungeon. It has a long timer, but usually if you finish the dungeon, you're going to be a lot quicker than the timer. So that is something to mention as well. But then, of course, No Good Offensive, as you said, is a dungeon you cannot speed up as much. Azure Vault, yeah, the timer is long, but you can do it much quicker than that. No Good Offensive, maybe not as much as Azure Vault. So even though we only have 3 dungeons, I still think that the teams have to speed up quite a lot if they want to get the high keys done at the end, just because of the sheer amount of long dungeons we have today.
Good POV there of a Sleepwalk plus Mind Soothe skip coming in from Shinra Tensei to get past those Shock Troopers so they can just deal with these 2 mini-bosses, and also get those Dragonflies from earlier on past that trash pack without pulling it into the mini-bosses here before they go into the Frog boss. So, like to see that shown off. Little trash skips that make your route that much more efficient coming in from them. Mandatory just now getting to the Frog boss and doing it, wow, actually a lot faster than Shinra Tensei here. I didn't actually see what their trash pulls were in between, but the fact that they're able to get to Gulping Goliath about 30 to 40 seconds faster on this 14 means they either put a lot of practice in or their routing is just better. We'll have to see. I'm actually going to go back and look at the VOD for that just to see what it is they did differently, because I'm curious what the routing change might be there. On the other hand, looking at our teams in Azure Vault, you can see Exposed also does have deaths on the board. Didn't see where they came in. We'll go back and look at that in a little bit here. But also in Azure Blade's room, but Pedro's per hour on a massive pace here, already onto the boss here, and actually, yeah, just now pulled the boss. Let's see how low they can get it and whether or not they're able to get the 1 phase off on this 14. That'll save them a lot of time if they're able to do that.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note about the mages is that we do see some frost mages, some fire mages. We're definitely going to be seeing those specs switched a lot depending on what dungeon they're doing. But we even see a difference in the same dungeon. So Petros per hour is playing that frost mage, fired up on the frost mage, while Match is playing fire mage. So Dr. J actually sticking to the fire mage in Azure Vault. I do think we saw a 5th team also play frost. So J maybe the only mage that actually sticks to fire on on this one here. We'll definitely see some more Frost later on. But yeah, some slight differences here in specs. Mostly the comp is of course the same, but we do see some differences in talents chosen, in gear selection as well, and in specs. But yeah, there we go. Petros per hour still fighting Azure Blade at the bottom right corner. You can see Match as well, so you do have a little bit of a comparison between those two teams. Match 0 deaths on their run, so it looks really clean. They have the exact same split as Petros per hour as well on the top right. 450 for Laymore for both of the teams. So whichever team manages to finish off Azure Blade a little bit quicker is going to be ahead, even though I just looked at the enemy forces. Looks like Match dealt with a lot more trash, actually, before they dealt with Azure Blade. So Match just faster overall. They're going to be finishing off the boss first, and they're already 20% ahead in trash as well, almost.
Yeah, must have done bigger pulls in that double ring section right before the second boss room. Again, yeah, we're still kind of trying to figure out the different routes that the teams are going to go through. It's kind of a very quick just dungeon fest at the beginning here, with all the teams trying to go as quickly as possible to get their 3 chests in, and then once they get to, like, you know, probably the 19-20 levels, and we'll start to see them actually brush up against some of the difficulty of these dungeons. But that's part of the competition. Got to push up those keys and get there quickly. I went back and looked at the splits between Mandatory and Shinra Tensei just to see if there was any major difference between the first boss and second boss. They did the exact same trash pulls. It must have just been a difference between Mage damage and Warlock damage. Mage being able to do a little bit more focused damage, while Warlock is more focused on doing massive AoE damage on the bigger pulls. That's really the only benefit I think the Warlock brings to the group, right? On those massive AoE pulls, Warlock has the highest damage in the game. It even beats out Shadow Priest. But when it comes to focus damage, especially if you're spec'd into 2-minute build on Warlock, like Riley is here, you lose a lot of that focus damage, you lose a lot of single target damage as well, and it just kind of tends to fall behind whenever you really need to focus certain targets down, which is what Mage is actually really good at doing. But you'll see, again, when they go for some of the bigger pulls later in the key, and he has Infernal off cooldown with the PI, with the Breath of Vions, he will burst through pulls way, way better than the Mage group will.
Yeah, for sure. We do see Mandatory on their way to Keijin now, which is going to be one of those bosses that is going to be super scary on higher keys with that ticking damage in their group. We'll see how the healer's mode in this case is handling it. Mandatory also using that Bloodlust for Keijin as well, which was something we will see a lot later on too. And there we go, Shinra Tensei now on their way to that boss as well on the bottom left corner while doing some trash. Now looking at the splits, 10:53 for Gulping Goliath for Shinra Tensei and 10 minutes 31 for Mandatory. So definitely not as far apart, like 20 seconds apart here, but they lost more time between first boss and second boss too, right? So we're thinking that they might be dealing with the trash a little bit quicker because of the Warlock. But yeah, I mean, it's also possible that they gained time and then lost it again on the bosses, right? But yeah, definitely a little bit of a difference here in the timer. Both teams still on pace to get the 3 chests though, to get the +3, which is really, really important to not fall behind early on with those +3 keys. Petros per hour and Exposed now on the bottom right. Exposed with the 5 deaths already that happened early on, but they're still looking pretty strong on the +3 as well. They only need 10% more enemy forces and the 2 bosses that they're going to be doing at the very end. This is the area we talked about where bolstering might be a little bit annoying. Of course, bolstering only buffing the mob's damage and not their HP anymore, which is something that is pretty important when you think about the frogs, because the frogs really don't do that much because it's all avoidable damage. As long as you don't get hit by their jumps, you should be fine. It's mainly the breakers that you have to watch out for, because the bellowing shout is an unavoidable AoE damage, and if you bolster one of those up really highly, then you can easily wipe the group.
Oh, perfect execution of that problem coming into play there. Bolstered up the breaker just a little bit too much, and that shout dropped everyone to 10% HP, and then took down their mage with the shoulder slam right afterwards. Even on this 14 key level, that bolstering is going to be an issue. And with this comp, even though you have the double focus damage with the mage and the shadow priest, both blasting the breaker as hard as they possibly can, it's actually, the frogs have so much less HP than the breakers that Shadow Priest actually, like, really can't dot the frogs for, like, the first half of the pull. Otherwise, the frogs will start to die off from the passive AoE damage that the 2 classes do before the breaker does. And if that breaker gets bolstered for any reasonable period of time, if it gets a shout off plus a shoulder slam, it will kill at least 1 person from the shoulder slam, if not multiple from the shout. So you have to have very good damage control in the group just to make sure that kind of thing doesn't happen in this dungeon. We'll see teams come up to that problem, I'm sure, multiple times throughout the weekend.
Definitely. I'm also interested to see the last boss as well, as of course that one can be pretty scary as well whenever the crystals are spawning until you burst it through the shield, which depending on the comp or the mage spec mainly that they're running can be less or more of a problem. Of course, Frost Mage being really good at doing a single target bursts or switching targets, basically being able to get through that shield really quickly. But if that shield is not dealt with fast enough, then the group can drop really, really low. But there we go. We do see Mandatory on the top right side now on their way to that last boss as they're fighting that gauntlet. That is something, the last boss, that is going to be less of a problem compared to like the last time we saw this dungeon, because they did change the boss to only have one intermission phase, so it's not going to be as crucial to be able to skip, like to do a lot of boss damage, because you always get this one phase, and that is going to be a lot less problematic, and the boss also takes a lot less time, which was something that you had to think about last time around. I really like that change, by the way.
Yeah, definitely a great change. Just the one intermission rather than the multiple timed intermissions. Yeah, it saves tons of time throughout the cut dungeon, because you no longer have to worry about, okay, does one key level actually get us 2 more intermissions and make this key impossible? Not an issue anymore. Now, speaking of the 3 chest timers, like we've talked about so far, like so many times in the first 20 minutes of the show here, you need to get a 22:30 in the Azure Vault or a 21 flat in the Halls of Infusion. Also, if they do try to go to knockout after this, which I'm sure we'll see plenty of teams go for, they need to get 24 minutes flat in that key to get the 3 chest timer. I think all of our teams are well ahead of that timer in the dungeons. Yeah, all 4 of them on the screen right now certainly are, and I'm sure the other 2 are as well. All of them making great pace throughout the key. Plenty of time left. Just have to make sure they keep it clean on this last boss. Mandatory, yep, also looking good. Shinra Tensei looking good. Exposed, they might actually come very close to the timer here. Remember, 22:30 in the Azure Vault? As long as they don't have any deaths on these last couple of bosses with Talash at 10%, they should be okay. They should be in the clear, but of course, you know, if you don't focus that hard in Crystal on Umbral Skull, things can go south pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see the team slowly but surely getting to those last bosses and finishing up the last boss, being able to move on to the second key that they're doing. And I'm interested to see what kind of strategies that they choose to do, because we do see some teams just sticking to the same dungeon, playing it up all the way until they feel like it's too high of a key level, and then they switch to the next dungeon. While we saw some other teams in the past just do each dungeon once, just to get a feeling for it, and then start pushing the keys higher.
Madge on their last set of crystals in the bottom right here corner. Looks like they're through. Still a little bit of shield on that hardened crystal, but they are through it. Just have to finish it off over the fracture. And they're essentially home free now. No more massive AoE damage going out on the group. The only thing you have to look out for is those dragon strikes on your tank. The Mike doing a great job tanking this boss so far. I doubt he'll have any major issues for the rest of the key here. Just 10%. And look at the timer. They have 5 minutes left on the 3 chest timer. It's going to be no issues for Madge as they get one of our first 3 chests out of the way. Now, the question is, do they go right back into the 17, or do we head to one of the other dungeons first? What do you think?
I personally think they should be sticking to the 17 or to like the Azure Vault, to the same dungeon, just because I think with only 3 dungeons, you have a lot of time for each individual dungeon, and I think just having it fresh in your mind helps a lot, especially when you do those lower keys. I do think that once you do the higher keys and you end up like depleting it, maybe it's good to switch it up and go to another dungeon just to like refresh your mind, because if you do a long dungeon on a high key level and you end up depleting it, you know, you might want to like just like get a reset, do something else first, and then come back fresh. But since we see the 3 chests here, the +3s, I do think that it's still fresh in our minds. There's no reset required, and I do think going back into the dungeon does make sense. But yeah, every team is a little bit different, and we'll see what they're going to be doing.
Looks like Pedro's per hour are doing a little bit of a different routing here, as they skipped some trash earlier on and are coming back to it later. I wonder if this is on purpose for quicker routing, or maybe they just didn't get the pull set up properly earlier. But this is definitely a little bit slower than our other runs that we saw, but still well within the 3 chest timer. Although Drogo does go down, they did have one of those icy freezes go off on the entire group there. 2 players go down, Sang as well, but of course he's not the main damage dealer for the group. They still have their priest and their mage. They can both get back to the group relatively quickly, but now with Fired Up going down as well, this is going to cause some issues for them. Crims is now the only damage dealer left alive. Now, the thing about this pull is you can kite this pull out infinitely, so if Crims is the last one left alive after Yoda goes down here, which he might not even go down to if he's allowed to tank it, they could pretty easily finish this pull off. But the rest of the group is back with that speed buff that you get once you release and talk to the helper at the start of the dungeon.
Afflicted went off.
And they'll be able to finish this off. I mean, they still have 2.5 minutes left on the 3 chest timer, right? Obviously, this is going to be some. This is going to be some bad vibes for the first key, but it's a warm-up key, right? As long as you get your 3 chest in, you'll take a deep breath, let out a little sigh, and be like, okay, got it out of our system. Let's go back into the 17 and get it done. And yeah, they're getting the rest of the trash done here. They're going to get their count here. And, bit of a scary moment for them, but they'll be able to get it done.
Sure, yeah. Especially with the bolstering, once the 2 players went down, some of the mobs started dying off already, so all of the mobs were bolstered up, and we did see just some afflicted go off as well, which can be obviously an issue, but there we go, they did finish it off, so good job on them being able to recover that pull and not have a full wipe, so that is really good, and they get that +3, which is obviously exactly what they needed, so good on them. And yeah, I mean, this is I wonder if this had something to do with Fired Up dying on their skip. Like maybe Fired Up was supposed to be the one pulling the trash and then like alter timing down or something like that. So maybe that's why they had to go back afterwards. But if that is what happened, then it's a good adaptation for them to say, you know what, let's just keep going. We're going to do this later. And they did manage to still pull it off. Maybe can't happen on the 17 though, right? Once they do the 17, they do have to make sure that they have less deaths and less of those mistakes, because otherwise they might be missing that 3 chests.
Yeah, that's definitely not standard routing, and I have to imagine that something went wrong on their gather previously, and they just wanted to like keep their less timing. So they decided to just keep moving forward, knowing that they can then go back really easily with the teleporter and the move speed that you get from that. So not too much of an issue on the 14, like you said, but that kind of thing cannot happen on the 17, or there's not a chance that you'll get the 3 chest. 2 chest is extremely easy in 17 Azure Vault still, but 3 chest is definitely going to start to be something that causes some issues for the teams if they have any major wipes. See, Madge, our first team to go into that 17 Azure Vault mandatory, and Shinra Tensei also going into the 17 Halls of Infusion along with Perplex, so wasting no time, team just going right into the +3 dungeon that they just finished.
Yeah, really cool to see that most teams are doing that. We also still see the Warlock as well for Shinra Tensei, which means that they might just want to play this class or the spec in Halls of Infusion generally. So very interesting choice here. That is something that we can maybe talk to them about. Get some insight on why they chose the Warlock for this dungeon, or maybe even overall. We'll see what they're going to be playing in Azure Vault and in No Code Offensive. But yeah, there we go. Match now on Laymore and the 17. 17, of course, 3 key levels higher is going to make a pretty big difference in HP and incoming damage as well. So we're going to need to see some better rotation of defensives possibly for some of these bosses and for some of these AoE spells, but still nowhere near the highest keys that they can be doing. So definitely a little bit more laid back, and they can play a little bit more offensively with their gear, but also with their talent choices and with their maybe flasks and potions and stuff as well.
Yeah, and I think now's a good time to start talking about the gear situation on Tournament Realm as well, because if you're somebody who hasn't ever watched an MDI or TGP before, you might be wondering, well, how are the players gearing up? They have vendors on the Tournament Realm that give them access to every single piece of gear, kind of similar to the system that we have for very specific gear in Season 4 on Live, but they can buy every single piece of gear that comes out of a dungeon or a raid, regardless of what slot it is. Now, the big caveat is that none of these pieces of gear will have tertiaries. The only tertiaries that they have available to them are the Bracer Enchant and the Cloak Enchant. That's it. That's all you get. So they have to figure out how to do these key levels with, 3.25% avoidance or a couple points of leech, and that's it. And that means once you get into these higher tyrannical and even higher fortified keys, certain things become very, very deadly, and you have to very carefully plan out your cooldowns just to make sure everyone lives through them. So things like Laymore here, the explosive brand into consuming stomp combo, that can kill even the tankiest of classes if you don't have things carefully planned out for it. They're not going to run up to that in the 17 Fortified, but once they get into the 20 level, the 20 plus level, one missed tree could just be a wipe on Laymore.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely going to be something that we look into a little bit more once we see the teams do hierarchies. Then we'll see how they're optimizing their survivability. Maybe they have some cool tricks here and there with gearing and consumable choices. But there we go. On the bottom left, we do see the splits already for the teams that did Halls of Infusion. So very interesting. You can see how close the teams are between one another on those boss splits. So all of the teams still pretty comfortably within that +3 range, as you can see. But on a 17, I do think it's definitely going to be a lot closer. Maybe some teams can pull it off. Maybe some teams are within that +2, which is going to make a super big difference because, of course, at the end of the day, we're going to be one of the teams is going to be eliminated. So we'll see which team is going to be that. It's still a long time to go, of course, but yeah, getting those +3s early on is going to make a big difference.
And I'm actually interested in seeing what teams are able to do in Halls of Infusion as well, because the first 5 minutes of this key is actually one of the most stressful portions of any key to play, not because of the deadliness of the pull to the group, even though that is still pretty high, but there's kind of that extra aspect of letting too many of the shouts go through from the defenders. Every single one of those shouts going through is a massive damage reduction on your team, which means the trash will take that much longer to get through. And you have to pretty much have perfect execution of all of the AoE stops available to you to make sure that as few of those go through as possible. You know, every single missed kick is 8 seconds of just reduced damage on your entire group, which means the pulls live that much longer, and the defenders have that much more chances to get their casts off, to the point where I think once we start seeing the highest levels of keys pushed here, teams might actually just end up resetting their key if they let too many of those shouts through.
Yeah, I think so as well. That is, if you think that the timer is really close for a 3 or a 2, and you have an early death or a wipe, I do think it makes sense to reset. Now, if you're later down in the dungeon, I do think it's questionable, right? Because I personally think if you can guarantee a +3 or a +2, and you know that, and you have a wipe, let's say like 10 minutes into the dungeon, it's still worth it to reset it in theory, because you're still saving like a full run. But it depends on later on as well. Just because, like, if you, let's say you 2-chest a dungeon and then you 2-chest it again, or you 3-chest a dungeon and then you can only 1-chest, that is the same thing. But all of these teams, they have to think that through and decide for themselves. And they also have to make quick decisions as well. Because, of course, we only have that 5 hours per day, plus the extra time they get at the end, as long as they start the dungeon before the timer ends. But that is still something they have to make these decisions as they're playing. There is a 20-minute mandatory break that they have to take. And during that break, they're probably going to be thinking about and talking about, let's be honest here, what they're doing. I don't think all of them are just going to leave their PC and just not speak for the whole duration. But they still have to use that time as they're playing to think about all of that stuff, which is incredibly difficult. And I do think that is something, especially at the very end of the day, where you have to make strategic decisions. If you're in danger of getting eliminated, you have to look at what the other teams are doing, what you have to do in order to beat another team to not get eliminated. And it's just so stressful for these teams while they're obviously playing as well.
I was half expecting Doa to like chime in there and be like, to be clear, every team has to take the 20-minute break, not just mandatory. But he let me down. Unfortunate. But yeah, like you mentioned, the 20-minute break is just 20 minutes not spent inside the dungeons running the key, right? It's kind of just, we're trying to make sure that the players get a little bit of time to relax and not push buttons, because, you know, there is a lot of cognitive overload in these keys with all of the mechanics going off, all of the AoE stops required. When you think about it, this comp has like so many ridiculous amounts of stops that you have to run through to make a pull, to make these massive pulls that they go for doable, right? You have double Misery, double Grip Sigil, double Silent Sigil, Chaos Nova, Blast Wave, Dragon's Breath, Eruption, Tail Lash, Tail Swipe, Psychic Scream, you have Druid Push, you have Ulcer's Vortex, you have so many different stops that you have to run through just to make sure everything goes off properly. And if you miss a kick or you miss a stop and someone has to back up, things can get out of order very quickly. So it's pretty difficult to do properly on some of these insane pull sizes.
Yeah, for sure. We do see Perplexed did skip past the trash pack to make sure that they can engage the mini bosses here, while pulling some of the previous trash with them. So very cool to see how they're dealing with the trash, making sure, of course, that they're pulling the exact amount of enemy forces that they need, and also be pulling the most efficient trash and making sure that they get all of that done, which of course on higher keys is going to be more difficult, but still looked very clean for Perplexed. As Galloping Goliath is already engaged, Evanfield just jumping over that fence there, immediately engaging that boss. One of the things Galloping Goliath does is pretty early on just doing one of those AoE shrouds, which can be pretty deadly, so but on a 17 it looked like there was no issue for them using some defensives to be able to survive that one. Mandatory also on Gulping Goliath on the top right side, both of them being on a 17, gives us a pretty good comparison. Almost looks like the MDI. Now Perplex is in the dungeon for a little bit longer, but only like 20 seconds. You can see the first boss split for Mandatory and Perplexed is 7:35 for Perplexed and 7:20 for Mandatory. So Mandatory a little bit quicker, but not that big of a difference. So definitely very close. And the enemy forces are the exact same. So it looks like they're doing a very similar route, if not the exact same.
Yeah, and if we could bring up the timers for their 14s, it'd be a really good direct comparison to how quickly they're actually going through the dungeons here. If I'm not mistaken, these timers for Watcher Iridius splits are about 1.5 to 2 minutes slower for both Perplexed and Mandatory, which puts them pretty close to the 3-chest timer on its own right, not counting the extra time spent in the rest of the dungeon too. So we very well might not see this 17 3-chested. We'll have to see, but like I'm pretty sure, based off of where they are in Gulping Goliath right now, that it's very unlikely for them to 3-chest. Yeah, you can see.
Yeah.
Mandatory had about 2.5 minutes left on the 3-chest timer in their 14, and they had the shortest run, so definitely gonna be something difficult for them to get through. Pedro's per hour, scary moment at the bottom right here. Yoda DH went down to one of those ice cutters from these bolstered guards, like we actually alluded to might be a problem earlier on, but they were able to get the battle res off and kite out this trash. Again, this section of the dungeon in Azure Vault is very easily kiteable. As long as you have the Lieutenant Death, the one that casts the spell Frost Breath, as long as he's dead, the rest of this trash is pretty easily kiteable. So, you know, your priest can run away, and as the trash gets to them, you can fade the trash off. Then your mage can run away, and that allows your druid plenty of time to get the battle res off on the tank, which Pedro's per hour were able to pull off here and keep the pull going. There will be a little 20-second period where they don't have a battle res available, but that'll come off cooldown relatively quickly, and they shouldn't need it for the rest of the trash in the room, unless they decide to pull it into Azure Blade. So we'll see if that's an issue for them. Get them back on the screen later on. We'll see what their progress in Azure Blade is like, but taking a look at Madge here, in their 17, 0 deaths so far. Already through on the second phase of Azure Blade. I don't think they're going to be able to burst this boss before the next intermission, though. That mana bar is getting very low on Azure Blade.
Yeah, on the bottom left, you can see a match of fighting Azure Blade. It doesn't look that good. They are moving the boss to the side, making sure the travel time from the boss to the middle of the room is longer. That is something you can do on your live keys as well, because Azure Blade will not start the intermission cast until you moved all the way into the middle, which means that you get some extra time if you move the boss to the edges and make sure you increase the travel time. But there we go, not being able to get that, not able to skip that second intermission phase, so they have to play one more, which might or might not cost them later. We'll see. We're going to be taking a look at that timer. But as we were talking about Mandatory and Shinra Tensei as well in that Halls of Infusion, we now have the Gulping Goliath down for Mandatory. It is a 12-minute 49 split, and in their 14, they had a 10-minute 34 Gulping Goliath split. So they're 2 minutes behind, 2 minutes and a little bit. If they can stick to the 2 minutes, they might be able, but it's gonna be almost impossible to stick to a 2-minute advantage. That would mean that they would have to kill Keijin and Primal Tsunami at the same time as they killed it on a 14, which would be pretty unlikely. So I also think that they might not be able to get the 3 chests in that halls. Well, I do think in the Azure Vault, it seems a lot more likely that the teams can still get the 3 chests there.
Well, and you also have to remember, right, the three levels of difference in key means that everything does roughly 35% more damage and has 35% more HP. So if they're able to keep that 2-minute time loss for the rest of the key, number one, that'd be incredible, because that means they're doing 30% more damage for the rest of the key.
Yeah.
Number two, I don't think I actually had a number two. Let's just keep it to what I said. I don't think that's in the cards for them, so I think we're just playing for a 2-chest here. Now, what I didn't see was in the 14, if they pulled all of the trash and then bursted through to try to get to the mini-boss before Primal Tsunami as quickly as possible. That's something that can make that bridge pull go a little bit more quickly if they're able to pull that off. I didn't see if they did that last time around. We'll have to see if it's something they can maybe pull off on the 17, which is still pretty difficult to do on this Tyrannical, because remember, we are in that Bursting Affix, and there are a lot of those Primal Rages in that pull that can die at varying times because they like to cast in the back and not stick in the group together. So, bit of an annoying pull to pull off on Bursting, but if there's any teams that can pull it off, it is these.
And one thing to notice, though, is that Mandatory did not save their last for Cajun, which I believe they did last time under 14. So it is possible that they're actually playing for a +3 here and maybe are doing that big pull on the bridge as you talked about to make up that time that they didn't have to under 14. Perplex, on the other hand, you can see their split now in Gulping Goliath is quite a bit slower, almost a minute slower than Mandatory. So Perplex pretty certainly out of that +3 range now on their side. And they also saved Bloodlust for Cajun. They just now popped the Bloodlust on the top left side of your screen. But as I said, Mandatory top right side, they did use Bloodlust early on. Something with Bloodlust in Halls of Infusion, this is something that only matters for the 35 minutes, so for the whole key timer, is that you actually kind of want to use it on, like if you use it for certain bosses, then you're going to be wasting one usage, which doesn't necessarily matter if the boss, for example, is going to wipe you if you don't have Lust, obviously, right? But on a lower key level, when you go for the 3-chest timer, then that is what you have to look at. And the 3-chest timer for Halls of Infusion is 21 minutes. So if you press Last on cooldown, then you will get one extra usage at the end, while another team that saves last is not going to be getting that one because of that 1 minute window that you have to get that last.
Yeah, this is actually going to be really tough for them to pull off this massive pull here as well, considering they just popped 2 minutes with Kaijin at 30% here. This boss is going to tie well before their 2 minutes come off cooldown. The 2 minutes might come up maybe like at the end of the gather, which would be pretty perfect, but I have a feeling that it's going to come up quite a bit before that, which means they're going to be in that pull without their cooldowns, without their Vampiric Embrace. That'll help the healer keep everyone alive, and also let the healer do damage for those 15 seconds of Embrace uptime as well, which makes that big pull that much more easier to deal with. I don't know. It's going to be really close, and I mean, a 17 Tyrannical Primal Tsunami on its own should take well more than 3 minutes, so I think I'm very comfortable saying here that Mandatory is not going to be able to get the 3-chest off in this key, and we're just going to see a relatively clean 2-chest. But I mean, that's I think that's going to be pretty par for the course here. This is a very difficult dungeon to 3-chest. I think the only 17 that we're almost guaranteed to see 3-chests in is the Azure Vault. Most other 17s, you're pretty firmly looking at 2-chest territory.
Yeah, I think so as well, but I have this feeling that Mandatory is trying. But we'll see what they do as they're now moving up to that bridge. We'll see how much Skylark is gathering up here. He just keeps walking and walking and walking. Let's see if he does the whole bridge on the top right side of your screen. While Skylark is gathering up what does look like the whole bridge, so definitely doing that big pull on their side. We'll see if they can execute it. We need to see some Boiling Rages already going off. You can see the Proto-Dragon already casted the first big AoE, and we do see Oppressive Roar coming through from Mason as well, making sure that CC is elongated on all of them, making sure there's a C rotation, just generally lasts longer while that is up. And you can see Skylark doing pretty well. This is one of those pulls that does so much tank damage, especially if some of these casts are going through. And of course, the Tidal Divergence also needs to be interrupted at the very end there. And the Gale Singer just doing so much damage with those Frost Balls, with those Ice Lances whenever those casts are not interrupted. But looks like they're doing really well. Skylark now starts to cut. We do have Bursting as well in this key. So Bursting is something they have to look out for at the end once all of these mobs go down. But Stove did Master Spell it already, so they're good to go.
And it looks like they did pull off the tech here a little bit. It wasn't perfect, but of course, the way that this mini-boss spawns is if you kill the last trash pack on the bridge, that's when the mini boss spawns. So you want to kind of focus down that particular mob of pack of 6 mobs first, and then the mini boss spawns, and you'll still have a little bit of trash left over when the mini boss does get in combat with you, and you'll be able to funnel that down a little bit. But looking at the timer now, less than 2 minutes on the 3 chest timer for mandatory, just not going to happen, not really possible in this key, even for the best of teams on the affix set that we have here. Let's look at these Azure Vaults as they start to get more close to the wire here. Remember, the timer for 3 chests in this key is 22.5 minutes, 22:30 on those timers you see on their screen right now. Exposed looks like they're going to have issues. They're going to have only 4 minutes left to deal with the final 2 bosses of this dungeon on Tyrannical. That's going to be a scary moment. Pedros per hour here, though, already in combat with Tailash. They have 5 minutes to deal with the 2 bosses. Are they going to have the Bloodlust coming up, too? Oh, and wait a minute. No.
They don't have the trash.
They don't have the trash count either, so they have to go back and do that too. They're going to come right up close to that timer as well, and I don't think they're going to get their 3rd lust off either, so we're going to have to keep an eye on those Azure Vaults once they get down to the wire for sure.
Yeah, very interesting. If some of the teams manage to get the +3 while others only get the +2, that's going to make a big difference already now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Mandatory now and Primal Tsunami in the top left, but yeah, as you said, just not enough time. 21 minutes is the +3 timer for Halls of Infusion, so Mandatory not going to be able to do that. The boss, though, shouldn't be a problem for them, so they're definitely going to get that +2 for sure. The Plex on the top right now, also on Primal Tsunami, they are already over the +3, but they're still, of course, very, very comfortable with their +2, which means that we're probably not going to see any of the teams being able to +3 the Halls of Infusion, because Mandatory looked at like they're played incredibly clean on their side, and if they're going to be like 1 or 2 minutes over, then that's it's going to be very, very difficult for the other teams as well. But there we go. Now Pedros per hour and Exposed, both bottom left and bottom right side of your screen. You can see them fight a Grey Wing. And yeah, Pedros per hour missing that 11% trash. That's very similar to what we saw last time. So maybe it was not a routing mistake. Maybe this is just their route. Maybe they just do this trash at the very end. Something that they figured out is more efficient for them. Or maybe it works out better for their cooldown timings. That is also something that you want to consider. Or Bloodlust timing as well. So yeah, no mistake last time. They just played a route like this.
Yeah, it must be Bloodlust and cooldown timing, because ideally you want to get that second Bloodlust onto Azure Blade, right? So you can get through that with as few intermissions as possible. And they're probably also pulling trash when they lust as well, just to try to get full usage out of that Bloodlust. And if they can't do that without skipping part of the ring, that must be what's the timing that they're going for. Again, we'll get a better look at their routing later on when they do this key on higher levels and they have to actually spend more than one attempt to get the key down. But right now, they're pushing very close up against that 3 chest timer. Madge also pushing up against that 3 chest timer. That's going to happen for them in 10 seconds here. They've only had 1 death on the board. They are not going to get the 3 chest in this Azure Vault. Still 7.5 minutes left on the 2 chest, so that should be very easily doable for them, but it will set them just a little bit behind if Pedros per hour are able to pull it off. Still not sure whether or not that's going to be a possibility for them. We'll check back in a couple minutes while they're on Umbral Skull and see just how much time they have left to deal with that final trash pack. Like we said before, Mandatory and Perplexed, on to Primal Tsunami here. The 3 chest timer is passed, but they're still trying to get this within the 2 chest timer. That's under 28 minutes, so plenty of time to get it down. Both teams also through that intermission here, now dealing with the empowered boss. All of their abilities are going to do that much more damage for being in that phase and letting those channelers channel on the boss and empower him up here. The AoE Tempest Fury going to do a little bit more damage, but nothing that they won't be able to deal with the vast amount of AoE damage reduction cooldowns available to them with this comp. As they live that last AoE, they should be home free here and able to finish off the boss. Just 8% between them and getting the 17 down. And again, the question is, are they going to stick to the 19 here? Do a little 19 Halls of Infusion? That's just going to be a +1, I'm pretty sure, if they do go for the 19. Or do they head to one of the other 2 keys and start to push that up here?
Yeah, one thing to note as well is whenever these teams get a +2 or a +3 on the board, it doesn't actually mean that much until they go and get that key done, right? Because, of course, the score gets determined by the key level that they finished. The +2 doesn't really give them score until they do the 19 or whichever key level they're getting. So I do think that Mandatory should be doing the 19 just to get that extra score on the board before they move on. But we'll see what they're doing. But yeah, interesting to see the 17 2 chests on the halls and how close the Azure Vault is. Match now on Umbral Skull on top right corner, Pedros per hour as well on the bottom right. As looking at the timer, 22:30 is Azure Vault. So it looks like petals per hour might also not be able to do that. Boss is on 55%.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think
close.
that's going to be enough because they also still have to do the trash, of course, as well. So it's not even, it's not even close. Yeah, I wonder if, like, I do think they have 6 deaths, right? So I wonder if another team, maybe mandatory, can get the +3 in this one. It's still, even without the 6 deaths, it's still pretty far over with that trash pull they have to do, right? Definitely something that we have to keep an eye on to see if there's any other team that can get the +3. But none of the teams that are in this dungeon right now getting the +3 here. Exposed as well on the bottom right side now of your screen. Also an Umbral Skull, also already over that +3. So all of the teams in there right now getting the +2.
I think part of the problem with the affix set that we've given them for this Azure Vault, and the reason why the 3 chest isn't really necessarily that easy for them to go for, this bolstering affix really, it makes it difficult for the tank to actually get into the pole and do damage, right? You can do as much damage as you want for the first half of the pole, but once those mobs start to die, start bolstering other mobs in the group, your tank really can't sit there and just take all the melees and cast to the face anymore. They kind of have to get out of there and start kiting, and it makes it so the poles just live that much longer, and it's really slowing them down on the 3 chests. And we'll definitely be able to see that once Pedro per hour finish off Umbral Skull here and go to that ring pull that they saved for later on. Yoda dropping low there to that Dragon Strike, but gets topped off by Drogo. They'll be able to finish the boss off and go to that last trash pull here. But yeah, like we were talking about, no 3 chest in the books for any of our teams so far on the 17s.
All right,
Very
well, on
interesting.
that note, it's time to do a little bit of a caster swap, too. But as we bring Tettles in and say goodbye to Zyronic, I believe it is, for a little while, I want to ask the 3 of you, like, how surprised are we that the 3 chests aren't happening? It was always a bit of a question, because obviously the key levels are much more difficult at higher numbers than they were in past seasons. But were you 3 expecting the 3 chests to happen, at least 1 or 2 of them?
I was expecting Azure Vault, but
Yeah.
I guess I
Okay.
didn't take into account how much bolstering would affect their ability to actually burst the trash packs down.
Fair enough.
I think AV is the one that if you asked me coming into this weekend what was the highest degree of certainty that any of those keys was going to be 3 chests, was going to be AV, I would have said like 100%. That is by far the most lenient timer. Like, and that's going to be a key that we're going to see pushed to the highest level across the entire weekend. That's key. Most keys aren't candidates to go up to 22 or 23, but that is a key that could potentially go that high.
Yeah, that is definitely something we're going to have to keep an eye on. But Tettles, you've been looking at some of the timers of the splits. What do you think so far between the teams? Do you think that there's any team that looks really strong looking at the splits? Of course, we do the low keys right now, but I do think that is already something that you can see how good someone's route is, basically, by looking at the splits.
I think Madge and Azure Vault looks like they have the best route, or at least the fastest route. This pitchers per hour route seems like the back end of it is just a little bit slower. Of course, they've had some consistency issues with a few deaths here and there, but that seemed a little bit slower. And then I think for the Halls of Infusion, it seems like Mandatory and Perplex are about the same speed in the Halls of Infusion. There's a little bit of a difference in their routing, but I think they're in general about the same speed. Whereas for Shakira Tensei, it's like, how good is this Warlock really? Like, what are you thinking about the Warlock, Nagura, for Halls of Infusion?
It's I don't know. I don't know why they're picking the Warlock for this dungeon in particular, or if they just generally just play Warlock everywhere. I mean, I doubt it. I think there's something that they want to do in this halls. Try to follow them a little bit, see if there's any, maybe some gateway shenanigans they do that they think makes it worth it. But because outside of that, you're losing the arcane intellect is the main thing. Why losing out on the mage? Seems I personally don't think damage-wise it could ever be worth it. What do you think?
Look at Sherman Tensei in the bottom right. They actually swapped off the Warlock and back onto the Mage. So,
Sure,
right,
so
right as you and I were talking about it.
Very interesting.
A Warlock in the lower key levels is the amount of AoE burst that they have on these pulls it makes the big pulls where they have cooldowns that much safer, because Warlock has the highest AoE burst potential in the game, right? They can kill packs extremely quickly. As a matter of fact, one of the benefits of playing a Warlock is on things like the Sanguine Affix. Warlocks with their cooldowns up can actually just kill trash packs through Sanguine. No other class in the game really has that damage potential. So it makes the pulls safer because they last that much shorter of an amount of time, but it doesn't really reflect itself in the long run because the damage Warlock does outside of cooldowns, especially when you're spec'd into a 2-minute build, is pretty low.
I mean, the overall damage that Warlock does is pretty good, but also a big part of it's that it eats the Shadow Priest's funnel pretty hard, where the Shadow Priest wants the less consequential mobs to be alive a lot longer. I always called them something else. The less consequential mobs to be alive a lot longer because they're able to funnel into like a single target. So, but the Warlock is just going to spam AoE.
Okay, wait. While Zyro is still here, I did notice as well that the mages now switched to fire, even in Azure Vault 2. So some mages played Frost for the 14, switched to fire in the 17. What's going on there? Do you know why some mages decided to do that?
Frost is more of just a mob control thing, right? Like, having the slow on the mobs really helps a lot with just letting your tank kite things out, especially when they're scared of dying, which bolstering does a lot of. But I guess when you get to the super high key levels, you need as much focus damage as possible, and Fire is a little bit better than Frost at doing that. So remember when we were talking earlier about how you really want to make sure you focus breakers down in that third section of the dungeon after Azure Blade? Fire is going to do a little bit of a better job at that. Yes, you're going to have passive Ignite Cleave, but as long as your Shadow Priest doesn't dot for like the first half of the pull, you should easily be able to kill off the breakers before they get bolstered by any of the frogs dying.
Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. Maybe they also were thinking about playing Frost in that dungeon generally, but then they saw, oh wait, bolstering makes this very, very annoying, and they decided to just switch to Fire. Yeah, does make a lot of sense. We do see most of the teams sticking, or all of the teams actually, sticking to the dungeon going into that 19. So whichever team started with Azure Vault is staying in that dungeon, and the other teams in halls are staying there as well. So we're gonna get some nice numbers to compare later on once the teams are switching. I assume that they're gonna go into Azure Vault after their halls and the other way around. Also, I mean, looking at
You don't like the Noku? You don't like the Noku defensive Nagura?
I think most teams are going to go there very, very late. And looking at the time of the day, right, we're not even an hour in, and they're already going into this like +1 territory. So I do think that with the 3 dungeons announced on the first day, we're definitely going to see a lot of pushing, looking at what I see so far. And I'm really excited to that. Like, I think to see that at the end. I think it's going to be super, super close between the teams, and to see who gets eliminated. And also whichever team is going to be first, which matters a lot for second and third day, of course.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting the teams to send a lot of their break time right before going into that Noku defensive. Sanguine Noku, like we were talking about before we started, is just another like a huge beast, and it's like one of those situations where the first area, if you don't have your Sanguine management like really well calculated, it's going to be super hard to deal with in general. But yeah, I'm not super surprised that these teams are already at the 19. Do you expect them to time the 20 before getting out of these dungeons, or do you think it's going to be 19 and then go somewhere else? Because I think you have to have a 20 to not get eliminated today, right?
Yeah, I mean, I personally would do the 20 if I was the one making the choice, because if I timed the 19 and it's like fresh in my mind, I want to do the 20 immediately. But some teams are different. Some teams are like, I just played this dungeon for an hour, I need to see something else, otherwise I'm gonna get bored, or I'm gonna like lose focus or whatever.
Yes.
That is also like a possibility. The thing though is that I do think it costs you a little bit of time to switch between dungeons more frequently, because it's very likely that you have some talent switches, some item trinket switches or whatever between one key and another. And even though they're probably really fast at doing that, I do still think that sticking to a dungeon until you're not comfortable anymore does make sense, especially on the first day.
Some 19s I also think are too chestable. During qualifiers, during the time trials, I think some teams even two-chested the 19 like Ruby life pools. While it's not a situation where all 19s can be two-chested, it would be kind of interesting to see if maybe this Azure Vault is a two-chest candidate.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a possibility. We do see Mandatory now finishing off Watcher Iridius on the top left side. And now we can compare the splits as the boss dies at 8 minutes 38.
That's really fast.
Yeah, so we have, let's see, 7:15 was a split that we saw from Shinra Tensei on the previous one, right? On the 17. So 8 minutes 38, not that far behind. That's a big difference from a plus 17 to a plus 19. Like, the boss has so much more health. So 8:38 definitely looking very, very good for Mandatory.
I will say, whenever you're looking at like trying to time this key, the timer that you're looking at is about like 10:30 to maybe even like 11 minutes on Tyran to be able to get past this first boss. So I mean, these teams are going to be able to easily time the key. I guess that's not the question. It's more of a question of, I guess, for the Halls of Infusion, is it possible to two chest? And then for Azure Vault, it's more like, what is the execution going to be looking like for these teams? Are some of them going to be able to two chest where others aren't?
Yeah, 28 minutes is the two chest timer for Halls of Infusion, so that is what we might be able to do on a plus 19. I don't know, we're gonna have to see. I personally am really bad at estimating like times when it comes to key levels. Even when I'm playing myself, I'm like, I have no idea. This could take 10 minutes, 2 minutes, who knows?
I'm right there with you. I'm so bad. I literally ask and then somebody answers and I'm like, oh, they're probably right.
Yeah.
It's one of those things too that Tyran just like will slow your timer down a lot, especially as you get to these key levels. And what players don't necessarily or aren't always aware of is like the key scaling, once you get probably past like a 15 or a 16, starts to increase by a ton each key level because it's exponential key scaling. And so this is a situation that every single key level past, 18, 19, 20 does get increasingly more and more difficult. And we've seen, I want to say it was Miraz that was talking about it on stream the other day, how even doing anything that's past a 21 is very impressive just because of how hard the key scaling gets at a high level.
Yeah, definitely. One thing to note as well that I just realized is that most teams, if not all of the teams, are currently on 0 deaths on that 19. While we did see some more deaths earlier on in the previous levels, which, it could be that they just played riskier, did some riskier pulls on the lower key levels. Also, the cooldowns maybe not aligning. If you're a lot faster, you just don't have the same cooldowns as if you do the higher keys. So that is something that maybe caused some issues here and there. And of course, most of the teams that are... or all of the teams that are competing in the TGP, they probably practiced high keys the most over pushing keys. Even though pushing keys is also a pretty important aspect of the TGP, being able to 3 chest and 2 chest the lower key levels, I do think is really, really important. And I think the teams definitely put a lot more practice into that compared to the first few TGPs. We definitely saw some teams like not being able to +3 some of the lower keys because they didn't practice it at all and only practice the high levels. So I definitely think that shifted. Like, teams are aware how important it is nowadays. But of course, still the majority of the practice time is going to go into the high keys, which means that the cooldown timings are still a lot more comfortable for them whenever they go into just high key ranges.
I think that the team that probably best shows that is Pedro's per hour. So if you look at them on live, they were the rank 1 team on live for a lot of season 4. They started pushing pretty much before any other team did, just to try to build up that synergy. And so they probably had the most experience with like the season 4 dungeons, at least on live, pushing together. But then, like you were saying, they just had a bunch of deaths coming in their first 2 runs. I want to say their second run even had like 6 deaths or something like that. So that's a team that they've had a lot of live key success. Is this going to translate? I mean, were you concerned about their play, Nigger, or do you think it's just one of those, a nervous, the first run of the day kind of nerves thing, or do you think it's like going to be a bigger issue?
I don't think it's going to be a bigger issue. I definitely think it has just to do with like low keys, maybe pulling it a little bit more aggressively, not maybe having the same cooldowns as they're used to in their practice. The teams also didn't know how low the keys were starting either. Right? So it's very difficult for them to practice the key pushing when they don't know the key level that they start on. Because it's a big difference if you do, like, let's say a 16 or a 14, for example. So yeah, I do think that most teams did practice the low key pushing, but without having the exact knowledge of the key level. It's going to be a little bit of improvising going on whenever they do lower key ranges, which I do think isn't like the main reason why we saw some deaths. But yeah, cool to see that all of the teams are playing incredibly clean now that we're on those 19 key levels. And yeah, there you can see Perplex just switching in on top right corner. Now on Gulping Goliath, same as Mandatory in the top left. And yeah, looking at the splits, Mandatory 10 seconds faster on Iridius. So not a super big difference. But now they're Gulping Goliath. Yeah, even Gulping Goliath also looking very close between the two teams. Yeah, both of the teams looking pretty strong.
Like I was saying, I think that Perplex and Mandatory are, they're going to be probably about 10 to 15 seconds apart, but it's not that big of a deal. But Shinra Tensei in the bottom right, seems like the route is maybe just a little bit slower. Maybe they're not as aggressive with getting the pull started. That's always like a pretty big deal. It could be a multitude of things as to why their Iridia split is, somewhere in the order of like 45 seconds, even like a minute slower than both Perplexed and Mandatory. We did see Shinra Tensei, Perplexed, and Mandatory all playing that frog room. I'm kind of interested to see if all of the teams end up playing that frog room. I think that whenever we saw the TGP in Season 2, Halls of Infusion was one of the dungeons, and Mandatory kind of pioneered this massive left side pull whenever everybody else was doing that frog room. But now Mandatory, Perplexed, and Shinra Tensei going into that gauntlet, I wonder like what's the faster route, or if something has actually changed between these teams for doing that pull.
Yeah, we're definitely going to take a closer look at the routing as well between those teams as they are doing the hierarchies. Once we see the 20s, 21s, 22s, we definitely have to take a closer look to see if there's something that is a lot more efficient for one of the teams. Bottom left now, Match is engaging Azure Blade on a plus 19. I wonder how many intermission phases we're going to be seeing here. You can see the boss is already being pulled to the edge, but also to the side of the room, making sure the time that the boss takes to go into the middle is going to be increased a little bit. Didn't manage to get it all the way to the side, but the boss is on a 70%, 69% on that first intermission. So we're definitely going to see a second one, possibly even a third one. So we'll see. Going to take a look on Match's damage as well, as they also committed their Bloodlust for that first burn on the boss here.
I think it's kind of interesting how you have to like actually change your lusts depending on what the key level is, and I think that that's kind of something that you were talking about earlier, where it's a difference in offensive CDs and a difference in lust timing just changes so dramatically from key to key. I think that you just kind of send it on CD here, especially if like you're Madge and you're just trying to burn this Azure Blade. If you're able to skip a phase over a team that wouldn't, that's 45 seconds, even like a minute saved, which is a big deal in the long run. Just making sure that you're beating these health breakpoints.
And definitely, Halls of Infusion, as I said, is a 28-minute timer on the 2+2. So now that we're a little bit closer to the end of the dungeon, let's take a look at that again. So, Mandatory, Perplexed, and Shinra Tensei on the top side of the screen and the bottom right, they're all in Halls of Infusion, and this is the plus 19. We saw a plus 2 chest earlier in the 17 to get to that 19, which we thought was kind of close to a 3 chest, but not really. And now I'm not sure if they can get a 2 chest done, but yeah, 28 minutes is the timer they have to beat if they manage to get the 2 chests. Mandatory is the first one to pull Cajun here on their side. So 16 minutes 51 into the key. They are engaging Cajun. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's doable. I mean, the bosses take a long time though, so we'll see how long it's going to take them to finish up the boss. What do you think about them not saving lust for Cajun here?
Ooh, I think that we're actually kind of in an interesting spot, right? Where lust is also not going to be up for that full bridge pull. I think that you have to kind of full send the bridge pull in just one singular attempt, right? To be able to 2 chest this key. Maybe they'll have lust up for that. On a 19, I think that the thing that gates you the most on this boss is like Resto Druid mana, or like your healer's mana. And I don't think on a 19, like even without lust, any of these healers should be having mana problems. I think they should be able to maintain an ample amount of mana, just kind of dealing with that. You do have to run maybe a little bit of a different build. You're running like Tree of Life or Innovate in here to make sure that you don't run out of mana. But I think that, players like of Mode's caliber are going to be fine.
Yeah, definitely. I do think so as well. I did quickly take a look at the boss damage on Azure Blade between Perplexed and Exposed. Unfortunately, Exposed not on the screen anymore. But we did see a 69% push versus an 83% push. So definitely quite a lot difference here in boss damage. But looking at Match on the bottom left, they now finished off Azure Blade, and it was still like halfway or like 50% on the mana. So I do think that on a 19, I don't think the boss damage is as relevant. Like, you don't have to like really get that single target damage in to skip a phase. So I do think that for most teams, Azure Blade not going to be that big of a problem on a 19 at least. We'll see if that changes on a higher key level on the other side. Yeah. There we go. Perplexed and Mandatory now on Cajun. And look at how much damage the boss already does on his key level. Absolutely crazy
Yeah.
how low the players are.
I mean, dude, Mode is at 650k HPS, sustaining that for 2 minutes into the fight. He is outputting an insane amount of healing here.
Yeah, it's really insane to see. And of course, the classes that they're playing really, like the tanky, I think the least tanky spec that you have to focus healing is probably like the Evoker, right? Evoker, of course, providing a lot of survivability to the rest of the group, but they themselves are a little bit on the squishier side in comparison to the other specs in the group. So you can see how low the Evokers are dropping here and there. They, of course, do have perfect rotation of their defensives in the group, which that is something that cannot be understated enough, how important that is, especially in the higher key levels, because it's not just a healer that has defensive CDs, it's a lot of players in the group as well. We have Empiric Embrace from the Shadow Priest. We do, of course, also have all of their individual defensives and shields. We have the group shield, the group barrier from the Mage, and then, of course, we also have all of the defensives from the Aug Evoker with the Sapphire, Obsidian Scales, and so on, and even singular rescues as well that shield the person and themselves. So lots of coordination you have to do on these bosses, and the healers really have to make sure that all of those defensives are being used perfectly to be able to survive some of those higher level bosses.
Look at this Lust timing for Mandatory, Nagura in the top left. We do see that Lust is coming up, Kajin at 10% HP. They're not going to be sending that on this boss. On a live key, you know, a lot of groups have to have Lust to be able to even heal through or get through this boss. But for Mandatory, they don't need it. And I think that they're probably going to be setting up for like a double trash pull that's on this bridge. So the danger of that double trash pull is going to be a lot of tank damage. That Dragon with the Ocean Breath does an insane amount of damage. On top of that, your group's going to have to be LOSing that big AoE blast from the Dragon as well. And Skylark is going to be taking a lot of these shard casts from the casters that are also on the bridge. On top of that, you have to watch out for these Aqua Ragers with their Tidal Divergence, because if any of those casts go off, you're also going to probably be wiping. So Mandatory going to slow play this bridge a bit and get this double pull set up, as you do see Skylark leaping in and getting that ready. And I think this is their Lust. It would be a bit weird, I guess, if they save it.
I don't know. So they definitely...
Yeah,
oh, there it is. Last is being used immediately as Skylark did gather up all of this trash. But yeah, this is a really, really scary pull for them, even though it is not 45, but still there's just so much damage in the tank, so much interrupts that you have to do. Again, combo of Oppressive Roar, making sure you get the extended duration on your CC, on your stuns, the Chaos Nova, and so on, making sure that they you get done as fast as possible, makes him taking a little bit of damage as the Breath of Eons has been deployed onto the group here. But it looks like they are able to deal with this, especially the end of this pull can be a little bit dangerous, as all of these Ragers are casting that spell that has to be interrupted, otherwise they split into 4 Aqualings, which would be a disaster. But yeah, they did manage to do so. They also finished off the last two Aqualings before the rest, the last 2 Ragers, sorry, before the rest of the trash, to be able to spawn that mini-boss. So the mini-boss now also engaged. And looking at the timer, so 28 minutes is the +2 timer. So they have less than 6 minutes at this point, 5 minutes 30. They still have to get the mini-boss done and then do the boss. How long do you think Tsunami takes on this key level, approximately?
Well, I was gonna say like 5 minutes, but
okay.
I think we're gonna have to change my guess to be a bit more positive here. We're gonna say a nice 4:30. Sure, this is too justifiable here by Mandatory. Which is crazy too. They're deathless in the top left. Like, if they are able to 2-chest this, I don't know if any other team would be able to 2-chest the 19. It's a situation where if they're 2-chesting it,
really
they're beating it by less than 10 seconds.
Yeah. Definitely have to take a look at Mandatory, see how close they're getting to this 2-chest timer. Perplex on the top right now, also on that same pull. But yeah, Perplex definitely a little bit behind. Oh, we do see a death here on Petros per hour. Top right side now of the screen. Did use a battle rest to get them back up. They are now on Grey Wing. Looking at the timer, there we go. They're in the +19, so definitely 2-chest. All right, so the +19 looks like it's, I don't want to say easily 2-chestable, but
it is 2-chestable though.
2-chest range, yeah.
Yeah. Petros per hour still has a decent amount of trash count to get. They do that second ring trash pull after the final boss, whereas Madge in the bottom left also on Taylor Wing and have all of their count, and so they're just going to have to deal with the 2 final bosses remaining in this dungeon. Like you said, I think that this is pretty reasonable for it to be a 2 chest for all these teams. All these Azure Vault goers just kind of quietly making sure that they are able to get up to that 21 as fast as possible, which is, I think, a really big deal, because that would be a good key for a tiebreaker. If any teams actually have to go to tiebreaker today, is if you are able to get that 21, that will likely be the highest key done today.
Yeah, I think so as well, for sure. But yeah, there we go. Mandatory did engage Primal Tsunami. They engaged the boss at 23:30. Which
So 28 minutes?
They have 4.5 minutes to kill the boss, which, like, it's definitely
I think
on the
it's
close
longer than
side.
that. I think it's longer than that, but I don't know by how much. I was hoping that we were gonna have like 5 minutes. That was kind of my thought process for how long this fight was going to be, because at 60%, for those who don't know, Primal Tsunami breaks apart their body and then they shoot you off to the side. It doesn't do it a bunch more times, like they've actually changed how the mechanic functions. But it's not a short encounter by any means, and on a 19 Tyran, it's just a bunch of modifiers on top of it that make that fight really long.
Alright, so they got the boss to 58% in 1:20 or so. Like, that's actually really good. Skylark actually getting hit by one of the waves.
It's fine. He's not
really
dead.
low though. But that's just tank things. Being able to just leap through them. But yeah, I think.
What if he calculated? What if he knew that he was going to live?
I think he probably knew. Like, I think he knew. I think so. I'm gonna say he knew. There we go. They're gathering up all of the infusers, making sure that they nuke them down as fast as possible. I don't know. I do think that's doable, Teddles. What do you think? They have 2.5 minutes left. It's still a lot of percent. They don't have Bloodlust either. I don't know. It's gonna be very close.
They don't get the extra set of Spree CDs either. So if the Shadow Priest cooldowns were coming up right now, they would actually be able to get like another set of those 2s inside of this window. But I think without the 3rd set of Shadow Priest cooldowns, it's going to be a bit tough. You do have Mason with it
either.
Well, he's waiting to sync it, right? He's waiting to sync it for this PI.
But is that worth it?
Oh, that's a good question. Is that worth it?
Losing one breath, right?
Yeah. Are you supposed to lose the breath? Huh.
I mean, that's a difficult calculation to make, I guess. Like, do you rather have 2 breaths without cooldowns or 1 breath with cooldowns?
Dude,
that is probably not going to be close.
Look at this. Mason actually pressed his Breath of Eons as well, and Stove didn't send the Void Eruption or the PI. Neither of them actually got sent.
Interesting. All right, well, let's take a look at Mandatory. There we go. They do have 1.5 minutes left at this point to get the 2 chests. It's looking pretty good. They actually do have a lot of damage. Stove just now sending the PI, so we're going to see some more boss damage as well. PI is on Hopeful. Hopeful actually not having that combust ready at this point, so very interesting. Maybe they just noticed now this, wait a second, we can 2 chest this, and they're trying to optimize their cooldowns at the very end. But yeah,
1 minute to 20%.
1 minute 10 seconds. It's gonna be really. So Cauterize being procced here for Hopeful, not having a defensive up here for that AoE. A minute. I don't know. They have no more cooldowns left. Another combust coming up in a moment.
So Shadow Priest does get a bit more damage whenever mobs are sub 20% HP, and the Fire Mage does have a little bit of extra damage, so maybe they'll speed up a bit. And I actually think that they're going to do it as well. They're going to be about 30 seconds under, I believe, on this 2 chest timer, and that's huge for Mandatory.
Wow.
Because look at where Perplexed are. I don't think Perplexed is going to be able to get this done. In addition to that, Shannara Tensei, I don't think that either of those teams are going to be able to 2 chest this dungeon.
That's pretty insane. But yeah, there we go. Perplexed on the 19 as well. There are 30 seconds left to get 60% off of Primal Tsunami, which obviously is not going to happen. Unless they somehow want to boss with an ability. But yeah, so Perplexed 0 deaths on their side and not getting that +2. Yeah, that is going to send Mandatory ahead on this first day pretty nicely. They're going to be very, very happy about that +2. Do you think they're doing the 21? That's another thing, right? Like,
is the 21 doable? Like,
yeah, that's the question. Because if the 21 is not doable, then the +2 doesn't actually matter at all, right? Because if everyone's just gonna go and do the 20 and no one's doing the 21, then there's no like actual gain from the +2.
So I think the 21 is probably doable.
I think
it's
so, but very hard.
It's a very cautious probably, but it's also a question of like, would you be better off going and getting the points from the 20 on like a day 2 or something like that and foregoing elimination? Like, is that going to be an elimination thing where you have to go through and actually get points anyways? Tough.
Yeah, and
Tough
also,
to really know the answer to that.
do they maybe move on to another dungeon and then
I think they
later
leave here.
on?
Yeah,
I think so as well. And then they can be like, okay, you know what? Maybe we do the 21 later, or maybe we just go and do the 20 and get like a save point on the board and not use that +2.
I think with the time. So basically, for the fans, you have 5 hours of pushing across the entire day, and so you're not going to reasonably be able to spend a lot more than an hour and a half per dungeon. And so, like, if mandatory, I think that they're going to have to do the 20 unless they can one-shot the 21. They will have a little bit of wiggle room, I think, at the end of the day. But like, I think that they're going to need to be able to do that 20 at some point today.
But I would like them to do the 21, at least attempt it once. But that
at
is
least
something that they
okay.
should for sure, they should for sure make that decision later. I don't think right now they go into the 21 because, it's very likely that they deplete a key like that. It's obviously a lot more difficult than what we've seen so far. So I do think them going into a different key and then reassess the situation later, see what, should they just, like, if they're really far ahead, they can just be like, you know what, let's risk the 21. If they're not far ahead, they should probably just go with the 20 to get that save point. But yeah, there we go. We can see mandatory already in Asher Vault in the bottom left, so they definitely agree with our assessment, I guess, and they are moving on to a different dungeon for now. But while we talked about mandatory, a lot of the other teams already are on Umbral Skull. You can see petals per hour top right and Match on the bottom right. They're both on Umbral Skull, so they're going to be getting, or at least Match is getting the +2. So the timer in Asher Vault for the +2 is 30 minutes, which Match beat pretty clearly here, 1 minute 40 under. Petals per hour, though, they are on Umbral Skull, and they still have to do one trash pull. So for them,
this might
it's
sound
actually,
insane. Are pages per hour slow? Like,
I think, I mean, they definitely are a little bit slower than the other teams. Well, actually, they're not slower than Exposed. They're just slower than Match. I think the route that they have, like, I'm not sure if it's the route or if it's like cooldown timing or something else, or if it's bolstering that is causing some issues for them. But I think their route is definitely slower than the Match route. Like quite a bit.
I think it has to do... Okay, so pages per hour finishing off Umbral Skull here. You see they have 11%-ish that they need to finish off. I think that this is where a lot of the time loss is coming through, where they actually have to like port around and backtrack and do a pull that was in their way, I guess. So they have to already have passed these mobs whenever they were going into the Azure Blade room, but now they have to pass the mobs again. And so I think that that's like the big contributing factor to them being slow.
Maybe. So they're about to gather the pull. They have 2 minutes to kill this trash. I do think that they're going to be able to do that, unless they have some issues. We actually saw them have issues on this pull previously, where one of the chain casts went through. Everyone was rooted in place. They did lose 2 players to that. So if they have issues like that again, they're going to be missing that 2 chests. But,
surely we don't have a keeper cast go off again, right?
No, there's no way that's going to happen. But yeah, there we go. 1.5 minutes left. 4 petals per hour. They now gathered up everything. They're going to be using their cooldowns in just a moment. And then that pool should be exploding and it should be able to get it done. But yeah, definitely closer for petals per hour. Exposed, on the other hand, bottom left side of your screen. They only have 50 seconds left to get the +2 here in Umbral Skull. They only have the boss left to do. And they have Bloodlust available, and they're going to get some more cooldowns up in this. No,
I don't
they're not going to
think
make
they're
it.
testing this.
Yeah, Exposed is not going to be making it. So unfortunately, Exposed a little bit behind already in comparison to Match, at least. If petals per hour also misses out on their +2, then they would be equal with Exposed. But let's take a look. 55 seconds left for petals per hour. The trash is dropping a lot lower now. They should be okay, but you can see a lot of these mobs bolstering up very highly now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is actually starting to get very scary for Yoda. It's a situation where your Vintage Demon Hunter might want to start kiting gets against a bunch of these Arcane Constructs and their bash ability. Making sure that you're not getting hit by that is super important. Now, pages per hour, able to take that dungeon down at 29:25. So they were a minute slower than Madge.
Yeah, pages per hour. Getting the +2, which is really important, though. And I do think once you do the +20, I don't think... Well, also, again, now we have the same situation where Match can do the 21 in Asher Vault.
Yes.
Do they want to do the 21? I think that
I think
is
you do the
definitely something
21.
you can do.
I think the 21 is a lot more consistent than doing the 21 Halls of Infusion.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Mostly because 21 Azure Vault has been done many times on live.
Match already in the 21. There you go. So.
Oh, okay. Yep, that answers that.
Yeah, there we go. So they think this is very doable. But yeah, 21. This is something that we should for sure take a look at a little bit more. Bottom right side match. If you want to watch the teams individually as well, at least one player of each team is streaming. You can check out their streams on Twitch. And maybe some teams even have multiple people that are streaming. So if you want to get the individual POVs, go ahead and check that out. But yeah, now we're going to have to take a look at how they use the defensives and if they have any kind of one-shots going on. Because, of course, on a 21 Tyrannical, these bosses do an insane amount of damage. They still should be able to do it. Azure Vault 21, as title said, a key that has been done on live servers many times. But another thing that you have to keep in mind is that on the tournament realm, they don't have as much avoidance available to them as they have on live servers.
All right, so I got some information. So whenever we were in the full screen there looking at Pedro's Brower finishing up their Azure Vault, Perplexed actually has elected to stay in Halls of Infusion, as you see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. And they wiped 2 times, and they have reset this key twice far in this first pull.
Wow.
Which,
okay.
I guess if there's a pull to reset on, it's this one, right?
Yeah, for sure. I do think it's not going to be... Like, it sounds pretty bad for them. But once we get into the 20 key range, 21s, I do think that we're probably going to see a lot of resets early on. So I do think it's not going to be that bad for Perplex, especially because they're already in the 20, which might be the highest key we see for Halls of Infusion today, right? So
I think it's today. Yeah, today I think it's the highest key we see for Halls of Infusion, unless somehow mandatory one taps the 21. It might even be the highest Halls of Infusion we see on this weekend. The scaling starts to get really out of control. I kind of expect to see a 21, but with like a tyrannical, 20s are very, very challenging.
Definitely. You can see a match on the bottom right now in Lamor, and you'll see how much more damage the everything does on this boss on this 21. So they're going to be rotating their defenses very cleanly. Mandatory on the top right now also moved to Azure Vault, of course. We can compare the splits a little bit between Mandatory and the 14 versus the other teams, but it's not going to be as important because the 14 seemed pretty easily +3'd by all of the teams. So being like slightly faster or slower didn't really matter for the 14. Now the only question is if we can actually see the +3 for Mandatory in the 17 afterwards, because that is something that some teams were somewhat close to, but not really. Not sure if it's doable or not. Yeah, let's take a look at match here on Lamer. Man, bosses just take so long.
Yeah, I mean, Toyo Tyrant bosses
looking at the boss HP, it's like, it's not moving. Are they doing damage?
Yeah, bro, Dr. J, please press combust, man. We got to do some damage here. Once you get to up to 21, bosses start to the territory where they are taking, 5.5 minutes. Like the tyrannical modifier with key scaling changes is really, really dangerous once you start to get over that. Once you get north of that 20 keystone level, it's actually crazy. You were calling out mandatory a second ago, Nagura, in this 14. Why is Stove on a human?
Oh, interesting.
He's playing human shadow. Like, is that the best damage ratio? Because I didn't think it was, but I'm not positive.
I'm trying to think if there's anything that they can use a human racial for, but I don't think so.
I don't think there's anything in Azure Vault, right?
So it must just be the damage profile, yeah. So maybe he probably thinks, because most of the time we see teams play a certain racial because it has like the active racial has a certain usage in that key, like Shadow Melt or Dwarf racial or something similar. But
those are the standard ones, right?
If you don't need any of them for like some sort of strategy, then usually they just pick the one that does the most damage, and it's possible that that's human for Shadow Priest, and maybe that's why Stove is on that. But yeah, interesting. We do see Exposed having some issues, and they're +14 on the bottom left. But let's take a look at match as they're still
the boss is still alive.
Way more.
They have a death from Jay, so they don't have that battle res available to them anymore. This is a fight where I think a lot of players view this boss and the final boss as like the big pivotal moments of this dungeon, where if you're able to get through Laymore, you're probably going to see the Umbral Skull, and you get through Umbral Skull, you're probably timing the key, just because the timer is very generous. But getting through Laymore, especially Deathless, is very, very difficult, and something that is a very challenging endeavor. And having them on full screen is great. I'm sure that we would leave them on full screen for another 4 minutes if we wanted to watch to the end of this fight. Oh, they have a tree up here. This is really bad, depending on what Shelly has available.
Oh, so
No
they're already
Zephyr.
dead, actually. Oh,
Yeah.
this is going to be very bad for... They're wiping. All right. It looks like... Yeah, they're resetting. That's so interesting, though. Did they reset because Soda died? Or did Soda die on purpose, knowing that they're going to wipe?
I think Soda probably died knowing that they're going to wipe. It was a
Yeah, I think so
situation
as
where,
well.
like, Shelly's dead there regardless, and they don't have a battle res, and the boss is at 45%. Just looking at Shell, maybe he's going to proc Defy Fate and be able to cheat that, but looking at his defensives, it was something that he was going to die, especially without that Zephyr available to him, and Stove was maybe dead as well. I think it's a situation where they just knew that they were toast whenever they realized a tree was available, which I think that, wiping there, especially in a 21, is fine. Like, you want to wipe the first 6 or 7 minutes of your 21. You don't want to be wiping, 35 minutes in or whatever.
Yeah, so quick note on the break timers as well. Now, the teams have to take a 20-minute break throughout the day. The break cannot be taken within the first hour or within the last hour of the tournament. So we're already over that first hour, of course, and some of the teams already took some of the breaks. So Pedros they are still on their 10-minute break, while Shinra took a 5-minute break and is now back. So they can break up their break timer, but in total it has to be 20 minutes and can't be within the first or the last hour. Otherwise, they get a 5-point penalty, which is of course insane. And
You
I
lose.
hope
You're
that
dead,
never
basically.
happens. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't get a 5-point penalty. You go home, basically.
Yes.
What goes on with that? I actually got DM'd some information about the human racial. So human racial is the
Nice.
best damage racial for Shadow Priest because it's the only stat racial that scales with item level. So in season 3, apparently it was like slightly better, but it's like clearly better damage wise for season 4. Obviously, you're not going to see Shadow Priest playing it too often. They're going to more often than not either be Dwarf or Nelf because of on-use activation purposes, but in a situation where you're doing a 14, you're trying to play, like the only thing that matters is, shaving off a couple of seconds. I think that the human racial, it does make sense.
Yeah, for sure, makes sense. One more info about Exposed on the bottom right is that they moved on to hulls. So they are on their plus 19 one chest. Meaning that if the other teams are going to be doing that 21 and that 20 respectively in that Asher Vault, that means Exposed is going to be a little bit behind in that dungeon. But of course, there's a lot of time left at the end of the day, presumably, where they can go back and get that point done. So still interesting to see that Exposed chose to not go and do the 20 immediately. Perplex on the top left side of the screen, now on that plus 20 Watcher Iridius, that in phase 2, which obviously is going to be doing quite a lot of damage. So we'll see if they able to handle that pretty well on their side too. And Match now attempting that 21 Asher Vault again after wiping on the first boss once.
So like you were saying, it's actually very difficult to deal with this fight. So whenever you're in phase 2, and in the top left for Perplex is what I'm talking about, those puddles have such a wide radius that the Shadow Priest is actually going to have a hard time of getting out of those. And so Shine is going to be basically rescuing Swag every other time he gets the circle. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to go on Swag every single time. This is probably the ideal situation, is neither Zasevi or Swag has that, and Zasevi is able to heal Shine and Wolf Disco as much as possible. But even such, Wolf Disco does proc his Cauterize there, and like you were talking about, Nagura, it just does a ton of damage to have those debuffs. And now we're straight into the Static Surge, and Wolf Disco is in a bit of a trouble here. Oh no. All right,
Yeah, did manage to survive, but yeah, that is crazy damage coming onto the group here. And this is just Watcher Iridius. I mean, taking a look at K-Jin later on and Galloping Goliath, there's just so much damage. Shine dropping so low with that dot, just doing crazy damage to Shine and Zasevi as well. Boss still on 5%. Mana is still very, very fine for Zasevi, but they might be running out of some defense if Zasevi also drops incredibly low, just barely managing to keep himself alive. Having to go bear form for the last tick there, which of course, once you're in bear form, you just you can't heal anyone else, right? So, but it's the last tick, so that makes a little sense. Another set of debuffs here coming in for
so
the group.
long.
And yeah, it just feels like it goes on forever, but there we go. 3%, they should be able to finish off. One more static surge though. Let's see if they can all survive, as we do see a barrier come through and some shields going out. There we go, they are fine. But yeah, very, very scary moments here for Perplexed and that high key.
Do they have to deal with this power overload? So the boss is at 1% HP, but I think that they might have to play this because the boss isn't low enough. And oh my gosh, swag goes down just from that dot. And they rip a battle res on him? Is he gonna take that?
I don't think
so. Is that good?
Okay, I don't think it's good. Yeah, there we go.
I was interested to see if he was gonna take that or not.
All right. Yeah, I think that's one you save for later, right? But on that note, Raid Boss Iridius goes down, and it's time to change casters once again. Time to give Negura a little bit of a break. You've been hanging out since the beginning of the day. Go and, well, just keep watching the streams, basically. But you don't have to talk for a while, at least. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. We know. We know. But it's time to bring Dratnos in. Hey, how's it going? And I'm curious, too, like, how many 21s do you think we're actually going to see get done, not just today, but, like, this weekend?
I think it's going to be a key level that teams have to complete to make it out of this group. But it's very scary to spend time on day one working on them because you only have, we have 5 hours of the day. 20 of those minutes have to be spent on break. Now, you do get a little bit of extra time at the end of the day, right? You can finish whatever key you've started. So let's call that canceling out the 20 minutes. Still, that means there's only like an hour and 40 minutes per dungeon if you want to allocate evenly between all of them. We're almost an hour and 40 minutes into the day already. We're basically at that point. So teams are starting to reach a point where you're actually behind on time if you haven't started moving to the second dungeon in the next few minutes. Like, if these current runs don't end in success, teams like Madge are going to be put in this really awkward position of, do we leave a 19 on the board in the Azure Vault, even though it's a 2-chest, right? And then another team maybe comes in and spikes the 20 and gets an extra point in there? Or do we go to another dungeon, or do we stay here and then potentially put ourselves in a position where we don't have enough time to do all the other dungeons?
I guess there's a question about eliminations versus like winning the weekend, right? Because if Madge, say Madge times this 21 AV, that's probably good to stay on the board until day 3 until they're able to attempt or have the time to attempt the 22 Azure Vault. And like that sets you up really well for day 2. You're very unlikely to get eliminated from this group if you're able to time this in a quick manner. And then like you're going to have time for that day 3 because this group is incredibly stacked. There are 5 teams that are from time trials had 42 points. And so 5 out of the 6 of them are basically the same level, and the only thing that's separating them is the timer between them. And so, having like basically getting eliminated on day 2 is a real possibility for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at how well Exposed does in the next couple of hours as well to help them decide how risky they can play it, right? Because if you think about spending time progging a 21, right? Progging a 22, whether or not that might get you eliminated today is a really important variable. And for our 5 teams that aren't Exposed, that biggest unknown is how close are Exposed going to be, and are Exposed going to be, struggling in any of these keys, or are Exposed going to be instead saying like, look, if you waste 30 minutes, we are going to be taking you down, right? We're going to be actually faster than you. And I really like what Exposed are doing here, because Exposed are already in their second dungeon, right? They are not wasting any time getting that pressure on the rest of the field, telling the rest of the field like, look, you cannot waste any time today.
It's a situation where Exposed are viewed by most of the field and most of the casters as like the underdogs. But that's largely because they put up 20-20 for the Ruby Life Pools and the Braconite Hollow during time trials. But that's still not like a low key level, right? That's not a key level where any of these teams, if they had a really bad day, like Exposed could still pretty reasonably eliminate them. And especially if they're playing their strat like you're talking about, and Madge, let's just say worst case scenario, they fumble away a bunch of time trying this 21 Azure Vault. That is like the nightmare situation where Exposed is able to kind of have that underdog story and make it onto day 2.
Yeah, I like Exposed as well here. They're using the Frost Mage up in the Halls of
I like Frost
Infusion
in here
as well. I think this is a good Frost dungeon as well. Like, the damage profile works out really nicely, and also managing, say, the Frog Room with slows on all those Brogs is much nicer than the alternative of playing like the Fire Mage, and in that case then it's like, oh, Ignite's not spreading on all these things. It's much more awkward.
Yeah, I mean, that frog room is like almost 100% going to be on your Vengeance Demon Hunter at that point, which, if you have to bank it 100% of anything on a Vengeance Demon Hunter, you're probably in good shape. But they need to just make sure that they're maintaining Sigil Chain Slow. And Shelly going down for Madge, and then Soda immediately getting... Oh, he died to this. He also died to the brand. I thought he got meleeed maybe by the slimes, but both Soda and Shelly dying to that brand. And that's the second reset for Madge, 8 minutes into this dungeon, and Laymore's at... Well, is this killable?
So, yeah, I mean, you have to kill it before the next stomp, probably.
Does Jay have a res?
They may. It looks like they're gonna call this one here. Yeah, you know, it looked like he was standing in the tree, so I think they were attempting to die there. And you know, again, not too costly, right? We're talking about 8 minutes gone. But on the other hand, today is the day where 8 minutes might be the difference between survival and elimination. So this is, you know, going to be a stressful decision for Madge what to do next. I think there is some pressure on them to maybe say, you know what, we'll come back to the Azure Vault later. Let's just see how long it's going to take us to put Halls of Infusion or Nokud on the board because... You know, we don't know yet whether we can afford to spend 5 resets on the first boss of Azure Vault, or whether we need to just panic and put as many points on the board as possible today at the expense of our Sunday score.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing too is just like you only have probably about 40 minutes of total buffer across the entire... across today, just you have about 40 minutes of total buffer, and you could. I think that 21 Azure Vault is a great key to be doing with that 40 minutes worth of buffer. But is that something that you should be doing right now, or is that should be something that you're doing for the last 40 minutes of the day?
Yeah, I think it makes more sense to do it at the end. But the problem with that is that then you're talking about like swapping players onto different characters, because often people are playing different, even if they're playing the same classes, you're often playing a different race in a different dungeon as well. So we're talking about like time spent swapping. The more you're doing that, the less good it is. And also you're talking about losing some of that dungeon momentum, right? You're just better at a dungeon if you've played it for the last hour versus when you swap to a new one. There's certainly some value in doing all of your Azure Vaults in a row. So I'll be curious to see. It looks like Madge have made the decision to pull the trigger on fleeing Azure Vault for now.
Interesting.
And putting up their second dungeon in what looks like a Halls of Infusion.
Everybody's staying away from the Nokud. I love that nobody's got
yet to be adventured into. I think teams are going to wait until after their break. I think there's a little bit of a game of chicken going on as well, where you can wait until another team goes to it, and then you can take your break and kind of see like, how are the splits looking in here? Do we need to be playing for the the 2 chest, the 3 chest, and the 17? Those sorts of decisions you can maybe outsource to another team if you delay your break, and they end up getting scared and going there early.
Sanguine Brack and Sanguine Nokud are probably the 2 hardest Sanguine dungeons in general as well. And as you see in the bottom left,
that's the big variable there. Because, and of course, every team has practiced every dungeon, but Sanguine in particular is one of those affixes that really throws a wrench in every dungeon. But like you said, Nokud, you have all these mobs that just love standing still and shooting their bow at you. And that type of mob is a very dangerous mob with Sanguine, because that can easily cost you like 30 seconds when it bathes in Sanguine and gets up to full health.
Yeah, I think it's a situation as well where it's like, that is a great dungeon to route during your 20-minute break. That is, if you want to change anything. So basically all of these teams are going to come in with like a default plan. This is our default route. They might have some changes for bolstering, they might have some changes for Sanguine, but if they want to amend anything like right before going and starting the Nokud, that's a good time to fire 10 minutes of your 20-minute break. Go use the restroom for 5 of that, talk about changes that you might take for the route for the other 5.
Yeah, exactly. Like, using your break time well is it's a important skill. Like, of course, you need to get up, get some food, stretch your legs, but during that time you can also be doing thinking. One of the most powerful things you can use your brain globals on, right? Deciding which
things that are rarely used on the TGP broadcast for 500, please. Thinking.
Oh, certainly, yeah. Avoid it as much as possible. Mandatory, so down in the bottom right, working on their 17 Azure Vault. Mandatory currently are our score leaders, and they are making really good time in these dungeons. Mandatory have a huge advantage over the field as well, in that they were the only team to 2-chest the 19 Halls of Infusion so far. That is potentially a big time save for them, because if the 21 is doable, they've now saved an extra 30 minutes of not having to do the 20.
Nicker and I were talking about this. Do you think that 21 Hall, like, I don't even think 21 Halls is done today, but I do think that there's a chance that a team times like this 20 Halls. Like, look at the top left where Perplex are going to be able to time this 20 Halls. I don't think that mandatory is going to like one shot a 21. So I think that like in terms of being safe, like they're going to have to go and do the 20 again. Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. If you're perplexed and you're trying to not get eliminated today, you aren't playing against mandatory probably, right? You're probably playing against a different team, right? It's not about whether you end the day in first or second. It's about whether you end the day in fifth or sixth, which, again, there's a little bit of we had a rules change this time around. We've removed eliminations in the global finals, but it is still a thing during these group weekends, so it is still a very important incentive to, like you said, make sure that you aren't sitting on those two chests and those potential points and then get eliminated because you didn't actually realize them.
I just saw Crims get entangling stunned. Okay, so I have some stats. 14 hauls have been done on the level 21 on live servers. 0 of them on Tyran.
Yeah, so that's going to be. I mean, I suspect we'll see it. I suspect we will see it this weekend. I think.
I just don't think it's today, right? Like, I think that the safe play. I think the safe play is you do the 20 today. You ensure that you don't get eliminated, and then Sunday rolls around and you have some free time, and you're like, yeah, we can do 21.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the question. If you are mandatory, is are we put under enough pressure that we have to put the 20 on the board, or can we just leave it on a 19-2 chest and get enough points from the rest of the field that we aren't in danger of elimination? Because that would be the ultimate, disaster timeline for mandatory, would be having a bunch of 2 chests on the board and then attempting some of the 21s, missing 1 or 2 of them, and then, the music stops at the end of the day and just somehow you're at the bottom of the leaderboard. That is a big danger, especially like we said, there have been some MDI or TGP weekends where the level of competition between the top teams and the middle teams and the bottom teams is like quite wide. And so if you are one of those top teams, you could kind of rely on that to carry you through to the end of the day.
That is not the case anymore.
This season. Yeah, this season we have unbelievably high, unbelievably tight competition between our teams, right? We had 12 teams qualify to these 2 group weekends, and 9 of them were on time tiebreakers, right? And it was just the exact same key levels done. That is an unprecedented degree of competition here, so you've got to be extremely scared to make any risky plays with which key levels you attempt.
Yeah, I was looking at some stats for the Halls of Infusion. Did you also mention the fact that one of the biggest reasons that this is happening too is that we're bumping down from 18 teams to 12 teams, and so that of course is going to make the competition more severe.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the 12 best teams in the world are very, very, very scary, and this group in particular is, I think, is super duper dangerous because you have 5 teams that were all on the exact same keys completed in those time trials. So, yeah, I mean, it really, like, a bad 30 minutes might seal your fate today. It's got to be, you got to be strong all 5 hours of the day.
I got some more stats on the Halls of Infusion. So, Mandatory, Shinar Tensei, and Madge all have done a 21 on live servers. Again, all those are fortified. None of those are Tyrant. But I think it could be reasonable that, some of those teams did do and practiced heavily 21 Tyrant Halls of Infusion and might have that in their bag. Now, is it a one-shot key? I guess is also like a big question, but I wouldn't be shocked to see it.
The other affixes in that Halls of Infusion are Entangling and Bursting.
Yes.
Neither of which are
those are good practice affixes.
Yeah, exactly. Those are not affixes that impact the level of keystone you can do. Bursting is one of those affixes that, in weekly keys it can be very, very threatening, very dangerous. As the key level goes up, it kind of gets less scary because mobs just don't randomly die and extend bursting. They have more health, so it's kind of easier to stagger their deaths. Entangling, another affix that. This group composition, the kind of meta comp we see this season, has a lot of tools for dealing with entangling, even if it spawns at a bad time. Your mage can blink or shimmer out of it, your DH can vengeful retreat, your druid can shift out of form, your priest can fade, so there's basically no... even worst case entangling spawn times are unlikely to be lethal for this comp. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of the sandbox affixes that will allow the highest possible level of Halls of Infusion Tyrannical to be done. And it's just a question of, like, is 21 that level, or is Kajin here going to be just nuclear difficulty on a 21? We can see it on the 20 in the top left.
Oh, is Zasevi?
Look at the amount of HPS that Zasevi is being required to do here for 5 minutes. He's putting out 740k HPS to keep this group alive.
So this is actually the biggest limiting factor on Kajin for like these top end groups. It isn't necessarily how much damage Kajin's doing. It's can your healer actually maintain mana. And they are going to have things, they're going to get the Evoker mana return. A lot of healers actually start playing Tree of Life and Innervate in this dungeon just to make sure that they aren't going to be running dry on that boss. But Zasevi running out of mana on the 20, how does that bode for the 21? Like how reasonable is it going to be to maintain and manage your mana super well in the 21?
Yeah, exactly. Like, one extra key level, there's sort of a double dip increase in difficulty as the key level goes up on a boss like that, because not only is the DPS
There's double pulling this without lust.
But you also are going to need to do it for more time, right? So you need to heal a higher amount of HPS for a longer time, and it's going to feel like maybe 15% harder or something like that to do on that next key level up. That's going to be... There was not a lot of mana left in the tank there for Zasevi, so I'm very excited to see that keystone and that boss in particular get attempted a key level up. But yeah, like you said, I mean, this pull, even on Tyrannical,
is Divine
pulling
okay?
the entire bridge is
he just procced his chi. I'm really scared for Divine here. If this Proto Drake gets another Ocean Breath off on Divine, he might be going down, depending on like how his CDs are situated.
Yeah, he's going to end up getting hit by this this wave as well. Oh no, barely dodges it. Really nice nice movement here. Very dangerous area to move mobs
Did he proc
because you
both
need to
of
make
his
sure you don't
cheats
frontal
this pull?
everybody.
He's playing
Double
Last
cheat is an
Resort.
interesting decision. So when you're playing Vengeance Demon Hunter in these sorts of keys, you can talent Last Resort, but it is costly. It's going to cost you 2 talent points from the rest of your tree, potentially 3 as well, depending on where you were placed in the tree. And there's a lot of good stuff that you're giving up for that Last Resort. But it is, if your tank dies versus doesn't die, that is, night and day, right? That's the difference between a completed and a depleted keystone. I wonder if, as the key level goes up, they will need to start attempting keys without it. But I think particularly on day 1, Last Resort makes a lot of sense because you're not doing keys at a level where you need the extra minute or anything like that. You're doing keys at a level where you just need to not wipe, mostly.
It seems like also some of the perspective from a lot of the top Vengeance Demon Hunter tanks is like, if you're able to tank it with Last Resort, you're able to tank it without Last Resort at like a key level higher just because of all the good stuff that you're getting from those talent points too.
Yeah, often what you're trading off is like Soul Crush and Frailty, so you get this extra. You do more damage, the mobs do less damage to you. Particularly on Tyrannical, you get a lot of that value on a single target, especially. So it can be really, really potent. But of course, then you lose that safety net of Last Resort, which
I mean, dude, if your tank dies, you're wiping good. Basically, right? Divine, if he doesn't have Last Resort there, do they wipe and lose this dungeon, lose 25 minutes of this key? Like it's a very interesting decision point.
Timer looking good for Perplex. They just have to avoid a wipe on Primal Tsunami, which if you can beat Kajin, Primal Tsunami is a lower intensity fight, right? Like you don't have a huge amount of consistent HPS requirement. You just need to live all of the big AoEs, but as long as you
which
can do
this comp easily does.
Yeah, exactly. This is a point in the dungeon where they've gotten through the hard part. They just need to avoid choking on the easy part at the end here. So Perplexed in position to put a 20 on the board and move on to... It'll be only their second dungeon. See, that's the thing, is they've already spent more than an hour and 40 minutes in Halls of Infusion, so they're kind of behind still, nonetheless. Like, they need to spend less time in the other dungeons, which is a little bit sketch because Nokud is such a long dungeon too, right? Like, you're going to need more time in that dungeon than in the other ones. So some danger here for Perplexed of an early elimination if the other teams are able to put up their 20s quickly, or in particular, if other teams are able to put up 21s, for instance. But still, it's going to be very good here for Perplexed to put this on the board as Divine drop it under the floor for a second there off that blink, but is okay. All good.
You claim you say that Perplexed is maybe a little bit behind where they necessarily need to be, but I do think that the 20 needs to be done to make sure that you're safe from elimination today. I think that Madge, if any team lost the most time, I think it was Madge throwing a couple of attempts at that 21 at AV, which again, if they timed that key, we were never talking about it again. That was just like a sick play. But the fact that they had to reset it twice 9 minutes in is like not great.
Ooh, we're getting reports from Zyro that Perplexed were doing this keystone as well with an extra bit of difficulty to help prepare them for the 21. Zasevi is apparently playing with an unsocketed belt. So that now he can add a gem for the next time they do this on a 21, and that will counteract some of the increase in difficulty. Very, very clever
Do we know
strategy
if
from
it's
Perplexed.
do we know if it's a primary stat gem or if it's just like a normal gem?
I would be surprised. I think that if you put a primary stat gem in your belt, that should be criminalized. That's not something that normal people do. If your primary stat gem isn't in your like necklace, I think you're weird.
What about a ring? What about your ring?
Okay, if you just like your crafted ring or something, the first thing you make in that patch, I don't know. I feel like it's just natural to go in the necklace though.
Oh my gosh! Apparently the primary stat gem is in his helmet.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I guess on Tournament Realm that kind of makes sense because your helmet's like the top item, right? Like the first one. I'll allow it.
Is that a good law?
The helmet is it's fine. That's okay.
Okay, but bracers and belt are just the bad ones.
Griefed here by this gauntlet. Gonna end up being like 10 seconds slower to get through here.
Warnstone.
Oh, never mind. Warnstone. Genius. Love that.
Not bad.
And they're going to be getting into the middle here, so we're going to see how they group up these mobs. Simultaneous kicks on all four is the best way to handle this, because then they all start their inundate casts at the same time, and you can just use stops and keep them from, they're all synced up, so it's pretty easy to keep them under control. Excellent grouping here. Just a question of whether they run out of CCs first.
So I'm looking at this loss. This loss is coming up in about 2 minutes. I don't know how I feel about this timer looking forward towards a 21. Because this is a pretty clean run by Perplexed, I'm sure that they had some time loss, but I think that they're going to finish this dungeon at like the 33.5 mark or so, which we typically want to see about... Are you sure?
Yeah, probably so. Look at this boss. This is a boss with a pretty low amount of health.
They're not going to have lust, really?
They aren't going to have bloodlust, no, but I think we're going to see this being like a 32-20 or something.
Okay, if it's 32-20, I feel pretty good about doing a 21.
Honestly, maybe even faster. The boss is kind of melting here. It's going down pretty quickly for them. I guess we've got CDs expiring here, but still, I think this is going to be in the range where, based on just time, right? Anytime you finish with like 10% of the timer available, then in theory you can do a key level higher. The hard part's going to be surviving, in particular surviving Kajin a key level higher. But I think if they can do that, I suspect that it's like a clean run should still be okay in here, particularly if you drop Last Resort as well. That's going to speed you up a little bit too.
Ooh, but I guess also can you do that big bridge pull?
Yeah, that might be a limiting
Not a key level higher.
Right, I mean, that procced the cheats this time, so it is a scary moment. Ooh, we're going to see... I'm liking my 32-20 call here. We'll see the end time here. Meanwhile, Madge down in the bottom left, also working on Halls of Infusion. As we said, they fled that Azure Vault, leaving it on a 19 and starting up their Halls push. And then we have two 17s on the right side of our screen with Mandatory in an Azure Vault and Pedros per hour at the very start of their Halls of Infusion as well. Mandatory actually nearly having a death on Umbral Skull. Little bit sketchy, but it's
this
all
fight's
good.
hard.
The 3 chest is certainly within their reach here, so that is potentially very compelling. I guess they do have that trash pull they need to do after this boss, so it's gonna be tight. But this will be a big thing for Mandatory as well. Will they be able to put that 3 chest in the 17 that nobody else really was able to do?
Laymore and Umbral Skull are seen as the largest points of difficulty in Azure Vault, where it's like if you get through Laymore, you're probably going to see Umbral Skull, and if you get through Umbral Skull, you're probably timing the key because the timer is very generous in here. But the hardened crystal damage from Umbral Skull, a slight change in that mechanic and how it works this season, it made this fight really difficult.
Yeah, that is it is a very challenging fight. Also, your tank is just getting murdered on Umbral Skull. The entire time, those dragon strikes, tremendous amounts of damage, even with Fell Devastation there, taking Skylark sub 40%. So, scary encounter. You've got a lot of stuff going on. Your healer's also looking at dispelling the Afflicted. You need to dispel the dot off your tank. So, a little bit of danger there. Does look like Mandatory have a Breath of Eons set for this set of Resonating Crystals, which should be nice, although that pulsing damage from the Hardened Crystal is scary until it gets dealt with. So, we only have one more set of crystals now for them to deal with.
This is probably the god comp for Afflicted Dispels, because you have the Evoker, the Shadow Priest, and the healer. Everybody knows that mages, even if they have Decurse Talented, they're not going to press it, but in theory you should have at least 4 Dispels for the Afflicted.
Yeah, of course. If we could, we might have a world first this weekend of a mage pressing their dispel button as well. We'll see if we can be on the lookout for that.
Can we actually get logs for this mandatory 17 Azure Vault? Can we get a dispel check for the entire key to see how many times Hopeful didn't press his dispel?
Yeah, it's going to be every global is my early guess here.
Not just for purges, but also for the afflicted. I don't even know what the disease is called for the afflicted.
So, is this 3 chestable for mandatory here? They have 20% left on the boss. The 3 chest timer is 22 minutes and 30 seconds. So they have another 2 minutes to deal with this boss and the trash pull afterwards.
Is it 1 trash pull or is it 2? Because they do the trash at the very beginning of the dungeon. That's...
Yeah, 14%.
But I don't know if they're separating it between 1 or 2 pulls. I mean, you probably would ship it in 1 pull and a 17 with Lust, right?
I mean, I think you'd go for it, especially with this timer, because
I
think
think
you still
that's
2
a good point.
chest, right? So even if you weren't normally going to go for it, you're risking like 2 minutes to gain 30 if you can actually pull it off. But that is if it's possible and if they think it's at all doable, because obviously if you know it's not going to work. But they're going to go to the start of the dungeon now. We have a minute and a half for mandatory to take care.
I think
of
they get this with
14%
Lust.
count. If they can do this, I mean, that is a huge flex on the rest of the competition, because nobody else has been able to put that 3 chest up in Azure Vault. That is effectively going to save them 30 minutes of time later in this weekend if they can actually realize those extra key levels, right? If they are able to do something useful, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're proving why they're the number 1 seed coming this weekend, right? This is insane.
Yeah, is this 14% count is the question.
That's
it's a
also
large pull.
They had some Furies coming in from the first boss room as well. It looked like the Macene on that Evoker was able to go tag some and grab the trash in after the fact.
Yeah, definitely a lot of those Furies in here. Fury's an interesting mob as well, because fighting like 7 of them at the same time versus fighting 3 of them at the same time, it's not even that much scarier because they don't cast piercing shards at the same time as each other. They'll always take turns. So fighting 6 of them is actually not that different than fighting 3 of them. They are going to put that on the board. They're going to do it with 35 seconds to spare. That is a 3 chest for mandatory in Azure Vault. Only teams so far, Maj, Pedro's, and Exposed, all unable to replicate that feat. Shinra Tensei working on that same dungeon right now in the bottom right, and Perplexed have yet to attempt their vault, although I suspect that will be the next order of business for Perplexed. They are in a lot of pressure now, being the only team to not start a second dungeon.
I will say, and it's not 100% confirmed, but this and the Halls of Infusion for mandatory, those are 2 runs that are very likely to make them safe for an elimination today. There could be, a collapse in the nuclear offensive or something like that is unforeseen. But moments like that where you're 2 chesting or 3 chesting at dungeons that other teams have not and could not, it saves you so much time over the course of your entire weekend and over the course of the first day that I think that mandatory are probably moving on to day 2 purely based off of that.
Yeah, incredible work there from mandatory. Of course, there does still, you do still need to. There's not actually a difference, right, in putting the 17 3 chest on the board versus the 17 2 chest until you actually time the next key.
I think the 20
is some danger, right? Like, there's some danger that you 3 chest the 17, so you attempt the 20, and then the 20 is harder than the 19, and then you wipe it a couple times, and you end up kind of baiting yourself with your higher level key. That is a danger on day 1, but mandatory have looked so solid and so consistent that I do agree that they are very likely to be able to put that 20 on the board. And then there's an interesting question as well. So, can you 2 chest the 20?
Is 22 chestable? Yeah, because 19
if you 2 chest
was
the 20. Then you are really gaining an advantage on everybody else. If you only 1 chest the 20, and other teams 2 chest the 19, you're kind of giving back that advantage from 3 chesting the 17, right? Like you don't actually then get a new key level unlocked. You've spent 2 keys to get to a 21, just like people who went 2 chest did. So there's sort of a lot of moving parts here to this, and it's one of those things where it's very interesting in theory, and then it all comes down to just how well you actually execute these pulls, and it's a question of pick your poison, right? Do you succeed at a really difficult thing in a 17 or a 20 or both? And if you can do both, then you start getting a really big advantage.
If you look at the timers for the 19 Azure Vaults, Maj did that 19 in 28 minutes and 20 seconds. For point of reference for the viewers, 30 minutes is that 2 chest break point. I think that there's a reasonable chance that mandatory is able to 2 chest that 20.
Faster, right? Than Like, you need to go faster than 28-20 in a 19 to be faster than 30 minutes in a 20, right? But not that much faster.
Slightly. It's not by a ton.
Like 4% faster or something like that. So, and mandatory have been more than 4% faster in their other keys compared to other teams. So
exactly,
I think it is right on that line of doable, but very, very, very hard.
They have to have a perfect run. Is I think the big notable thing for mandatory as they get shifted to the bottom right is that this run needs to be perfect. They need to be like deathless.
Check out that bottom left. We have this graphic of split times in the Azure Vault, so you can see mandatory speed in that 17 being the only team to put up the 3 chests in there. We can see what they're up against in those 19s. Like you said, that 28-19 for Maj. If you scaled up mandatory's times by like 20% to simulate the 2 key levels, they are under that 2 chest bar, or I guess it would be 30%. It would be.
I'm holding my fingers up to the screen right now. I'm measuring.
Yeah, I'm doing some math here, doing some calculations. I'm gonna rule that it is doable but very hard to 2 chest that 20.
Okay. Doable but very hard. That's
Doable,
what we'll leave it at.
Like with the performance that mandatory put up in the 17, if they can have that level of speed and efficiency, they will 2 chest the 20. But of course, it's very hard. It's a lethal dungeon at that 20 key level. Like there's so much that can go wrong.
Perplexed off the back of finishing up that Halls of Infusion, taking their first break of the day. So the first team that is actually taking 10 minutes of their 20-minute required break, not mandatory break, required break. I don't believe that they're going to show back up and go to Noku Defensive. I think that they're probably going to go to Azure Vault. But Nokud could surprise us here from Perplex.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to go to Nokud at some point.
Somebody has to go to Nokud first, right?
I mean, so Nokud is longer than all the other dungeons as well, right? Like, it's got a longer timer, and you tend to use most of that timer at a lower key level as well, especially compared to Azure Vault. So if you're budgeting the same amount of time for Nokud as for Azure Vault, you're going to get less runs completed, right? You're going to be able to do one less run of that dungeon. So it's a very dangerous spot to be in, given how good all the teams are. You run the risk of getting eliminated by just, going 30 minutes later than everybody else to Nokud, and then you're left with a 17 on the board and other teams have 19s, and even though you timed a really impressive Azure Vault or Halls of Infusion or something like that, it was only 1 key level higher, you're 2 key levels lower in Nokud, and you're going home.
How are you feeling about Exposed? So Exposed, I think, again, are the big underdogs for today. They posted a 40, right? I think they posted a 40 while all the other teams posted a 42 during time trials. So they were 1 key level lower on both of the dungeons. What is the situation looking like where they're not getting eliminated today? I guess that's what we should be starting to talk about. Yeah,
so Exposed are certainly the team that is the most in danger of that elimination. We can already see as well that they put up a 19-1 chest as compared to the 19-2 chest that Maj and Pedro's have put up.
Which is still not bad, right?
To the fact that Mandatory don't even need to do the 19 because they 3-chested the 17, right? So Exposed have lost time compared to other teams off of that, but that is more of a Saturday or Sunday problem for them than necessarily a Friday problem. Like, Exposed they are playing right now to put the pressure on the other 5 teams and to basically put up a good run in every single dungeon and then say to the other teams like, oh, that's cute that you spent this time trying to put a 20 or a 21 on the board, but it turns out you wiped once or twice and we were using all of our time efficiently. We probably are going to be one of the first teams to head to that Nokud. We're going to put these 19s on the board across all 3 dungeons, and you're going to be sitting there, and if you wipe even once in a 21 midway through a key, you're not going to have enough time to match us on score, and so you will be going home instead of us. That is at least what I would be doing if I was in Exposed position. We obviously don't know for sure where they're going to go after, say, this 17 Halls of Infusion, but I think that they are certainly looking... They have yet to have a disaster or something that's going to make it so that plan won't work. That plan might definitely work.
Might definitely work. Dude, I love their Shadow Priest name. Mad low IQ.
Love it. Shadow Priests in particular this season are one of the most, especially in TGP, you get so much help from the rest of your group. Like, if you need, you're Shadow Priest and you're like, oh man, I would lose some damage running to this pack trying to set up the pull, right? Like, I want to be just casting stuff.
Oh, you're getting
so
rescued
you just
mid-pull.
get rescued forward
Yeah.
by Evokers. Yeah, Evoker just rescues the Shadow Priest forward. The Shadow Priest never has to kick anything, never has to stop anything. You literally just stand there doing damage. The rest of your group does the rest of the stuff. So it depends on the type of player. For some players, that is the perfect, dungeon experience, and for some players, it's like, okay, I'll do the jobs. I'll play the Augmentation Evoker, and I'll do the rescues and the Zephyrs and the Wernstones and the stuff.
Can I fetch you some beverages and maybe a light snack, my lord?
Yeah, absolutely. All right,
So now all the teams are basically pushing up again. So we finished off with and concluded with some really high octane 20s, some really interesting Azure Vaults, and that Halls Infusion 20 was very impressive. But now the teams have to start pushing up again. And Perplexed, bottom right, going into that AV, kind of staying par for the course with the rest of the field, not really deviating too much. Nobody's going that no-coup first. Ooh, did Perplex actually snap all of this trash down to this bottom area on this first pull, Dratnos? Oh my gosh, I think they did.
Yeah, a little bit of a sketchy bolstering moment here. Those auto attacks even from that tent are going to be
running.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a danger even on this plus 14 key level, but it worked out for them. That's nice. That's something I suspect that's a plus 14 special. I suspect that's not something that you'll be doing as the key level goes up. Although sometimes we have this interesting phenomenon in TGP where you play a really aggressive strat in the 14, right?
Yeah.
And then in the 17 and the 19 or whatever in the 20, you play a more conservative strat because you want to just succeed on your first attempt. And then you go back to the aggressive strat in the 21 or the 22 because now you need that extra time and you can just reset it 5 times until it works. So we may end up seeing those sorts of pulls being attempted at a key level where it is not remotely reasonable to do it, just because that is the only way that they're going to be able to generate enough extra space in the timer.
Which, I mean, that pull is doable if you have unlimited practice. Like if you gave it 3 or 4 attempts, teams of this caliber are going to be able to do it at least one time. And if you do it one time, your timer's free, but then you have to kill Laymore Numbleskull, which are probably arguably harder than even doing that pull.
Exactly. That is the tough part. There are some dungeons where it's like, oh yeah, we can attempt this really big first pull, but we still have to do the end of the dungeon. Yeah, so Shinra Tensei, I don't think they are 3-chesting this. Can you kill this boss on a plus 17 in a minute and 10 seconds from now? I don't.
No.
I don't see it, especially they're not going to have Lust for this, right? So I think Shinra Tensei are going to be joining every team except for Mandatory in putting up just a 2-chest in the 17. Not the end of the world. A 17 2-chest is a very impressive result. And it's going to be a fast 2-chest as well, so they're not going to spend much time in this dungeon accomplishing that. But Mandatory definitely do have a big advantage with that 17, and you can see in the bottom right, Mandatory are attempting to turn that potential energy into realized points by actually putting the 20 on the board. That's going to be big for them if they're able to succeed there.
All right. How big is Mandatory going to go here? Where are we lusting, I think, are the next 2 questions. So Mandatory too fast. Doesn't even have the lust up for this Lieutenant mob.
Yeah, it is a tyrannical keystone, so they may be interested in using it on boss here. You could, pull half the room and then pull the other half onto the boss, hit that Bloodlust. We'll see how they decide to set this up.
Yeah, I don't know. Lusting without your Shadow Priest cooldowns, that's one of the things that they have to request as well, is lust on their CDs.
Yeah, that is, it's something that you plan out, you map out as well. Often it's something you map out more in the ceiling keystone.
Exactly.
Right? Like,
you don't map it out in the mid-range key.
On a 22, you have a good idea of how you're going to use your CDs. You practice it a lot. You actually don't practice the 20 a lot, right? So adapting to that can be sometimes you can actually make a pull harder than it is on the 22 because you don't have CDs for it, right? Like I'd rather have Bloodlust and Breath of Eons and be in a 22 than have neither and be in a 20. That pull's going to last less time.
Yeah. Tank survivability is definitely the key point, especially that pull right there that we were seeing. Making sure that you're dodging, the ice cutters, making sure that you're getting the pull killed off in just like a reasonable amount of time. Those are the big points.
Yeah, that's a vital thing to be able to do kind of on the fly, because you just really don't have the bandwidth to actually map that out for every key level under the sun. You need to have good instincts for like understanding how Bloodlust and your cooldowns are going to line up, understanding whether you're playing for the 2 chest or the 3 chest or just the timer. Very important skill to develop if you are trying to compete in this tournament. Look at what Shinra Tensei are doing up in the top right. Nerf has Umbral Skull hanging out up on the wall here. When you do this, you clump the spawning crystals nice and close together. Makes
these
it a lot
crystals going
easier
off?
to cleave them all. I think they're going to be all right here. Yeah, they've broken through the hardened one now, so a couple more seconds to kill off the other ones. Looks like it's going to be fine. We're hard chilling. Not even close. That was good damage allocation. They knew that they had more than enough damage to get through those. Not a problem at all.
So there are specific spots on the wall where if you tank the boss, you have a way higher chance of getting those crystals stacked perfectly.
It's
and
really
if they're stacked
because
perfectly, like your Shadow Priest just kills them by themselves, right? Like they don't
want
need
Shadow
help.
Crash to hit all of them. That is a really big damage increase to be able to do that. And then in particular, if you're also sending a Breath of Eons on any given set, it can be much easier as well. So that is a big deal. Plus Ignite spreading, although usually that is easy enough regardless. But that is Shinra Tensei putting up the 2 chest on the board here. Nice work by our other American team, along with Pedro's per hour this weekend. Moves them up to 2nd place on our leaderboard currently, although they are sitting with a little bit less of that 2 chest, 3 chest equity than our 1st place team, which is Mandatory. Mandatory also, one of the nice things, like you 3 chest or 2 chest dungeons, not only do you get extra key levels, but by definition, it's taking you less time as well to get those keys done. So you end up kind of generating not only 30 minutes of extra time from not having to do a 30-minute keystone, but also you generate like 2 or 3 extra minutes because you were just 2 or 3 extra minutes faster. A Mandatory starting to rack up that advantage here, maybe able to get an extra key done today as a result.
What do you think about Frost versus Fire? We saw Riley for Shinra Tensei playing Frost there, where a lot of other mages are electing to play Fire in that Azure Vault.
Yeah, Frost versus Fire it's an interesting decision that you can make in several of these dungeons, because I'd say Fire is sort of the default option, but Frost is really not. We're going to see more Fire this weekend than Frost, but Frost is really strong. In particular, there are things that Frost excels at swapping to. If we see a Brackenhide this weekend, for instance, which was one of the time trial dungeons, we saw a lot of Frost in there because you could swap to the totems on the last boss. Azure Vault, there's a couple of things that are really good. Frost swaps to really nicely, like those hardened crystals, right? Dumping a Glacial Spike or 2 into those things will very quickly remove the shield from them, so that can be nice. The images on the second boss on Azure
Totem.
Blade. Yeah, there's a ton of things where it's like, oh, this is just nice. Especially 2 target moments, you get that scoring ice value.
My god, Yoda's in the water! So you actually drop threat on the entire pool whenever that happens. So somebody might get clocked here if they're not careful. You need to back away from them.
Yeah, a little bit sketchy. Ooh, look what Crims is doing here. He's going to grip Yoda forward to help speed up his return to this pole. A nice little heads up decision making from the Shadow Priest there. Certainly a reaction rather than a plan. Nice work. Looks like Pedro's per hour will be getting onto that boss. They're going to be positioning themselves to put the 17-2 chest on the board in the Halls of Infusion. That is as good as anybody else has done in here. The 3 chests, pretty much only a possibility in the Azure Vault, it looks like, and even there, an extreme difficulty move. All right,
What do you expect as a safe number today? 60?
So, 60, so we're talking about overall points now. 60 would mean 20-20-20. I don't think you have enough time to put 20-20-20 on the board. Like, we're already almost halfway through the day. We're very close to halfway through the day, and there's just not a lot of time. Like, it would involve every team except for Perplexed going to both of these dungeons and putting up like a 20, and also pushing a no-coot up to 20 and timing the 20. Like, that's a lot to ask in 3 hours. I think that 60 is giga safe. I suspect that, the team that gets eliminated at the end of the day is going to be on 57, and the next closest team is going to be on 58, something like that.
Do you think that any team is going to end at 60 today?
I think Mandatory have the potential to do it, because you can see Mandatory here are potentially going to be setting themselves up to be on 20-19 at the, 2 hour 30 mark. And that is definitely feasible to then push up to 20-20-20, sure. But or even 21, if they're able to spike the 21 halls that they've earned.
So what was the number? What do you think is the safe? Like, if you're like giving a break point, for like, all right, you're probably safe if you hit this number. What is it?
Yeah, my guess is that 58 or 59 gets you through, and 57 or 58 is the elimination range. That,
Okay.
I'm not exceedingly confident about that. It's there's a lot of variability there, right? Like a lot of that's going to depend on whether the competition, spikes their first attempt at a 20
time,
or wipes in it, right? Because particularly if a team like Exposed, if Exposed end up wiping and resetting a key, then that might be really, really bad news for them, as they are kind of that team that is in the most danger of being slow in a lot of these runs, right? They're the team that's coming in as the biggest underdogs.
But then there's a lot of unrealized points on the board, especially with that 21 Azure Vault. Like if you're able to one-shot that and not spend too much time in that, that's like a big deal.
Absolutely mandatory in the top right. This is a potential disaster here for our tournament favorites. We have 2 deaths here on this massive pull. That is a large breaker as well. So, the next time that thing casts its roar, Bester Roar here is going to kill people. Skylark actually ranges it. Love it. Then she'll retreat into Infernal Strike, I think, getting out of range of that. And he's just going to keep this pull alive, let those bull strings fail or fall off. And I actually think they're still in timeable range here. The 2-chest stream is certainly dead.
Well, this is bad, because we need a 2-chest, because basically all the teams 2-chested the 19, and so they're not going to be gaining that much time over the field whenever they were... like, we thought that they could 2-chest this 20, and that would be, like, huge point swing for mandatory.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're just playing to 1-chest the 20, which is going to put them in the same position as teams that have 2-chested their 19. So, I say that... maybe they're still live for the 2-chest attempt here. They do still have 12 minutes to try and make it happen, but that's 2 tyrannical bosses and still a bunch of trash. So I think that dream is mostly dead for mandatory. As we have a look now at our leaderboard in the bottom left, you can see we have 4 teams on that 36-point threshold. Again, just to highlight how close our competition here is. And Madge, once they finish this run that they're on in the bottom right, will be joining the 36 parade as well, leaving Perplexed actually to be the team that is in some ways in the most danger, right? Perplexed are the team that has yet to put up a second dungeon, but they are also the team that is the only team to have a 20 on the board so far. So there's some pros and some cons. I would be sweating if I was Perplexed, though.
Indeed, and I know other people who are sweating behind the scenes. I know Tettles was really sweating about Zyronic getting to jump in and take over as a caster. It was scary, right? I was waiting for a moment, but Dratnos just had more and more and more to say, and it was all brilliant. It was all fantastic, brain-expanding stuff. But it's time. It's time for Zyronic to step back in and Tettles take a little bit of a break.
Well, listen, Tettles and I. We've had our problems, mainly because he's a Moonkin player, but for this season in particular, he's joined the forces of good. He's been playing a Warlock. I've seen him on the Ladin there, hitting some Rain of Fires, so for the time being, we're okay.
Yeah, Warlock's something we saw a little bit at the start of the day from Shinra Tensei as well, but they've moved off of that now. They're on the Mage, although they're still playing the Frosty variety of Mage. Zyra, you're a bit of a Mage scientist, right? What's your take on Frost versus Fire in general, and or particularly in Azure Vault, one of the dungeons I was a little bit surprised to see some teams using the Frost in?
I'm definitely a little surprised to see Frost in the higher levels of Azure Vault. For the lower key levels, I would say it makes a little more sense, right? Because you're going for the bigger pulls where bolstering isn't going to matter too much. You can kind of control the AoE trash packs a little bit more for your tank. Let them kind of decide when they want to move in and do damage, and then move out and kite if they have to, if there's any bolstering stacks on particularly dangerous enemies. I like Fire more on the higher key levels just because it's more consistent overall AoE damage, and you can also do a little more focused damage as Fire as well without randomly kind of having your Glacial Spike hit another lower health enemy and get it lower than you want to, and then maybe bolster up a breaker. Although, to be honest, that's what we just saw happen to Mandatory, and they are playing that Fire Mage too. And you could also see, if you go back and look at the damage meters for that pull, it actually looked like Stove really wasn't multi-dotting much. He was below the Fire Mage in damage, which meant he held on to his multi-dotting, making sure he was doing as little damage to the frogs as possible. So they're going to have to figure out how to do that pull a little bit more efficiently on the higher key levels, just to make sure they don't bolster up those Draconid breakers too much.
Yeah, the Glacial Spike, it is sort of a, it does giveth and taketh away on those pulls, right? Because you do Glacial Spike the breaker, You also just glacial spike a random nearby friend for that can cause you the bolstering problems. So that's it's an interesting conundrum that the teams are in, and I'm also worried about it as the key level goes up, because when you talk about dangerous bolstering pulls, in TGP in particular, it is very different if the first pull is dangerous versus the last pull of a dungeon, right? If the last pull of the dungeon has something like those breakers, that costs you 20 minutes every time you get to that point in the dungeon, right? The first pull costs you 2 minutes. The last pull costs you 20 minutes if you wipe to it. So it's going to be very important that teams have a consistent strategy for dealing with that at whatever key level they top out at least today. Maybe by the time we get to Sunday, there will be enough free time built up that teams are kind of doing progression and can afford to wipe for a while. Today is not that day. Today, if you spend 20 minutes and have nothing to show for it, that might just send you home.
Yeah, so just to put it to you in terms that are a little bit easier for people to understand, on a 20 fortified Azure Vault, the Draconid Breaker's AoE Roar ability, before any bolstering comes into account, does 2.3 million damage. Unmitigated. Ooh. Now, that is a physical spell. It's also AoE, so it gets reduced by that 3% avoidance they have. So, you can blistering scales, particularly, in danger person, I guess, to maybe reduce the damage just a little bit, but not by a significant amount. So they need to figure out how to deal with that damage on its own. And then you factor in 1 or 2 stacks of bolstering. That's just going to one-shot people even through minor cooldowns. They'd have to commit something like a Disperse or an Ice Cold or a Greater Invis just to live it. So you really need to figure that pull out perfectly.
It is at least tyrannical instead of fortified, right? So
right,
it's it is
tyrannical.
A little bit less than that, but as we go up to 21, 22 as well. Now, one of the strengths of this composition is that if you are close to living something, you have Black Attunement, you have Empowered Black Attunement through Obsidian Scales from your Evoker, you have Mass Barrier, you have Darkness, actually not particularly good against one-shot hits. It's good against 4 hits that combine to kill you, but not against one hit that kills you, so that one would be a sketchy one to ever be relying on. But you do have Zephyr as well, so you have Rescue Shields for saving the lowest person, so there is some counterplay to it. It's just, are you able to actually execute kind of a rotation of those abilities? We see teams often able to do that on boss mechanics, right? You think about a boss like Croth in Algathar Academy. Every team has an idea for here's what we're using to live the 4th, here's what we're using to live the 5th, right? You have that all mapped out. Doing that for a trash pull is so much more hectic because there's just so much going on, right? Somebody who might need to do a rescue, maybe the rescue gets a little bit grief because there's line of sight because you're dodging a swirly, something like that, right? All sorts of things go wrong when you're talking about trying to plan out a trash pull with that degree of precision. And so we'll see if teams are able to actually make that happen on that pull, because I agree, the numbers on that damage make it so you basically have to do that to live at the higher key levels.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting to talk about on that front, because it's been an issue for live key pushing this entire season as well. There are usually 2 gatekeepers to whether or not you can time a key. On the one hand, it's just being able to live abilities, which is where we are right now. In other previous seasons, we've had the dungeon just has so much HP that it's hard to actually meet the DPS requirement to time the key. Right now, the DPS requirement to time these keys, even on levels that we haven't gotten to yet in terms of where keys are out on live, people can DPS, do enough DPS to time those keys. It's just about living the mechanics. And on live, there are people that have upwards of 20% avoidance just to live mechanics. Now, what the teams are having to do on the tournament realm to actually live this without all those extra tertiaries, obviously they're going to try to stack as much verse as possible because you have access to every single piece of gear. You can do whatever with your secondaries that you really want to do. Number 2, we're pretty much seeing everybody that can equip a ward, which is the ward trinket from Aberrus.
Yeah,
Echo of Neltharion. Everyone that can equip that, except for the Shadow Priest. I haven't seen a Shadow Priest equip it yet because, you were talking about Tittles earlier. You're making the Shadow Priest live. They don't make themselves live. So everyone will put their ward on someone else. The Shadow Priest won't equip it, although they might have to on a super high key level. And what that ward does is it gives about a 900k absorb to one person in the group, just to help live through mechanics. So, for instance, you can equip a bunch of those in Azure Vault and maybe put them on the target of the Shoulder Slam from the Breakers just to help them live if they don't have a personal up for it. But, obviously that has a long cooldown. You can only run so many of them, and there gets to be a point in the key where every mechanic kills you, and you can't ward every single mechanic. So they're going to run up against that wall pretty soon. I think 20 is where we're starting to see a little bit of resistance. I think 21 is going to be pretty easily doable, but once they get to 22, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, losing that avoidance is a particularly insidious difficulty increase compared to live, right? Like you're playing live, a lot of these people, especially if you can buy some BOEs from the auction house, right? You can be sitting on 14, 18% avoidance potentially. On TR, 3.5% avoidance from enchants only, right? You are so much squishier. You're like a key and a half levels more liable to die from AoE. As we actually have Maystein going down for mandatory up in the top left from one of those traveling orbs. Does end up getting rezzed. Looks like they're still going to be okay here. And I think that the two chest time, so the two chest timer we're looking for up in the top left is 30 minutes. Yep. So that means there are 3 minutes for mandatory to deal with 34% of the boss's health. That's probably going to take them maybe a minute and a bit. And then we're going to have to do that big first pull of the dungeon. This is going to be close. Somehow they're actually still maybe in range to secure this two chest. I think they're going to be like 30 seconds short. I don't know. I always make a fool of myself predicting this far in the future, but that would be my guess right now.
Well, the big thing to look at is how many 2-minute presses they have left in the key, right? They have one coming up right now, which means they'll have one coming up, if everything goes perfectly here, in the last 30 seconds of the key. That's a big burst of damage that'll be coming out from the Shadow Priest, as well as the Breath of Eons from the Maystein. Popping everything here just to get through this last set of crystals. Unfortunately, Stove has to move during his damage cooldowns. Never like to see that as a Shadow Priest. Fortunately, he was able to press his Devouring Plague and his Void Bolt, which are all instant casts, just to move out of that orb there. And they're through the final crystal phase. Now it's just a race against the clock here. Like you said, 2 minutes left here, and they still have to go back to the start of the instance and burn down that last 14% of trash. And Stove isn't going to get maximum usage out of that last Void Form either. He's only going to get 30 seconds of it. So it's really going to come down to the Breath of Eons popping, and hopefully they have just enough time left in the key to get that trash done.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's going to have to happen here, right? Power Infusion, Breath of Eons are going to pop like 10 seconds before the timer expires here, and that is going to have to send almost all of the trash they need home. So it's going to be very, very, very close here. 90 seconds to deal with that trash pull and collect 14% count. Everybody speaks that Echo of Syndragosa, gets teleported back to the front of the dungeon. The Whelp is in a nice spot at least. They're going to be able to activate these Furies nice and easily, take them forward into this next pull. Now 80 seconds left. Skylark getting started with the next set of Whelp casts. Stove moving into position here.
Every second for mob spawn here is excruciating. Oh man, okay, trash is coming in like you mentioned here, but the cooldowns still aren't up yet. They're just going to be slowly whittling this down until those cooldowns come up.
Yeah, it's going to be, they are going to get full use of most of the CD here, though, right? Like, we're going to have a Power Infusion on a Combustion in a Breath of Eons, although the Combustion's going to be a little bit later than we would like. It's going to be so close here. I think they have the damage, though. I mean, these CDs are going to be coming up in time, as long as they can avoid having any deaths here, as long as they can make sure that they still control all of these casts. Ooh, a knockback coming out here, and maybe actually a little bit bad for their damage. Stove forced to stop a cast as well as he dodges one of those ground swirlies. We are getting ready, though, for that Void Eruption. Here comes that Mind Games, and the Void Eruption. Ooh, nearly one of those Crystal Furies going off, but there it is. Yeah, Breath of Eons rolling as well. VE to help do a little bit extra off healing. Let Mode do even a little bit more damage. 20 seconds now, and Afflicted does spawn. This one does still need to be interrupted. Mobs are starting to die now, but that means they're bolstered as well. Skylark not having the
10 seconds left
available here either. Is this going to be okay? The Breath of Eons has already popped, so there's no more help on the way here. Stove still in Void form, but it's not quite going to be enough here. 30. Yeah, it's just
it was so
seconds.
Close.
Literally them from that 2 chest.
5 seconds.
Brutal.
All right, so the 3 chest in the Azure Vault 17 does not really come to fruition for mandatory. Now, of course, they have unlocked the 21. Nobody else has unlocked that yet, but not what they were hoping for. They were hoping for the 2 chests so they could just skip right ahead to the 22, which is probably what I would expect the cap will be for this weekend. I mean, the key level scaling is brutal, right? At
going up to 23 is just absolutely nuclear. Yeah, that would be. I mean, I've been impressed by so much stuff to happen in TGPs and MDIs in the past. That would take the crown for most impressive thing if we could see a 23 keystone timed this weekend.
Now, fortunately, the thing about Azure Vault that's really nice is the wall and the tyrannical key is going to be at the start of the dungeon, right? It's
That's
pretty
right.
much going to come down to, can you live Laymore? If you can live Laymore, the rest of the dungeon is doable, minus some issues that we've talked about with the frog area, right? You really have to keep an eye on your bolstering there. But if you can live through Laymore, I think you have a good chance at getting through the rest of the key. And notably, that's, the first 5 minutes of the dungeon that you get to Laymore. If you can live through that, you can get on a good run. So I think we will see a lot of pushing in Azure Vault just because of that reason alone. It's definitely an easier dungeon to set up properly than the other 2 dungeons that we have available today. But, there's still a lot of weekend left and a lot of chance to push that key up. Like I said, I think 22 is where we're going to see teams start to have some issues in this key.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect the 21 is going to be somewhat inconsistent as well, and the 22 is going to be extremely difficult. But Azure Vault's certainly a keystone that everybody's practiced, right? One of the things about the texture of our tournament is that whatever key goes up the highest number is kind of the most important one to be good at, right? Because you get more points out of it, and also one of our first tiebreaker is highest level key done. So being good, if you could pick one dungeon to be good at, it would be Azure Vault, because that one does go up the highest.
Well, Mandatory, I believe, are off on a break now, but let's keep an eye on what the other teams are doing. Pedro per hour are in that 20 Halls of Infusion, which still Mandatory are the only team to get a 2 chest in. Can Pedro's per hour kind of cement themselves at the top of the leaderboard and match what Mandatory is doing? I want to go back and look at the splits that we had for Halls of Infusion and see if they're even on pace for that, because that'd be a good early sign to see what Pedro's per hour is capable of. Obviously, they were one of the higher qualifying teams from time trials, but from what we've seen earlier on, they've had some hiccups early on, especially in that first run of the day in Azure Vault. They looked like they had a little bit of nerves there.
Yeah, Mandatory, very rapid. So, okay, we can see it in that's our Azure Vault splits down in the bottom left. Was it Halls of Infusion that you were wanting to look at?
Halls of Infusion, yeah.
Okay, maybe we could pull that one up as well, though you can see in that Azure Vault that, yeah, here it is. So we're trying to compare Pedro's per hours times against Mandatories, which secured that 2 chest, versus, say, Shinra Tensei's, which barely missed it. So Watcher Iridius for Pedro's came in at 821.
Oh,
That's
wow.
faster than Mandatories at 838.
Okay.
They're working on Gulping Goliath now. They're halfway through that encounter. And they still have a minute to catch up to where Mandatory are. I suspect it's going to be, on a 19 Tyrannical, the last 50% of this fight is going to take a little bit more than a minute. I would be guessing maybe more like a minute and a half. So I think they have lost some time on their Gulping Goliath split as compared to Mandatories. And if you look at Mandatories' bars in that 19, there's not an awful lot of time to lose before it stops being a 2 chest, but it is going to be very close. They're certainly in range. It's definitely possible.
Well, hold on just a minute here, because they just popped a lot of cooldowns right there. The Breath of Eons came out from Sang.
Okay.
The Personal Lust from Fired Up in addition to his Combustion, and then, of course, the 2 minutes from Crims to line up with that Breath of Eons too, so we should be seeing a big pop of damage on the boss here. They might actually be able to come close to matching the time on the Gulping Goliath from Mandatory, if not be just a little bit off, so they had about 30 seconds left on that 2 chest Mandatory did. Pedro's power might very well be within that timer here. We'll have to keep an eye on them as they move towards
as long as
Ajay.
we're sub 16 on Gulping Goliath going down, I think it's possible. And if it's sub like 15:30, I think we're on pace. That's going to be my call for the time we're looking at on this Gulping Goliath split up in the top right. So I think it's going to end up being between those 2 numbers, so it's going to be tight. This is going to be a photo finish for Pedro's per hour. It's going to come down to how quickly they can maneuver through the dungeon, how long it takes them to skip past these dragons in the gauntlet, and how much damage they are able to deploy on, say, Kajin the Unyielding, just how quickly they're going to be able to kill it. One thing that this team is likely to be very good at is that single target DPS as well, just blasting on a boss like Kajin. You got Fired Up playing the mage, one of the damagingest mages you'll ever see.
Not only damagingest, I feel like he's so good at damage that people forget he's one of the best mechanical mages too.
Yeah.
Of course, you remember that good old clip from way back in the day in Castle Nathria. Artificer Zymox Fired Up single-handedly carrying boss mechanics that only usually you want 2 players to do them. He was just doing them on his own, using altars and blinks all over the place. The dude knows how to make a dungeon work on the mage, and they kind of are taking that sort of backseat spot right now to the Shadow Priest right now, where they're really kind of one of the classes setting up the pulls, making sure they're getting stops with Dragon's Breath, Blast Wave, resetting those with Shifting Power, going again, and kind of just focusing the dangerous targets down and letting their Ignite do cleave while the Shadow Priest gets all the AoE damage in the world. So, he's pretty set for that role.
Yeah, historically the mages would kind of get to be the ones catered to, but you're right. This season they sort of have to do a little bit of the catering instead, and support that Shadow Priest somewhat. It's I'm sure it's a weird feeling for a mage to be doing some mechanics.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. But all of our players here doing a good job of that, and we'll take a look around the board as well at some of our other teams and see where they're going with their timers as well. Exposed also in that 19 Halls of Infusion. They are even further behind than Pedro's per hour is on the 2-chest timer. However, still looking very safe and healthy on this dodge in here. Oh yeah, definitely going to be timing it.
If you're exposed, you're not really worried about whether you put up a 2-chest or a 1-chest in these keys. You're worried about whether you succeeded on the first try, and then you go and get that no cood on the board, and you just put the other teams in a position where if they miss one keystone, they are going home. So I think exposed are absolutely executing their best plan of surviving until tomorrow. They, of course, are the team coming into our weekend with the biggest, underdog status of any of our teams. But as of yet, all their keys have been met with success. A couple that have been a little bit slower than the other teams, but that may not be important, right? Like if they can just time every key today, that could easily send somebody else home. There's already been teams that have spent time wiping in 21s, 20s, and that is not allowed if exposed don't deplete any keys. If exposed just only time keys, then you have no free time today.
And you can see how taxing that fight is for healers there. Hans on literally drops of mana at the end of the encounter there, making sure to keep his team healthy enough so they didn't have to worry about going down to the ticking damage. And that's on the 19 Tyrannical. We've already seen 20 Tyrannical, and it's just going to get that much more brutal as we go up in key levels. I mean, also, and we've talked about this as well, but 2-chesting the 19, it could be a curse as much as it could be a blessing, right? Because if the 21 isn't even possible, what's the point of 2-chesting the 19? As a matter of fact, you might
save a couple minutes, right? But you maybe bait yourself into trying the 21.
Though. If you have to try the 21, if you try the 21 multiple times and you actually can't get it done, then you have to go back down to the 20, which you could have 1 or 2 shot. You could have just wasted a bunch of time trying something that was impossible. Now, of course, part of that is alleviated by the fact that there are only 3 dungeons available today rather than the typical 4, so you do have that time to spend trying to push up hard keys. But, it gets to the point sometimes where you spent too much time trying to do something when you should go and try to push up another key.
Yeah, it's especially with when we talk about the texture of a tournament weekend like this, one of the most important variables is how strong the weakest teams are, right? Like if there is a weakest team, then you have a lot of flexibility to, you can attempt some stuff and that they're not going to be competing with you. But, this weekend there are no weak teams. Even exposed coming in with a little bit weaker time trial times are not failing these keystones. So if you're any team this weekend, you can't be looking at an expenditure of 30 minutes to get some practice on something as being something that you can feel safe doing, right? You have exposed out here putting these keys on the board, putting these points on the board, setting a bar that you're going to have to clear, and if you're not making progress towards that with every minute of today, you're going home. It's brutal. It is a brutal first day of the competition. This group in particular is so deadly. All the teams are just so strong. I mean, we're going to be saying the same thing next weekend. That group is also strong. But I mean, it just looks so scary. Imagining competing in a field like this is daunting.
I feel like we've kind of become a broken record in the MDI and TGP collectively, saying things like the competition has never been this close, but like genuinely, it has been the case. For
it gets
the past,
better every season. I don't know what to tell you.
It does.
We're not lying.
When you look at the qualifiers for previous TGPs versus this one, the top of the leaderboard was never this close before. Like you've said multiple times, the top 9 teams all had double 21s done, with no one really coming close to being able to do 22. Like theoretically, based on time, maybe a couple of teams could have done like a 22 Ruby Life Pools, but you can't live that on a 22 Fortified with no avoidance. So you were kind of just trying to do it as quickly as possible. I mean, it's really going to be capped by whichever keys are given the easier affixes and the teams have good strats for.
Hey, so check out what we've got going on in the bottom right here. Shinra Tensei are looking to put up this 20 or this 19 2-chest here in Azure Vault. That's going to be a nice notch on their belt here, giving them access to that 21 keystone, kind of tying up with teams like Mandatory, right, putting them at that same effective spot in the leaderboard if they can actually get that 21 completed later down the line. Looking very strong here are Shinra Tensei. That, again, puts so much pressure on Perplexed and Exposed, who are, you can see Perplexed working their way through the 17 Azure Vault here. Now, are they in 3 chest range is the question in this 17. Because the timer to beat there is 22:30. So they have 7.5 minutes to do 2 bosses and like a trash pull and a half. On a plus 17 key level, that's going to be very close. This is going to be an extremely important thing. But we have our first Nokud offensive of the weekend. It is going to be mandatory. Tournament leaders are going to be moving to put the pressure on the rest of the field here and start. It doesn't put so much pressure on the rest of the field, but it saves them. Ooh. Being in any danger, but a massive knock is going to come and spread all of these longbows out. This is a Sanguine tech for Mandatory. It looks a little bit sketchy. It definitely hurt the cleave for a bit there, but look at Sanguine on the healing meters. You can't see it. They have avoided Sanguine healing in the first pull of Nokud offensive, being visible as one of the top 3 healers. That is an incredible accomplishment there. Look what they've done as well. They've sleepwalked the Horn Sounder here so that it is actually in position. That's one of those mobs that does not move easily. So they've actually got, again, a great work of getting everybody gripped together, but Mode actually going to go down to one of those Rain of Arrows swirlies from the longbows. That's just going to straight up one-shot him, take him right out of the game. As some of the team here hanging out up on top of this pike, this is a spot that it's nice for a couple of reasons. You won't get charged by the War Spears. You also won't get hit by swirlies from those rains of arrows. But it is a little bit sketchy because, staying in range of the mobs can be very difficult.
Yeah, and when you look at the affixes that we gave them in Knockout Offensive, right, this Fortified Sanguine combo in this dungeon is particularly mean. Obviously, right? There are so many mobs in this dungeon that do not like moving, and if you accidentally kill a mob on top of them and drop Sanguine on the ground, those mobs are going to heal for the full 20 seconds of the duration, and you're not going to have a good time. We have to actually check in on that in a little bit later, because look at what's happening for Perplexed. Their Augavoker on this big pull had died. I feel like you kind of disrespected that pull a little bit by calling it a pull and a half. That was the giant frog pull with double Dragon and Breaker on bolstering. That's proved so many issues for the teams here, but they've gotten through it cleanly. Now, 5 minutes left on the 3 chest timer on 17
I think it's not happening, yeah.
Don't think that's happening for them, especially having to sit there and get a hard res cast off. It's going to be tight, and I don't think they won't even have the lust for it either, actually. That's going to be on cooldown for another 5 minutes, so not likely to happen for Perplexed, but as we've seen, the 3 chest might not necessarily be that important to get here.
A little bit of fool's gold, perhaps, right? Like the allure of the 3 chests, and then it ends up meaning that you have to go to a 20 to... You have to 2 chests of 20 to actually get any value out of it, and that is a very difficult thing to do, as Mandatory ended up showing us earlier. Although they did have a wipe, and they still nearly did it, so it is definitely doable. It's just, avoiding that wipe in the plus 20 keystone level on your first attempt is by no means a easy thing to do. Let's talk a little bit about the affixes we have going in this Nokud offensive in the top left, because this is our first time seeing it. We do have Incorporeal here. One of the strengths of this composition, there's a lot of strengths to this composition. One of them is certainly Incorporeal is somewhat trivialized by the amount of different options you have for it. You can have Cage from your Demon Hunter. You have Shackle and or Dominate Mind. Dominate Mind actually really nice as well. It gives you a little bit of a DR, right? You take control of those Incorporeals, and then you actually make the bosses do less damage. Only 10%. Not like 100 like if it goes off on players, but that still can be really nice, especially on bosses in this dungeon, like the Raging Tempest, like Tira and Maruk as well, that are in some danger of one-shotting people. Not so much at this plus 14 level, maybe not so much with Fortified active as well even, but definitely still an important thing. The big deal, though, in here is going to be Sanguine, right? We saw it on those first few pulls, but managing Sanguine in Nokud in particular, in this area especially, but also in that third boss area, there's just so many casters, so many archers that will... bathe in Sanguine, get to full health if you're not careful of it. So that is going to be kind of the crucial affix in this dungeon, I suspect.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, the major thing that we've seen Sanguine go wrong in the past is not something that you typically see in this dungeon, that is pulling trash on top of bosses. You really don't see that being done too often. You could do it on Tyr and Maruk, but usually that boss is so dangerous, even unfortified, you don't really want to do it. And again, you could also see it on Belikar as well, but same thing. The boss is so dangerous, you typically don't see it done. So we're not likely to see bosses get Sanguine. It's really just those caster mobs, specifically in the second and third areas, that are going to be very, very dangerous. And if they're able to pull it off with their displacements in the group, things like Grip Sigil, the big blast wave that we saw Hopeful teched into to make sure mobs actually get knocked by it and not just kind of bumped up in the air a little bit. And also, of course, I'm sure that the Druid is inspecting their knockback as well, just to make sure, just in case the other two aren't enough, they can get things out of Sanguine. They'll be good to go. And this is going to be one of those first pulls where it's just chock full of casters, and if you don't have a silence for them, if you can't move them, they will sit in that Sanguine. So let's see how they're going to deal with this very first pull.
Yeah, this is the waterfall pull, as we call it up here, plus some extra neophytes coming in from the side. A nice way to get some extra count in this dungeon, where getting full count in this dungeon is, does require you to pick your poison a little bit, fight something that's kind of a little bit awkward, and I think this is definitely one of the better ways to get those last little bits of count that you need. Especially really high coordination groups will often skip those mini bosses at the end of the dungeon or pull it in with the last boss on a lower key level. Also something we're likely to see happen. That is... it adds a lot of difficulty to these other pulls, just having extra mobs. Even if the mobs themselves don't do too much, with Sanguine active, extra mobs that don't do too much, they still do something when they die. Very scary.
And we did see, even though their Sanguine management on that pull was pretty good, it did peek its head up on the healing meter there just a little bit, just a couple million healing, but it's definitely there, reminding them this is something you're going to have to deal with as we get to higher levels in those keys. We move our focus over to Pedro per hour. As they're in the last phase on Primal Tsunami, their timer ticks over the 2 chest marker. They will not be getting the +2 in this key, but with plenty of time left on the 1 chest, they should be clear to get the 20 unlocked and get the 19 on the board. As long as they live through this last Tempest Fury cast, which they should be able to do just fine, they'll be good to go. Here it comes. And they barely even drop below half HP. So still plenty of room left on this final boss. But of course, that's not really the thing that's blocking you in this dungeon. It's mostly that third boss where the healer really has to pump out the heals as much as possible.
Yeah, that is definitely the breaker in that dungeon. In this dungeon, on the other hand, in the Azure Vault, it's like first and last boss, in addition to those bolstering pulls. But this boss is a very scary one that Perplexed are working on. Divine sitting without the Cheat Death Trinket available here, so in a little bit of danger of falling over, but does have the boss tanked in a nice place to get all of these crystals easily cleaved down as Pedros per hour do secure that Halls of Infusion. That's going to move them up into second place overall on our leaderboard. 38 points, tied with Shinra Tensei, but a little bit faster in actually both of the 2 dungeons that the 2 teams have both completed. So that's some encouraging news for Pedro's. Mandatory, on the other hand, actually a full point ahead of both of those teams, and starting off that no-cood up in the top left. So Mandatory in a bit of a dominating position. But as it stands right now, I would describe our leaderboard as like Mandatory clearly in the lead. Pedro's, Shinra Tensei, definitely are doing really well as well. Madge not far behind as well. And then we sort of have this battle going on between Exposed and I would say Perplexed at this point, where Exposed have a little bit slower runs, but they put up more of them. They've pushed up more keys. They've done more of that busy work, of that homework, right, of getting those keys pushed up. Perplexed have put up a higher level key, right? They've put up that 20 Halls of Infusion. But we only have 2 hours and 15 minutes left of our day. Teams are going to need to run 3 no-coup defensives, which is going to take quite a bit of time. So Perplexed are also, in addition to needing to do that, need to put up 2 Azure Vaults, right? Like, that's a lot of time of work that they're going to need to do. And Exposed are maybe in position to just punish them for their folly, right? And send them home even with the +20 on the board. That's going to be the story of the next 2 hours, I think, is that battle at the bottom of our leaderboards, while Mandatory at the top of our leaderboard is just trying to cement this lead, putting up some 3 chests, some 2 chests in this no-cood, and really setting a dominating day 1.
Yeah, the problem, of course, for Exposed comes from the fact that if any of the teams ahead of them are able to capitalize on their 2-chested 19s to get into 21s pretty easily, then they'll be pretty far behind. But, of course, Perplexed still have to get to that point. They only have the 20 in the Halls of Infusion. And, of course, like you mentioned, still plenty of work to do in the knockout offensive with less than half the day left at this point. Also, we haven't really taken into account exactly which teams have taken their breaks and how much of their break timers they've taken. That will also be a pretty key factor. I wouldn't be surprised if Madge had actually taken a large portion of the break with where they are in their key progression right now as well. We'll check in with that in a little bit here, but check out Pedro's per hour here in the top right, wasting no time getting into the 20 Halls of Infusion after dealing with that 19, and we're off to the roll, man. This first pull, one expulse goes off, and it's curtains, go again. Next pull, next dungeon.
That's okay. The wiping at the start of the dungeon, -1 or 2 minutes. Obviously today is the day that -2 minutes is the most deadly, but it's still only 2 minutes. It's all good. Pedro's will be okay. They can certainly recover from this. To answer your question about the break situation, we have had at least some breaks being taken by all teams. No team yet is finished with their breaks, although Shinra Tensei are working on it. Once they finish their current break, they will be completely done with their breaks. The other team's all on 10 or 15 minutes of break time taken, so still a little bit more going to be needed, but there aren't really teams that are way ahead or way behind in break time taken. They're all pretty close with about half of their break taken. Again, 20 total minutes of the 5 hours today need to be spent on break. That's one of our rules here, so that is something that, like you said, sometimes does matter, but it does look like the teams are about equal on that metric right now.
Okay. So, I mean, it's a lot closer than I thought it would be. I would have expected the teams on the lower end of the board to kind of be in the higher break-taking territory. But I guess, over the period of 3 hours, if you're 1 or 2 minutes slower in each dungeon run, that's going to set you behind 5 to 10 minutes, which is kind of where Madge and Perplex seem to find themselves at this point. Well,
Madge are in some danger because they spent like 15 or 20 minutes working on Azure Vault 21 progress, right? And then wiping to Laymore twice. That is costly. Like, that's where those 20 minutes came from. That's why they're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. They have some strength on their scorecard, right? Like, they have some 2 chests. That is potential, but they actually need to realize that potential and fast, and they need to get no Kud on the board, and there's only 2 hours and 10 minutes left in the day. So danger for Perplexed, for Madge, and for Exposed. These 3 teams are pushing each other to such unbelievable stress levels right now. It's going to be such a scary last 2 hours for all of these teams. One incident deep in one of these dungeon runs will send a team home almost for sure, Z's.
Yeah, man, every single one of these keys that they're given on the first day today has some pretty difficult sections of the dungeon. None of them are really gimmies, right? Mandatory in not good offensive here, this Sanguine affix can actually make or break a high-level dungeon on its own, right? One of these mini-bosses heals to full, like we're kind of starting to see now on this Death Speaker, just bathing in that Sanguine. Both of those Death Speakers bathing in the Sanguine. This is the first major Sanguine moment we've seen from them in the dungeon, and look at that, 25 million damage just gone, only in a 14, right? If you scale this up to a 20, that doubles the healing done. So that's kind of where we're going to see them in a couple of hours here. Not even a couple hours, maybe 1 hour. And that 25 million healing becoming 50 million healing, that's a lot of time you're losing to Sanguine healing on affixes in this dungeon. Of course, we've got the bolstering breakers in the Azure Vault. And then Halls of Infusion, man, brutal healing requirements on the first and third bosses. Not to mention, there's a lot of time to be gained in the first section of the dungeon here just by getting stops on demoralizing shouts on the defenders, right? A few too many of those go on, it chains into the pulls becoming longer and longer, the defenders living longer, having more opportunities to get more shouts off, and it can get out of control really, really quickly. You can run out of stops with this comp, which is almost unthinkable considering how many they have available to them. So, like, none of them are really that easy to do. All of them are very difficult keys.
Yeah, we've got those, like you said, different breakpoints. This is certainly one of them in this dungeon, the Kajin the Unyielding. Look at the HPS requirement that this fight is demanding of Roybin. She's having to put out almost 700,000 HPS here to keep the group alive, and it's not like everybody's topped all the time either. Like, that is maintenance. That's not a lot of overhealing happening here. There's a tremendous amount of constant danger. It's that Tree of Life being popped. Mana conservation is important as well. You need to compare Roybin's mana to the boss's health. As long as those percentages are roughly the same, we're chilling. When the mana is lower than the boss HP, that is when we are in a dangerous area. And it looks like Roybin is doing a pretty good job of budgeting that mana very nicely here. Should be allowing the group to get through as the HPS nearly cresting 700,000. Looking very strong for Madge. Meanwhile, up in the top left, we have Mandatory doing that Sanguine management, that Sanguine movement. Using those Sigil of Silences at the end rather than the start of the pull is a very effective piece of tech that you can do with that Vengeance Demon Hunter, and a beautiful
So much
knockback
healing,
is going
though.
to come out. But unfortunately, the Death Speaker is bathing in that Sanguine. That is the kind of worst nightmare for Sanguine, right? Is one of those mobs that just stands still and casts and is uninterruptible, sitting in a Sanguine puddle. And we are going to see 58 million healing from that Sanguine.
Uninterruptible, unmovable, undisplaceable. They are Sanguine's worst nightmare. And that's what we're talking about with this Nako defensive. Those Death Speakers, those are going to be a problem on the higher key levels. They are going to have to do everything they can to make sure mobs do not die on top of those Death Speakers. Fortunately enough, in this key level, that shouldn't matter too much. They only have the 2 bosses and a tiny amount of trash left in over 8 minutes to do it. We'll have to check back in with them, though, as we go into the 19 Azure Vault on Limb, where Sevi is dead and they don't have a battle res. This is a go next year for sure.
Yeah, Sevi, unfortunately, is their only castable battle res. Anybody else to have a battle res would need to have engineering bracers with it tinkered onto them. You can do that. That is something that does happen, like on live in particular. A lot of demon hunters will have those bracers with the B-res tinkered onto them, but you are talking about losing some item levels to make that happen for something that landing one of those B-reses as getting into melee to do it, not always the most feasible thing. So a lot of people not bothering here on the tournament realm and just saying, if our healer dies, we'll just go again. That is all good. So Mandatory, meanwhile, working on that Tira and Maruk. One thing that's nice with Incorporeal on this boss is that sometimes you can get those Incorporeal spawns, you can dominate mind them, and then you can get a 10% DR against those Gale Arrows and against those quick shots. We actually saw it with the very first Gale Arrow of the encounter here, was they were able to line up an Incorporeal mind control against it. So sometimes that can help you save cooldowns or sort of be playing one key level lower, which not something you ever want to have to rely on, but as the key level goes up here, that is going to be a nice bonus of the affixes here.
Oh yeah, I mean, essentially, when Incorporeal is active and you have a Dominated Minded, you're essentially 1 key level lower, right? The 10% damage reduction. So that is very, very useful. Of course, it's on a timer, right? So it doesn't always line up with the Gale Arrow, and of course it can be skipped too, right? So sometimes you're actually kind of annoyed that the dungeon skipped an Incorporeal spawn. But, what can you do sometimes? Luck of the draw. Looking at the Nako defensive for Mandatory, like we were talking about before, it's a 24-minute 3-chest timer. So plenty of time left on the board as they head towards Balakar Khan. They really only have to get 1 trash pack down. It's either the trash pack that's going to be on their right as they come towards the boss, or they might even just kill the 2 mini bosses with the boss as well. They've got plenty of time. Either one works, and they shouldn't have any issues wiping on this key level. I mean, honestly, if they really wanted to play it safe here, they could just kill these 2 mini bosses on their own, but they're not going to do that. Every minute is extremely important here. We're going to be pulling on top of the boss and making the most of our time.
Interesting. I thought they didn't need those for count here, but maybe something went wrong with the rest of their dungeon pulling, and they got some extra mobs early, because I'm pretty sure that the 2 mini bosses here. Oh no! Okay, yeah, no, they need this for count, Rad.
The two mini bosses are 32 count, I believe.
Right, and they need 40. I had a little math incident where I thought 520 minus 480 was 30, not 40. So these things happen when you're casting.
That can happen.
Does look like they're going to be okay there. Yeah, those Thunderfists don't really do all that much as long as you kick them. If you don't kick them, it's over. But as long as you kick them, we're good.
Just get the kick. Probably the easiest thing you can do as a form of CC in the key. Now, of course, making sure they keep them away from the boss as they go down here. We saw a Grip Sigil into, I believe, a couple of knocks just to make sure that Sanguine pulls are away. And then, of course, they should be able to kill these 2 mini bosses off. No, they're pretty high still. They're going to have to deal with them in the last phase of the fight. So, still going to have to worry about a little bit of Sanguine management as we get in towards the intermission here. But shouldn't be too big of an issue for them to pull off here. They have the Vampiric Embrace if they want it for this intermission here. Would feel a little weird to hit it outside of cooldowns, but any extra healing, letting your healer do as much damage as possible is pretty nice. And yep, there it is. Popped that Vampiric Embrace from Stove. Mode goes into cat form and starts swiping these intermission ads down. Good execution coming out from Mandatory here, as expected.
Okay, we got to be really careful when the first ad dies here, because it will enrage the other one, and that can sometimes lead to spears getting thrown very swiftly. But it does look like they're going to be able to kill off both of those mini-bosses and avoid any Sanguine incidents as well. quickly caging that incorporeal spawn. 47% now on Balakar Khan, and we are looking phenomenally good for this 3-chest timer. To be expected in a plus 14 key level. The 3-chest, I think, is a... If we don't 3-chest, we've got a problem. But still, it's nice that Mandatory are able to make this happen on the first try in the dungeon that everybody's been the most scared of as well, right? Like, this is the first time anybody's headed to this dungeon all of today, and all 6 teams know that they need to do it at some point, so... Very nice for Mandatory that they're able to make this work on the first try and also secure that 3-chest as well.
Now let's see, are they actually trying to bait the Static Spear onto players that have Shadow Meld here, just to try to make the boss not spell Q on them? It tends to focus players that are more close to the boss. Don't think they're doing it, though, because both Stove and Mode have their Shadow Meld off CD, and they weren't really trying to bait it. But, of course, on 14, it shouldn't be that big of an issue. They're going to be getting this boss down, getting the 3-chest, and moving on to the 17 here very, very shortly here. Let's check in with what some of our other teams are doing. Shinra Tensei is now our second team into the Knockout Offensive here, going for a big pull of their own as their second key. As their second pull of the key, Pedros per hour, now working on their 20 Halls of Infusion as well. So also, still not really wanting to hop into the Knockout Offensive.
Yeah, that is not too long before you kind of have to go there. I love seeing Exposed also, that green dot moving into Nokud. I think that's Exposed certainly should be pushing up that Nokud offensive and putting themselves in a position to punish any team that has any mistakes going on in there. I think Exposed are looking really solid to, we kind of came in today expecting Exposed to be the team that was most likely to get eliminated, but as it stands right now, I actually think they're in decent shape to avoid that fate, because they've just been looking so consistent and they haven't wasted any time in any dungeons yet. They've had a couple of slower runs here or there. They've missed a couple 2-chests, a couple 3-chests, that kind of stuff, but definitely making the best of their chances here, and in decent shape to make it through to tomorrow, depending on the performances of Perplexed and Madge in particular. Madge up in the top right are nearly finished with this Halls of Infusion. 28 minutes would be the timer to secure a 2-chest in this plus 19. That is a feat that has only been accomplished thus far by Mandatory, and it looks like it's a feat that only will be accomplished by Mandatory here, as Madge are going to come a few seconds shy of that 28-minute marker. Still all good, though. Still going to be a fast Halls of Infusion time. I think it's going to be our second fastest Halls of Infusion plus 19, so a strong showing from Madge, but they also need to get their butts over to Noku Defensive with swiftness after this run, I suspect.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Shinra Tensei, the first attempt at the 14 not going all is planned here for them. That second pull we were alluding to, the big pull for them, 25 million Sanguine healing, players going down. It's going to be a reset, so that's just 5 minutes off the board for them. Not the worst case scenario, but still not exactly how you want your first attempt at a key to go. Pedros per hour here onto the mini-boss after Watcher Iridius. The split for the Watcher Iridius kill is actually quite good here, so they're definitely on a good timer. But of course, we know the difficulty in this dungeon is going to come down to whether or not Drogo's going to be able to heal them through Kajin the Unyielding. On 20 Tyrannical, the healing requirement for a healer on that fight is somewhere in the realm of 750 to 800k HPS, which is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, indeed. And what's also ridiculous is that it's already time for another caster change. I can't believe it. Time flies when you're having fun. It's easy for us to have fun because we're not the people that actually have to do well in these dungeons. But as we bring Nagura in and we send Dratnos off to eat some food, probably, who knows, I wanted to ask, what do you think the max Nokud we're going to see for today? Like, what can you actually fit in the time remaining? Because it is getting tight.
Yeah. The best Nokud, I think you can get up to 14, 17, 19. I don't think you go higher than that today. I don't think there's enough time for that. I'm curious what you think, though, Nagura.
And doing a long no-kit, even though I guess at the end of the day, if you're not trying, if you're at the bottom of the list, if you're in risk of getting eliminated, of course you want to make sure that you try to do the most efficient thing to get points. But if you're the higher end, if you're mandatory, for example, from an efficiency standpoint, if you look forward to Saturday and Sunday, I think it would make sense to do another no-cut at the very end of the day. Because, of course, if you start the key before midnight Central European time, that means that you're going to be able to finish the dungeon. And of course, No Code Offensive being the longest dungeon, I do think that a team like Mandatory could risk going there, trying to save as much time as possible for the next 2 days.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it also depends on a couple of things, right? I think it depends on where the level of competition is at. Like, do you need to actually run one of the other keys that other people have done just to keep yourself in the competition, number one? And then I think, honestly, it comes down to what's the most efficient dungeon to do in terms of time spent on the pain points of the dungeon. Sanguine is a mechanic that requires you to be on the ball the entire way through the dungeon, and then of course the biggest pain point of the dungeon, like we covered in that first run we saw from Mandatory, was those death speakers in the Tierra and Maruk part of the dungeon, which is usually 15 to 20 minutes in. So do you want to spend 15 to 20 minutes into a high key trying to get a good run going and consider that wasted, or do you want to go into a Halls of Infusion and do the first pull well enough without letting that many shouts go off, or maybe go into Azure Vault and see if you can live through Lamor, both of which will only take you about 5 minutes to see if you have a good run going. It comes down to a matter of time efficiency and whether or not you can actually time the key you're doing. I think Knockout is probably the least efficient to spend multiple attempts on, but like you said, it's probably the best one to go into for like your last run of the day.
Yeah, especially if you end up timing it, that would be a really big save for the next 2 days, considering the key timer just being so long. But yeah, we'll see. That's something that you can only really afford. You can only afford to decide, oh, we're gonna do the longest dungeon if you're ahead, right? Because if you're behind, you obviously have to think about, oh, we need to get points today. And I think there's only some teams that have the luxury to just think ahead to Saturday and Sunday rather than thinking about today and not getting eliminated. Even like a team like Perplex. I mean, I was on break, and I just now, I came back and I obviously looked at what the teams were doing, and seeing that Perplexed had to spend quite a bit of time to get that plus 20 definitely puts them a little bit in danger as well. So even though I do think Perplexed is still performing really well on one of the better teams, but that getting that 20 done might have cost them if they don't manage to get the Azure Vault done this run, and if they don't manage to go to no code really quickly, just because how long that dungeon is. But yeah, Perplexed in that 19 Azure Vault on the bottom left side of your screen. You see Wolfdisk actually being asleep now from one of the casts going through, did manage to get out of it now, proccing that Cauterize though. You can see how big those mobs are. They're so highly bolstered. They need to make sure they're executing this pull cleanly, because yeah, as I talked about, Perplex actually in a little bit of a time, they just need time. They need to get things done now to be able to get into the no-code and not get eliminated today.
Yeah, they're definitely in a time crunch here, obviously. Like, I don't even think they really have the capability of, well, obviously they could do a higher Azure Vault, but I think what they need to do in order to maximize their score at this point, get this 19 done, probably +2 it. If they don't +2 it, I mean, obviously that sucks, but you gotta move on here. Uh-oh, Divine Healed goes down to the Curator, but I believe the Trash Pack is dead, so it's not that big of a deal. They'll just have to actually cast a res on him. This is like a -10 seconds scenario here for getting the hard res off. Yeah, they have to get this 19 done, then they need to go to Tanaka. They just don't really have the time right now to push for the 21-20 Azure Vault and then hopefully be able to push up the knockout in the last hour and a half of the day. They just don't have that luxury right now.
Yeah, definitely don't. Mandatory now, we can see in the top left side on the screen in that 17 no-kit. But yeah, I think we should be focusing on the teams that are still in the previous dungeons. I do like seeing the no-kit, but I think we're going to be seeing enough of that dungeon at the end of the day, as everyone is going to be in that key in just a minute. We do see... Well, thank you. I was like, oh, we shouldn't look at no-kit, and then production just puts in all the no-kit point of views. Thank you, I appreciate that. But let's take a look at Petros per hour in the top right, as they are in their +20 Sahals. Yes, there we go. It is Sahals. Like looking at timer, 17:31 for a Gulping Goliath. Let's compare that. Let's see it. Perplexed split for Gulping was...
It was a little bit slower.
17:39? Yeah,
it was a little bit slower.
17:39.
17:30 on Gulping Goliath is totally acceptable. You're a little past the halfway point in the dungeon, but at this point you've got 2 bosses down, you've got about 70% of your trash pack done. And when you think about it, you really only have 2 trash pulls left, right? You have this Drake with the extra trash on top of it, you're skipping past the next Drake, and then you have the rest of the bridge, which we've seen teams, even on 19 and 20, pull the entire bridge, right? So 2 bosses, 2 trash pulls. As long as your healer can keep you alive on Kajin, you should be fine, but we've seen it be difficult. Although we did see Sevi heal it without a socket in his belt, so maybe it was a little harder for him than it should have been.
Did he do all of his practice without that socket and just notice now?
Hey, you know what? I gotta step in and say if that was a verse gem, I mean that could have saved his life, in that one time. That was the difference maker right there. That was gem diff.
Well, he did drop a chat in the Warcraft chat after timing the key and said gems are fake. I don't think they are, but
famous last words, right?
So.
That's a healer talking. Gems are fake. Wow, unbelievable.
Healer chatting. Going well here for Pedro's. They've got the dragon down, so that deep breath isn't going to be an issue for them. Just dealing with the rest of this trash here, making sure they're interrupting as many of those ice bolts as possible to make sure Yoda doesn't use any of his cheat deaths on the pull here. And they're through, so 15.5 minutes left to deal with Kajin the Unyielding, the bridge pack, and then Primal Tsunami. I think they're looking good to get this key down here. It's really going to come down to this encounter. Can Drogo heal them through it? And I think he can. We'll keep an eye on them there. Now, of course, they have the Lust coming up in 2 minutes. That's going to help a little bit. They don't have the 2 minutes on pull, though, so no Void Eruption, no Vampiric Embrace to help with the damage there. But the brutal ticking damage on this key level. You can see right off the bat Drogo already having to do 700k HPS just to keep those healing bars stable.
Yeah, absolutely crazy incoming damage on that boss. Pedros per hour. Let's take a look at Drogo and just generally the group and the defensives that they're using to make sure they can stay alive. Now we do see Mandatory in the top left in the Raging Tempest area. We've seen them do well, I would say standard pulls, to be honest. I think most pulls in Oko Defensive are going to be pretty standard because the amount of variation you can do in a dungeon is a little bit limited, considering that you have to kill a lot of trash just to spawn the bosses and to be able to fight the bosses. We did see some variation previously, so we'll see, like in the first trash area, you can do some stuff differently. And at the very end of the dungeon, you can also do some things differently. Pedros per hour dropping incredibly low though on the top right, as they now did commit Bloodlust and all of their cooldowns, which should mean that they're going to be recovering a little bit. Of course, Bloodlust also being very nice for the rest of Druid, making sure they can pump more heals, so they should be fine for the duration of that one.
Look at the respect Drogo is giving to this boss, too. 2 minutes active, Bloodlust active, then Vampiric Embrace was up, and Drogo still wasn't going into cat form just to keep the HP bars up here. I think he dropped into it just for a second there, just to put a little bleed on the boss, but instantly back out of form just to keep the team alive here. Got to keep an eye on that HPS number as well. Not only is Drogo doing 730k HPS, but Yoda pumping out 170k. Crims, the Shadow Priest, doing over 100k, and I'm sure the Augavoker is right there as well, probably doing 90 to 100k on top of that. Mage, of course, doesn't have that much self-healing, but I'm sure Fired Up is doing everything he can to help out his healer here, maybe getting those perfect altars off, throwing out barriers whenever he can as well. Just a brutal healing encounter. They're halfway through, though, and Drogo still does have more than half of his mana available, so looks like they're on pace to get through this encounter here.
Yeah, definitely looking very strong on Pedros per hour. I did want to quickly take a look at the splits for the Noko defensive, as we do see a lot of teams in there now. One thing I noticed is Shinra Tensei actually does have a much slower split compared to the other teams, which makes me think that they pulled some extra trash there at the very starting area, right? Because you do have a 6-minute Granith, while we see Mandatory on a 17, which is 3 levels higher, have a 5-minute 38 split. So I do think that Shinra Tensei probably just getting some more trash done there, which means they're going to be saving some time later on in some of the other trash areas if they're going to be skipping something there.
Well, I noticed that Mandatory actually had some interesting strats cooked up for the lower levels of this key. The way that they pulled the trash in that first section of the dungeon is different from what you typically see on live. Normally on live, you see, the very first pull of the dungeon is in the back right corner as you head towards Granrith, right? You pull the patrol plus the pack on top of each other. That's the same typical pull we saw them do as their first pull. But for the second pull of the dungeon, They pulled both of the other 2 catapult packs, along with the middle patrol and the patrol behind the 3rd pack that you normally go to. So they pulled 4 packs together for their second pull, and at the end of that pull, that's when the boss spawned, and that's why their split is so much faster, even on a higher key level. They condensed 3 pulls down into 2 pulls.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That means Mandatory is going to be saving a lot of time there if they manage to pull those off on the higher key levels as well. We'll see as they get there. They're 17 though, looking really good. Now they are in this Terran Maruk area, which is one of the most dangerous areas for sure, as we do have, of course, the birds that need to be interrupted, and we have all of these. And the tank damage, look at that! The whole group dropping so low. Skylight actually also in danger with that Mortal Strike on him, just receiving less heals. Did manage to recover a little bit though as they use it. But in Incorporeal, okay, oh my god, for a second I thought the Incorporeal went off, but of course it is mind controlled by Stove here. So the damage reduction is going on the enemies instead. Looks like they did recover though, so they're going to be able to finish this off. But yeah, that looked very scary as some of those casts went off.
And also at the same time in the top right here, Pedro's per hour getting down to the last couple of percent on Kajin the Unyielding Drogo with just fumes left, but it looks like it's going to be just enough to carry them through the final couple percent of the encounter. Great execution there from the team here, and the final healing number for Drogo at the very end of that encounter was 740k HPS. Kind of gives you a little bit of a hint as to how difficult the 21 will be, right? Because 10% more damage means the requirement on that fight is going to be upwards of 800k HPS. So is that something that's possible for them to do in that encounter? Remains to be seen. Probably not going to be something we see today until the very last moments of the day, should they choose to go back here.
Yeah, probably not. But we do see the big pull for Pedros per hour as they're gathering up the whole bridge area. We'll see if they manage to execute this one. Of course, no Bloodlust available as they used it previously on Kajin. And yeah, so much damage coming in on Yoda as well. We'll see if Drogo can keep... Well, actually, I wanted to say if Drogo can keep Yoda alive, but it's more like Yoda keeping himself alive, as Vengeance Demon Hunters works. But they're looking strong. They have gathered up everything now using their Oppressive Roars and AoE CC rotation with the Sigils, the Chaos Novas, and all the other CC coming in as Yoda does drop pretty low. Did manage to get back to full health though. Should be able to recover as the mobs drop lower and lower and lower. Need to make sure they are interrupting that tidal cast, and they did with another silence sigil.
He had cheat death available. He was fine. This is the only section of the dungeon left that he should be using that on. Although 20 Tyrannical Primal Tsunami can hit tanks pretty hard, but I don't think that should be an issue for a guy like Yoda, or honestly any of the tanks under competition. Remains to be seen. I don't think we've seen anyone actually die on Primal Tsunami yet. Not trying to cast a curse, just stating facts. So he should be okay here. They've got the majority of the dangerous trash here left. They've got 9 minutes left on the key, so plenty of time to get the +1 here. It's just a matter of living through the mini-boss, which is pretty easy to do. All your casters can just outrange the Inundate casts, or eat them with personals up to. That works also. And then they just have to live through Primal Tsunami, so good execution coming out from Pedros here. They've gotten through the crux of the dungeon so far. Just got to execute at the end.
Yeah, Perplexed having a huge issue as they have a full team wipe.
Oh!
Going through. That looked like it was a bestial roar?
Okay, I think it was just a skip going improperly here, and they knew it was going to fail, so they...
They had already engaged the boss. Yeah, they had pulled the boss already.
Okay, but it was just the start of the boss, right? I believe, because if you look at the damage meters, they'd only done like 20 million HP. Okay, so this is really just going to be probably about a 45-second to a minute time loss for them. They've got still 8 minutes to deal with the final 2 bosses of the encounter. That was a very clutch engineering res that they used, by the way. If they didn't manage to set that down,
savior.
They would have had to wait for Zasevi to run all the way back through the frog section of the dungeon. They would have actually had to have Divine Field run back too, because he has to redo the skip on the breakers. That would have been brutal for them. However, with 8 minutes left on the key, I still think the 2 chest timer is within reach for them here.
Yeah, so I think what probably happened is, as you said, they probably failed a skip and did not notice immediately, because you can see we see some of the shadow melts are on cooldown, not all of them. So it's possible that because Ashine was the one that got shoulder slammed from the breaker, and then they all died through Aurora. So it's possible that maybe Ashine somehow got in combat as well. of course, the Shine not being a Night Elf doesn't manage to Shadow Melt off the aggro. Maybe notice that he's in combat, and then they realize, okay, we're going to wipe. We're going to put down a Savior, an Engineering, a Res, and they did end up dying and immediately taking that Res to be able to recover, which is, I mean, it's very good that they noticed that this is going on.
Yep.
There we go, the Breakers. Oh, this is the replay. All right, so the Breakers did snap to them. They did notice that this is happening. So who put down the Savior?
It was Divine Field. Divine Field
It was
got
Divine
it down.
Field. Okay, wow, that was very well done because they had to decide so quickly as well. Doesn't even look like they noticed first. They noticed as they were snapping in, right? So the fact that Divine Field did manage to get down the Savior is so good. What a clutch play by Divine there, or by the group calling out to put that down. Crazy.
Also knowing that they have to run away from the Savior after it reses you. If you stand in spot after it reses you, it explodes and does enough damage to kill you because it reses you with 1 HP. We've seen that be an issue in the past. We've seen players get knocked off of platforms in Dawn of the Infinite by a Savior before. So, knowing that that can happen, which when I'd be surprised if the majority of even Mythic Plusers knew that Savior was a thing, is pretty impressive from them. So able to pull that off, but still, that time lost is going to make this 2-chest timer all that more difficult for them. They have 2 tyrannical bosses to chew through in less than 8 minutes to do it. Can they get it done? We'll check back in with them in a little bit, probably once they get to Umbral Skull. Let's see how some of our teams in the Naka defensive are as we head back to this dungeon here, exposed on the final boss of Balakar Khan. 3 minutes left on the key. They're in the final phase of the boss here. They should be good for the 3-chest on their board here. Shinra Tensei also in the end point of the dungeon here, still have a little bit of trash left, so it's probably going to be that trash onto Balakar Khan as well for them. Still dealing with Tyr and Maruk. Their timer looks a little bit less good than what we've seen from our previous runs, but they still should barely have enough time to get the 3-chest off. Mandatory, however, in the 17, also crushing it. Man, that 2 pull set, those 2 pulls they do at the start of the dungeon actually save them so much time. They could be looking at a pretty easy 2-chest in the 17 here.
Yeah, I think so as well. They're looking really strong halfway through the boss already at this point. And yeah, then they're pulling the trash onto Balakar Khan, and they should be good to go if they don't have any issues, of course, which of course can happen, especially with Sanguine as an affix if you're pulling trash onto bosses. But yeah, match on the bottom right corner. They are now on their way to Kijin. Looking at the split, this is of course a plus 20 for them. They have a 1706 Goliath split, which seems to be pretty fast, right? We have the 1730 for Pedros per hour and the 20. So they're actually looking really strong. 1739 for Perplexed. So match actually faster than both Pedros and Perplexed for that Goliath split. So looking really strong on their side. They should be able to get that key done if they don't have any issues, of course, which is probably the major issue. The key timer is not necessarily what is holding them back, but on a 20 yet, but being able to execute Keijin and also the bigger bridge pull later on. So we'll see if they can do that. Perplexed on the bottom left side now, about to finish off Teller's Grey Wing. Looking at the timer, all right, so they had played a route where they have the trash already done as they got to Umbral Skull. So that means they only have Umbral Skull left. And the timer for Asher Vault is 30 minutes, so they should be okay. Well, I mean, it's definitely going to be a bit close, right?
They have the lust. 19 tyrannical Umbral Skull. It's a long encounter. It's going to be close to that 330, 345, which is exactly what they need to get the 2-chest. So it's going to be close for them. We'll have to check back in when they pop the lust on the second crystals. Maybe they don't have the luxury of saving the lust for the second crystals, and they just have to pop it for maximum damage possible on the boss. It's going to be a really close one for them. Pedros per hour, on the other hand, in this 20 Halls of Infusion in the top right-hand corner on the Primal Tsunami. 3 minutes left in the key. It looks like it's going to be good for them. They don't have their trash count, but it's not too big of an issue. You can talk to the orb, go back to the start of the key here. They only have to kill off 1 trash mob, which shouldn't take them 2.5 minutes to do. They should be able to get this 20 down. The final Tempest Fury just went out. Didn't manage to take any of them down here. 1 final Squall Buffet on the tank here. Not an issue for Yoda to live through. And Primal Tsunami is going to go down for them. We'll see them teleport back and get that 1 trash mob and put the 20 up on the board here very shortly. The question is, I mean, what are they going to kill?
Yeah, what are they pulling?
If I had to guess, they probably have trash up on the right side, but none of the trash packs there are good, right? If they have... Okay,
oh,
they have
this
first
one
pack.
here. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah,
this is fine.
Nice.
Maybe they just missed this. Because usually this is part of the
I
first
feel
pull,
like
right?
it's not that much count. It's only 3 count. So I'm thinking
yeah.
they maybe have missed like some swoglets on like the mini boss pull,
Oh, that's
like
true.
a dragonfly or something like that. Ooh, perplexing and death
dragonflies
on Wolf
do-
Disco. They do get the battle rest up on Wolf Disco here, but it's during the crystals, so we'll see if they can finish them off. Some of the casts might actually go off here. It looks
They're
like
good, they're good.
Oh, that was actually very scary. They probably would have wiped if some of those crystals went off, but it looks like they did manage. But yeah, having some issues for Perplex. Looking at the timer now, 30 minutes. I don't think they're making it. That's only 1.5 minutes left for them to get through 70% of Umbral Skull's health here. So that very likely means that Perplex is going to time the ski, but not getting that 2 chests, which doesn't necessarily matter that much for today. I mean, it could matter. If they would go back and do the 21. But it's
Well, this was
definitely not
really
ideal
weird for them, actually. This was really weird because they didn't have their 2 minutes on pull. They used them at the end of Tilash Greywing. So we're going to get a massive burst of damage coming out here with the second set of crystals. We're going to get Bloodlust 2 minutes, Breath of Beyonds. And Umbra Scroll actually doesn't have that much HP. A lot of the difficulty of the fight comes from killing off the crystals. That being said, doing 50% of the boss's HP in 1 minute, I don't think that's going to happen for them. The boss will get pretty low pretty quick here, though.
Yeah, we'll get low. They do have to switch to the crystals, though, so I guess they're going to be losing some damage in just a moment as they're spawning. There we go. We do see the AoE defensives coming in as well as they're focusing down these crystals, and I guess a lot of the damage still going onto the boss while cleaving them down, with the Shadow Priest being very nice. Shinra Tensei on the bottom left getting the +3 timer on their first Noku defensive on their 14, looking really strong as they can immediately move on to that 17, which is very likely what they're going to do. Mandatory though on the top left, also in Balakar Khan on their 17 run, and again 0 deaths on the board. They have the enemy forces about to finish off Balakar Khan, and yeah, very easy +2 for them. They have so much time left for that +2.
It's shockingly close to the 3 chest, actually. They're going to be a little over a minute off.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, I don't think there's really any room to go that much faster in this key. I didn't see any major sanguine mishaps for them in their run. So maybe it's just not really possible. Mandatory has been the clear standout team today in terms of the difficulty of the runs they put off in the 3 and 2 chests that they've been able to show versus the other teams. Maybe those don't actually, materialize into more score right away, but just the fact that they've been that much faster than everyone else has been very impressive today. So we'll see if any other team has some tech in that Naka defensive. However, in the 20 Halls of Infusion here, Madge had a little bit of a weird moment there with crystals and the boss positioning, making it difficult to get behind for the Hailstorm. Soda ends up going down. Did he lose his cooldowns to that death? I don't believe so. They were popped a minute ago, so they either had just run out or they were about to run out, so not that big of a death. That is, however, time spent rezzing instead of healing for Roybin here. And that's not something you ever want to have to do on this fight as a healer. However, plenty of mana left in the tank for her. They should be just fine for the rest of this encounter. Just can't afford any more of those stray deaths here.
Yeah, they definitely need to time this key for a match. They have to get into Noku defensive. With the time left of the day, definitely need to get in there. As we talked about, Noku defensive being such a long dungeon. And of course, when they do the lower keys, they're going to be able to do them quicker than the dungeon timer, but not as quickly as some of the other dungeons in comparison. So still have to spend a lot of time in that Noku defensive. So definitely, this is a very, very important key for a match. They have to finish this one, get the points on the board. Even if they deplete this, they still have to move on, right? So I think this is such an important moment here for a match as they finish off Cajun. And now another very important pull coming up as they're about to do that bridge pull that can be super dangerous if they pull everything.
Honestly, with the amount of time they have left, they can take it easy here. They have plenty of time left on the board. That Gulping Goliath split is even 30 seconds faster than we saw from Pedro's. Mm-hmm. So, they are going quick through this key. But no time to waste here. Mike running off to the end of the bridge, not taking it slow, going for the gusto here. They've got 2 battle reses as well, and you can see they're even playing it a little bit safe, even with the massive pull. They're making sure they line the first deep chill so they don't take that extra massive burst of damage here. And then, with the trash pack all grouped up, they can get off to the races with their damage and start bursting things down. Great execution on the pull there from the team, and as long as they can heal through just one of the deep chills here, they're going to be fine. They'll spawn the mini-boss, plenty of time left in the key. We should see this 20 time from Madge. They're actually looking quite good. I mean, when we talked about our predictions at the top of the show here, I thought this is probably one of the hardest predictions we've had to do for TGP in recent memory. I think pretty much all of us agreed Mandatory was going to make it through. But when you looked at the rest of the teams, you can make arguments for Pedro's, you can make arguments for Perplexed, you can make arguments for Madge, you can make arguments for Shenron Tensei, you can even make arguments for Exposed, even though they came in as the 12th seed, right? They're still putting arguably very strong times up on the board and timing keys on the first try, so they're going to be there if anyone falters and makes mistakes, and they can easily make it through to day 2 or day 3. This is just extremely close competition across the board.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's going to be so close at the end of the day. We do see Mandatory at the bottom right now in that 19 as the first team to be able to get there. Perplexed on the top right now also manages to get into no good offensive. They're going to be very glad that they're in this dungeon now, which is not something that they probably said at the start of this day. But yeah, seeing them in no good is good. It's very relieving to get those points on the board if they manage to time this 14, which shouldn't be an issue for them.
Oh, man.
Match on the top left, though. They still have to get through that plus 20 extra halls before they can go into the no-kid.
Look at the no-kid first pull coming in from Perplexed here, though. That's not something we've seen a whole lot of today. Just say, so, you know, Nagura, we have player POVs for each of the teams on the streams. Do we have a Sanguine POV? Does Sanguine stream?
Yep, that's definitely Sanguine, especially in this first area here. Very brutal, right? You have all of these hunter-type mobs that they're so hard to move. Because as long as they have any target in range that they can shoot, they're just not going to be moving. So you have to go down, use your typhoons, your blast waves, your tail swipes to make sure you get them out of there, which at the same time, you don't want to be at the bottom. You want to stand on these pillars to make sure you don't get targeted by the charges, right? So it's definitely a little bit of probably one of the most annoying affixes you can deal with in that first area.
Look at the longbows just bathing in it there. Oh, that's brutal.
I think they're
the
definitely
damage was
doing
already
this a little
done
bit
there.
differently on the 17, right? Like, this is the first no-kit they do, and they're probably going to be like, oh, Sanguine, yeah. I guess
Yeah.
we're going to have another player be down that can actually knock them out and prepare them for Sanguine.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing that if it only happens on one pull, you're like, okay, that's fine. But if it keeps happening in every other pull, if they keep having these mistakes being made in every pull, like Swag going down to that pull there, it could be an issue for the 3 chest. Fortunately, the 3 chest timer in this key has looked very lenient from the runs that we've seen so far. Nobody's failed the 3 chest on this timer as of yet. But if they keep getting that amount of Sanguine on every single pull, they could be in for a very slow slog of a key. And look at those longbows in the back there, sitting in Sanguine, another 14 million. They did get the Typhoon very quickly to get them out of it, but the damage was done. And also the notable thing is those longbowmen aren't in the pull, right? So they're not getting hit by the residual ignite spread from the mage. They still do have the dots from the Shadow Priest, but man, you're not going to be able to kill them as quickly as you'd like.
Yeah, definitely not. I think Mandatory did reset, right? They were in the 19 before, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't see if they got a reset yet or not, but it looks like with 40 million healing, yeah,
there's a
they probably
replay.
did.
Oh, a disruptive shout went off.
A shout went off. That was probably
okay.
Maystian's kick. That was probably Maystian's kick, and he died right before it went off. So
Yeah,
that makes sense. Go for a reset. They probably only lost 3 or 4 minutes there. Not a big deal, considering they're leading the competition currently. Just go back, go again.
Yep. Match on the top left now on Primal Tsunami on their plus 20 again. Very important key for a match. They do want to get that point on the board so they can move on to no good offensive. Even if they don't time this for some reason, if they end up wiping on this boss here, they would probably be moving on. But of course, it would be very nice for them. It would give them so much motivation and so much, it would put so much pressure off of them if they get this point here. So very important, as they're gonna go through that intermission phase, interrupting all of these primalists to make sure they gather up in the middle and all have the same timer on the cast. That is why you want to interrupt them at the same time, so you don't have to stagger your AoE interrupts making sure you interrupt them all simultaneously. But of course, with this comp, you have so much AoE interrupts that it shouldn't necessarily be an issue. And yeah, match looking strong. They don't have Bloodlust available yet, but yeah, it should be fine. The timer is very, very fine. They have 5 minutes, which is easily enough to get Primal Tsunami down.
Plenty of time, yeah, and they do have the count, unlike what we saw from Pedro's per hour earlier. This is going to be a blazing fast time for Madge, and it's another one of those scenarios like we saw during time trials where when the boss goes down, they'll probably have, if I had to guess, about 3 minutes left on the timer. And usually 3 minutes left on a 35-minute timer means that you have the DPS and the capability of timing a 21. It's just the question of whether or not you can live through it, whether or not you have the cooldowns to live through the bursts of damage, and whether or not your healer has the HPS and the mana bar to heal you through that rot fight, that third boss fight. A lot of it is going to come down to whether or not you can do the first trash section of the dungeon without almost any disruptive shouts going off, because every single one of those shouts just increases the timer of your dungeon by probably 10 seconds. If you can do that section perfectly, and then your healer can heal you through 21, Kajin, it's a timeable key. I don't think that's going to be in the cards for today, though. I think once we get the 2 or 3 not-good runs together, teams are probably going to go back to Azure Vault, because that should be the easiest key to do the highest level of.
Yeah, I think so as well. I guess there is a possibility that we maybe see the halls from Mandatory, because they can get those 2 points there if they feel risky enough. But we'll see. We do see Exposed in that 17 now, trying to gather up this pull one more time at the start of the key, which can be very dangerous with the Sanguine, as we talked about earlier. We do see all of them standing on this pole, avoiding the charges, the bleed from the War Spears. Keep in mind, though, having Sanguine, if all of the damages that have displacements are on this pole, they're not able to knock or move them out. That's why Yonta actually did jump down. Actually, never mind. Comes back up with the Wernstone here. But we do have the Resolute, of course, that also has Typhoon available to help out in case it is required, with all of those hunters shooting as they go down. We do see Petros per hour also in that 14 on the bottom left side of the of your screen. And they're also in that first pull. They did already commit the Bloodlust. We do see no Sanguine heal at all, or very little. So good job on Petros per hour.
So far.
Yeah,
so far, the
this
mobs
is the
haven't
first
started
pull
to
in
die
your
yet.
14, right? Because
Yeah.
I was thinking earlier, like, people that went into Nokut for the first time under 14, they like had to remember, oh, it's Sanguine, right? But Petros doing a really good job on that first pull, immediately thinking about Sanguine and dealing with it really well.
Yeah, so far so good for them. And I mean, really, most of Sanguine management kind of comes down to the tank, which is, you know, it's a very stressful mechanic for the tank to deal with, because they're usually the ones that are in charge of mob positioning. You do have extra buttons from, you know, your Druid and your Evoker, and then like the Blast Wave from the Mage as well to help, but it's kind of on you to call for it, because you don't want people to overlap and all pop their, you know, their AoE knockbacks at the same time. So it's just a very stressful amount of extra thinking the tank has to do. The Mythic Plus community has taken to calling that coggy overload, or cognitive overload, because you have to think about multiple things at the same time, and that really just amps up the difficulty level of the key. Even if it is only a 14, having to think about that kind of thing constantly, it really is an extra load for one player in the group to bear.
Yeah, definitely. Now we do see Perplex in the top left corner, now in that Raging Tempest area. Looking at the split, 6 minutes 17, which is 30 seconds, 40 seconds slower than Mandatory was in their 17. But yeah, again, Mandatory is doing that first area a little bit differently, getting just dealing with it quite a lot quicker. I wonder if the other teams are actually going to be looking at that and adjusting their first area tomorrow, because it definitely seems very good, whatever Mandatory is doing on their side. So that is something that the other teams, of course, can copy and do tomorrow. One thing to note, though, is during the TGP, whenever the tournament is not going on the weekend, they can't actually do keys. So there's no practicing they can do outside of the tournament hours. They can discuss routes and they can change their routes to strategize, but they can't play them and actually practice them. They can play on live servers, but then you're obviously going to have different affixes and you need to get the key somehow. So it's very difficult for these teams to change strategy and change routes during the tournament play.
Yeah, it's a very fair point to make. Now, of course, there's a lot of strat making you can do. There's also been in the past a lot of strat yoinking whenever someone shows off something cool. Since you have so much time just to sit there and look at strats and make strats, if someone ever shows off something cool, you can try to make that work, and you can go through all the dry runs in your head, but not being able to practice it is kind of tough to do. So usually we don't see that many teams try stuff out that other teams are pulling off. When it does happen, it's usually pretty cool and pretty awesome to see. I'm trying to think of like what that kind of thing could be for our dungeons yet. We haven't seen anything just yet that would be like really interesting to copy. Maybe like the second pull that Mandatory does in Knockout Offensive would be something teams would go back and look at and be like, okay, if we need to save time in this key, maybe we could do that. But that still seems like a pretty tough pull to try to pull off on Sanguine.
Yeah, I think so as well. That pull is going to be very difficult to replicate without being able to practice it a few times. Now, thankfully, this is at the start of the dungeon, so if you really feel like you have to do that pull to do a higher key, or to just, because especially tomorrow and on Sunday, I think it is a very high possibility that we're going to see some tiebreakers where the timer of the dungeon actually matters. And if that is something that saves you a lot of time, then some of the teams that want to get top 3, they might want to replicate it and try to change that strategy. But yeah, not being able to practice it is a problem. It being at the start of the dungeon, though, definitely good, right? If this is like an insane pull that they've never practiced and it's at the end of the dungeon, I don't think there's a chance that any team will try to actually yoink the strat. But if it's at the start of the dungeon, like this no-cut pull, I do think there is a possibility that some of the teams maybe try it if they really think it's going to save you so much time. But yeah, so far it's not going to happen, at least not today, as Mandatory now under 19 Raging Tempest area as well, still on 0 deaths, looking very strong on their side. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Shinra Tensei, but you talk about Mandatory side, Rob.
Well, still, the way that they pull the first section of the dungeon is leaving them with Grand Wrath times that are equivalent to other teams' 17. So they're going very fast here. Mode going down at the very end of the pull shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. I think they're actually going to be okay. Something I want to point out about this pull, though, is they're actually making a very conscious effort not to kill the Storm Surge Totem. They're keeping it alive as long as possible to chain those buffs that it drops. And that's an interesting strategy. That's going to pay off, especially on the higher level keys. They might actually just be Sanguine healing it on purpose, not focusing it down. So that's a really interesting strategy. It lets you just keep stacking up that lightning buff. But man, this death on the healer and Mace team is actually costing them a ton of time here. They are having to deal with this Neophyte as well, but Stove is going to be able to res after this. But man, this is costing them a lot of time. Is the 2 chest possible on its own? Without the wipes? Is it possible with the wipes? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, we still have to take a look at the timer. Now, they looked very comfortable earlier on the +2 and the 17. So I kind of think it's possible in 19 as well. But yeah, now having some issues, we're going to take a look later on as they're a little bit later on in the dungeon. But yeah, Shinra now on their Tira and Maruk area, which is probably one of the more dangerous areas to wipe in. I do think that the first area is the area where you can mess up a lot with Sanguine in particular, but I do think this area is the most dangerous when it comes to execution and like the danger of dying and wiping, because there's so many things that you have to interrupt, so much damage on the tank as well. And just look how spread out this pull is. If Nerf has to run around and kite to make sure that Sanguine doesn't heal anything, all of a sudden these casters are just everywhere and you need to make sure that you interrupt them all over the place. So yeah, this area is just very dangerous with these affixes.
Oh no, the Death Speaker at the last second. Oh, just an extra 18 million damage they're going to have to do because of where that other mob died. Very unfortunate for them. Another extra 10 or so seconds lost for them. Again, the timer they're looking at, they want to 2-chest this 17. They have little under 12 minutes left to do it, and every second counts. We'll see if they're able to pull that off. Pages per hour just now getting into their first not good run in the second area here. And this is where you can really see the strategy for Mandatory is taking off. Look at the split on the first boss for pages per hour in the 14. It's at 558. Mandatory's first boss split in the 19. A key which is, what, 60 to 70% more HP and damage is less than a minute slower? in the 19,
Yeah.
whatever they're doing in that first area, if it's the pulse size, if it's the sanguine management, is putting them so far ahead. I mean, of not only Pedro's, but every other team.
Yeah, Mandatory definitely having an insane no-cut strategy somehow, or they're just incredibly efficient at that starting area. It's crazy. Now we do see them about to deal with the last few totems to get a Raging Tempest to spawn. Raging Tempest can be difficult on a 19, but it's not. It is not tyrannical, so they should be okay. I'm actually kind of curious to see how much damage that boss does, as they're going to be getting there in just a moment. Shinra, though, on the top right side, still in this Tira and Maruk area that I talked about earlier, that is incredibly dangerous. We do see that Shatter cast go off, Shatter Soul, which is one of those casts that does a lot of damage. And on top of that, of course, all of the interrupts that they have to do, plus the MS effect on Nerf on the Vengeance Demon Hunter that they have to deal with. And yeah, petals per hour in the bottom left. Still under 14 though, so of course the Raging Tempest shouldn't be an issue here. But you want to make sure to be efficient as possible on all key levels on Raging Tempest, making sure you never drop your stack, your damage buff, making sure you collect these orbs on like the last second as they go enter this boss phase on the Electrical Storm, to make sure you can refresh your buff on the next orbs that spawn afterwards.
Shouldn't be too much of an issue for them, like you mentioned. As they get their 10 stacks, the second Bloodlust of the dungeon comes off cooldown, and the Raging Tempest is going to start to melt here with the cooldowns plus Bloodlust active. Of course, that damage buff is insane on this boss. Fired up, even blinking in just to get that last second extend. He actually needs the 10 stacks still. He was only at 8 stacks. But
Yeah.
Here we go. Look at the HP of the boss melt here. 14 fortified, not that much HP. Within the space of the Bloodlust, so they brought the boss down from 60% to below 20%, making good time. Of course, this is still the 14. They're going to be looking for that 3 chest. They need to get a sub 24-minute time. And I think as we get close to the last hour of the day, Nagura, we need to start talking about the teams that are kind of in danger here at the last second. I've seen a little bit of talks about Perplexed maybe being in danger, but if Perplexed are in danger, I think Pedro's are actually in even more danger. Look at Perplexed here. They've got the same score as Pedro, but they're 6 minutes further into the dungeon than Pedro's per hour are.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. There's quite a lot of teams that could be in danger of getting eliminated. Now, we do see Pedro's and Perplexed having the least amount of points on the board with Match. Match, though, they did get the 20 done in the halls, and they're now on their way to get that get the points in no-code as well. Shinra Tensei, they look better on the score. You can see them on the top right side of your screen, but they only got the 19s, right? They don't have any 20 done, and the first tiebreaker is, of course, the highest key. So if you have the same amount of points as another team, but you have a 20 and the other team only has 19s, for example, then of course you would be moving forward with just a 20. So that is an advantage that the other teams have over Shinra Tensei and over Exposed. Both Shinra and Exposed not having the 20 on the board, while all three of Perplexed, Pedros, and Match have the 20. But of course, to be able to, for Match, Pedros, and Perplexed to have this 20 mean anything, is that they need to get the no-code offensive done. So if they're running out of time, if they end up depleting, like, let's say a 17 or a 19 at the end of the day, not being able to get those at least 19 done in no-code offensive, then that would put Shinra and Exposed ahead again, because they're already working on those no-code offensives, so they're going to get those points on the board much quicker.
That's right. And you know what? I have to ask Tettles to step in and talk about it. There's only one person in the world of Warcraft that I trust to hear a perspective on what teams are on the verge of being eliminated. I had to go to Tettles. I had to bring you in. What do you think, man? Is Perplexed in trouble?
The Perplexed and Exposed are probably in the most trouble of going home today, but I think Madge and Shinra Tensei, if they have like a really, if they like falter within the next hour 15 minutes, I'm pretty sure they can go home as well. Shinra Tensei is going to have to.
Sorry, you think Perplexed is in a bigger danger of getting eliminated compared to Shinra?
I think so, because I think that their time tiebreaker is really bad. So look at that Azure Vault 19 that they timed whenever we bring back up the leaderboard.
Shinra doesn't have a 20.
Okay, so Shinra can absolutely lose, but I think that Shinra just goes and one taps the 21 AV. It really kind of depends on. I mean, you would rather go 21 AV than you'd go 20 halls, right?
It's a risky proposition either way.
I think that for Shinra Tensei, there's a pretty easy route for them to not get eliminated today. But again, I think that it comes down to, like, if any team makes a mistake, if any team even wipes in like a no-code and has to restart a no-code, I think that they could kind of be on the table for elimination, except for mandatory. I think that mandatory is fairly safe.
Another thing we maybe need to mention too is that mandatory actually needs to start their final break ASAP in the next 13 minutes or so, or they'll get a points penalty. So
wait,
you have to. You have
There's
to
going to be this no food, aren't there?
You have to have finished your 20 minutes of break before the final hour begins. It's in the rule book. So
are they going to take a 5? Oh, wait. Are they taking a 5-point penalty? Because they're not going to be done with this dungeon.
No, wait.
That's not good.
Wait, no, they can be done, right? They can do this in 13 minutes. This dungeon, no?
Maybe they think they can.
Well, they can't. It's going to be kind of close.
They can. I hope
they have 7 deaths, right? I think they could have before the 7 deaths.
This is not a thing we run into very often.
Yeah, so if for whatever reason they would get close to not being able to finish ski, they have to literally like pour it out and start the break. Right. So what happens?
What's the actual ruling? Do you have to declare that you're going to take a break by the 4-hour mark, or do you have to be on the break? Because I actually don't know what to.
We're getting word here.
Okay.
So we have to declare that you're going to take a break and then stop what you're doing and actually take the break. So
can you take the break mid-key?
They gotta start. They need to have started taking their break before the hour at least. So they have now 12 minutes.
Break do they have left? Sorry?
I think they 10. I
believe 10. Yeah, they have 10 minutes worth of break that they must take before the.
Can they take a break in the dungeon and then still finish the dungeon?
No, they can't. They can't take a break in the dungeon. But
that's a great. Why not? They had 5 minutes, maybe.
Okay, so they have to finish this dungeon in 12-14
territory.
Dude, I don't know if they
technically take the break inside the key. They can.
You could, but would they be able to finish if they came back?
Okay, let me
think.
on
a plus 19?
No.
I mean, yeah.
Plus 19 they could. I don't think you could take 10. So you're saying they just stop what they're doing, AFK for 10 minutes, and then come back in and finish in time? That would be amazing.
Well, no, at that point you could just
fair, if they could
time
do that,
the
then
key.
They could also just finish the key.
Yeah, the math is not working for that one, actually.
My art major is showing.
Okay, but I will say the math is also not working in favor of them finishing this in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I
am really concerned. We've never seen somebody take a 5-point penalty, but I think we.
Yeah.
Oh my! Are they gonna have to zone out in the middle of this dungeon?
If they do, that would be catastrophic.
It's 4 to 5.
They can't. Because I would say even if they have to scrub this key and take the break, they still have a good. They don't
get count here. Okay, so they don't get count here. The last 2 bosses are what, Nagura? 8 minutes maybe combined.
So here's the thing, right? If they don't notice this, because I assume it would be if they get the penalty, it's probably like a mistake and they don't notice. If that happens, mandatory actually just gets eliminated, right?
Yes, they lose.
It'd be very concerning.
They lose 100%.
My pick'ems are broken too. Oh my!
Not like
so
this.
They have
cue
to
the
be aware
Matrix,
of this
not
somehow.
like this GIF.
Somehow they need to figure this out and make sure that they are taking this break if they can't do it. But yeah, looking at the timer, let's look at the last split. Do we have the numbers on the 17? Yeah, so they finished the third boss at 21:16 and the last boss at 25:15. So it took them 4 minutes between third and fourth boss on a 17. And they still have to do all of this trash, of course.
Yes, that is the. If it was just the bosses, I would be okay because I think that just the bosses together are probably 8 minutes combined on a 19 fortified. But you still have 30% count to do. Okay, I think that you have to be zoning out here, and
you have to.
I'm pretty sure you have to be zoning out here.
I think they might be able to do it. It's gonna be okay. They have 9 minutes, right?
The fear of a 5-point penalty here is very, very scary.
You can always just stop and zone out though if you really, really need to. I think you stay in it for now, and then if you get to
No, but that would be an even bigger time
2:59
loss,
Pacific
right?
time.
Yes, we're
Well,
taking a
yeah,
mulligan on
okay.
20 minutes here.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
Well, we'll see
Wow.
later on what they do. We're going to take a closer look
Stay
at
tuned.
what Mandatory does later.
What am I watching?
That is crazy, though, to think that Mandatory might actually get eliminated if they don't notice the fact that they have to take a break. To explain the mandatory breaks, by the way, so this has been a thing in TGP for the most part, just because
Since season 2, I think?
we want... Yeah, since season 2, because we want the teams to take breaks, because technically speaking, it would be beneficial for them to not take breaks, right? Because of course it's a time-based event. They have 5 hours per day to get their keys done. So without giving them mandatory breaks, the teams would probably just play 5 hours straight without taking any breaks at all. So for the half
Yes.
of the players of the teams, we're like in the rulebook, it says you have to take 20 minutes of breaks, and you're not allowed to take the break within the first hour of the day or the last hour of the day. You can break them up however you want, but you need to make sure you don't take the break within the last or the first hour, and that is what we're talking about. So we are approaching the last hour of the tournament. In 8 minutes, the last hour starts, and Mandatory still has to take 10 minutes break. So they have
And the
to
penalty-
announce... Yeah, and the penalty, if you don't do that, is 5 score,
Yes.
which is insane. Like, that means they lose, basically.
I mean, if mandatory gets dinged by not taking the mandatory break, that's just legendary. But at the same time, which is also another team name from WoW Esports, but it would be tragic. They have, I mean, all the teams are well aware of this too. So, fingers crossed, everybody.
I guess, like, do they zone out after this? Like, I don't even know what the situation is. I don't even know what's optimal here. This is really bad for mandatory. Like, it's a spot where they can't get eliminated even if they take a mulligan on the 25 minutes. Like, say we get out of here, you lose the 25 minutes, you don't time the 19. That sucks. At the same point, the only way you get eliminated realistically is if you actually take a 5-point penalty if you're mandatory.
Yeah.
But the issue is more of a question of, do they know? Not do they know? Are they aware that this is the situation that they're in?
I think not, because-
We've received word that they've been pinged about it. So
But, I mean, that doesn't mean they saw it, right?
that's
Well, yeah, I mean,
that
they're
is
probably
true.
just grinding,
That's
right? They're
true.
literally just like sitting in Discord grinding these keys, and it might be a situation where they, again, not that they don't know, but they're not aware. Maybe they can get this bosses killed off in 6 minutes combined.
We do have confirmation from production that they have seen.
I
just
just
got
don't
that, so-
believe that they
Okay.
can get both the bosses and the flight time in 6 minutes done.
Yeah.
And they don't have count. They still don't have count, but the count
Yeah, again,
situation's
just,
fine.
Just to look at the 17... Just to look at the 17 they did it again. So, the difference between the third boss split and the fourth boss split for them on the 17 was 4 minutes. And now we have 2 key levels higher, and they still have to kill this boss. And they have a
Yes.
total of 6 minutes now.
Yes. So the math
Easy
here is
peasy.
not looking great.
It's definitely not looking great unless they made a mistake under previous... Like, if they know, like, on the 17 they lost a lot of time, like, to Sanguine, I don't know. Maybe Sanguine healed the boss
Sanguine
in the last
Balakar
boss, I
Khan
don't
with
know.
the too many bosses or something?
Yeah, maybe, because I don't know if that happened to them. If that happened and they know they can be a lot faster, I don't know. This is very risky of them, though. This is incredibly risky. 5 minutes
okay.
left.
So what happened was, I think that they were fine prior to the wipe. So after Raging Tempest, they come into the Tyrann Maruk trash area, and they take like a full, very long, extended wipe to one of the mound packs. And I think that it's a situation where they were calculating their timer without this wipe, and they're like, yeah, we're probably going to be fine. But now, after they made such a large mistake and they have those 7 deaths on the board, they're still fine to time the key, which it isn't an issue of timing the key or not. It's an issue of getting your break done. And Mode going down and Stove going down, and I think that
yeah.
You gotta go
they're
now.
zoning out. I think
All right.
I think
I'll leave
they've
you to it.
recognized the
Don't zone
situation.
out. Take the break in the dungeon.
Well, they're not time. Okay, so they have to take a 10-minute break. They're not timing this in 4 minutes.
Yeah. They're gone.
Oh,
Okay, well,
okay. So that was really.
I mean,
this
there
is
we
really
go.
bad.
this
There
is
we go.
really bad for Mandatory, actually. Like, even though they're obviously not going to get eliminated, or at least it's very unlikely that they will because they did so well for the rest of the day. It still matters for tomorrow and Sunday, right? The fact that they just wasted quite a lot of time in this 19, having to zone out, having to start this whole key again just because they didn't take the mandatory break before.
Oh my
That is
God.
like a mistake.
Can they get eliminated?
Like, it's such a silly mistake as well, right? I don't think so. Like, they're going to take their break, come back and do the 19 again, and they're still going to be looking strong.
Okay, can we pull up the scoreboard real quick? Pull up the scoreboard. Hold on. Are they fine? Did they time at 20 halls? I can't remember.
They have the 2 chest halls, so they can do the 21. Once they
They don't have a
19
20
halls.
timed. Oh,
They have a 20.
no.
No, they do. They have a 20 Astro Vault.
Oh, they have a 20 AV. That's right, because they 3 chested
yeah,
the 17 and they were only 3. Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
they're
They're not going to get eliminated, but that was really bad.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Yeah, it definitely puts them a little bit behind. Like, even though they were dominating so much, that was a big mistake, unfortunately for them. Either way, let's take a look at what the other teams are doing while we were concerned about mandatory's break.
Yeah, we were kind of
Tensei.
focusing on
Yeah,
that. Oh my gosh! Look at what Shinra Tensei's doing. They're on a different
Yeah.
pole. This isn't the traditional first pole. What is this?
It's a 19 as well. This looks pretty crazy. They do have the cauterize proc on Riley there on that fire mage. They gathered up quite a lot. I mean, there's like everything.
What is?
Do have
what is the
one
path?
longbow, unfortunately, outside.
Okay, so it looks like they pulled double mound as their first pull, and they got on top of this pole here. This is actually kind of wild. I didn't realize that this pole worked. So what Blizzard did is they basically changed a bunch of the poles in this area to not work. There are still some spots that you can stand in to not get War Spear charged to be able to avoid the bleed. And it seems like Shinra Tensei has actually found one of these spots. I didn't even know that there was another spot that's over here. So I guess their second pull this dungeon is then going to be the pull that teams typically do for the first pull. And so they're going to be able to skip one full pull in this area now. Huh.
That is very
That's
nice.
really cool.
I really like that by Shinra. Also, look at the Sanguine dealing with it so well. You can't even see the Sanguine on the healing meter. Oh, there it is, just as I said it. 3.4 million approximately healed by Sanguine, but that is still very, very strong. As Exposed did now finish off their 19. No, that was definitely not a 19. What did they-
19.
No, it was a 17. There we go. 17 2 chest that Exposed just finished off, which is really good for them. I haven't actually looked at Exposed in quite a while because Exposed stopped doing the dungeons immediately as they got to the 19, right? They didn't attempt any of the 20s, which a lot of the other teams were doing. But Exposed still looking pretty good. Like, they're now going into the 19, no code offensive, and they're in the same boat as Shinra. Shinra and Exposed, if they time this 19 now, that means they have 19 in all 3 dungeons, which actually puts them in a really good spot. It doesn't put them in a good spot for a tiebreaker, because they don't have the highest key, because most of the other teams have a 20, except those 2 teams. But, again, if the other teams that did the 20, which is Pedro's, Perplexed, and Match, if either of those 3 teams do not manage to get the same amount of points as Shinra and Exposed with all of those 19s, then they're automatically eliminated, right? So it's basically all eyes on Perplexed, Pedros, and Match to see if they can even get the 19 done in no code offensive with only an hour left in the day.
I will say for Shinra and Exposed, the big thing is like how clean are they going to? First off, are they going to be able to play in this 19 no code offensive? Being able to one shot this 19 no code offensive is actually a big deal. And then taking that and then going and doing a 20 of one of the dungeons that you need a 20 of is actually a pretty big deal. And it looks like Exposed is town portaling after. Okay, it looks like their tank died while gathering the first pull, so they town portaled and they're just going to run it back. That's fine. If you're resetting, you want to reset on minute 1 of the dungeon.
Yeah. I think that was not too bad at all for Exposed. But yeah, we can now confirm that all teams did take their mandatory breaks. Mandatory.
Oh, thank God.
Is still 6 minutes and 20 left. So, 6 minutes 20 that they have to go over the last hour. All the other teams are going to be playing from here on out without any more breaks. And yeah, we're going to see a lot of no code offensive. I do think that 19 is probably where they stop, right? I think no one is going to be attempting a 20. just because of the sheer amount of time that it takes to do a no-code compared to the other dungeons. The only time where I can see maybe one of the teams doing a no-code is like at the very end of the day where they start their last key, then possibly. But outside of that, we do probably see some attempts on the 20s, either in halls, probably Azure Vault, unless some teams maybe have a +2 that they can go to and try to do the 21. But unlikely. I mean, Shinra could do the 21, right? In halls, but that would be very risky. Like, I think they just rather go for like a safer key, right?
I feel like if I'm Shinra Tensei, I'd rather just like slam. Okay, it really depends on how you feel about your practice for 21 Azure Vault, but I think I would slam a 21 Azure Vault before I'd try the 20 Halls of Infusion. But again, it really comes down to how you feel about your. Yeah, it kind of depends on how you feel about your practice.
What I meant to say is, do you think they do the 20 Azure over the 21?
Oh.
Like, just to be safe.
Oh, that's a good point.
Again, they lose the tiebreaker, right?
Okay, so that's good for Friday, but that's like pretty bad for Saturday if you do that, right?
Yes, yeah, 100%, yeah. I guess they should decide later once they have more information on the other teams. Right, because if they're in danger of losing a tiebreaker because they don't have, like, their highest keys at 19, then they should, for safety, probably just do the 20 if that makes them just win.
It depends on the time tiebreaker. I will say the
Yeah.
21 Azure Vault in almost all situations ensures that they're going to be safe, because then Exposed can't beat them. Basically, for Shinra Tensei, if they time a 21 Azure Vault, Exposed can't go to a 21 of any dungeon. And so their best option is going to a 20. And so I think for Shinra Tensei, doing that 21 just 100% secures your safety into day 2. And on top of it, I think it's the best situation for like your Saturday. Yeah.
It is for sure, but you have to time it, right? So maybe they could go and attempt it and a few times and see what happens, right? I mean, if they end up not timing it and it's the end of the day, then they can go and start at 20 as like their last key to get like a point for sure. But yeah, this is definitely the time of the day where teams have to think about this stuff, right? They have to make decisions. Okay, are we in danger of getting eliminated? What are the tiebreakers? Do we need to do a higher key, or do we just attempt to get more points? Do we even try and do a key faster? I doubt that's going to happen today. That is probably something we see tomorrow or on Sunday. But yeah, this is definitely like the most pressure on teams is right now. Not only do they need to be very efficient with the keys that they're doing, but they also have to like think very thoroughly on what their like strategies and plan going into the last hour.
Shinra Tensei and pages per hour. I think that Shinra Tensei is going to be able to get this dungeon done, and then they can go and do basically either one full attempt or one full completion of either Azure Vault or Halls of Infusion, and then they can actually go do the other one if they time this no-code in a timely manner. Because there's about 56 minutes to the end of the day, and that Halls of Infusion, people have been doing that in about 32-ish. So if you're able to get out of this no-code offensive pretty quick, I think that Shinra Tensei might be able to get a third dungeon in for the remainder of their day. Which that would be big. That would basically nullify any mistakes that they made over the course of the entire day.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Because we do.
I just don't think Exposed or Perplexed are going to be able to do that. Maybe.
Oh, wait a second. So, how much longer does Shinra need in this dungeon? Just, I think, like 32 minutes, 33, something like that. If they have a clean run, is the total timer that they need.
Yeah, exactly. That's the total timer.
So like 22
I think they
more minutes.
I was thinking like 25, but yeah.
Or 25, yeah.
But yeah, then
25 minutes. They still have half an hour. Yeah, it's gonna be close, I think. I don't think they can.
No, I don't think they can either. Because then you'd have to have like a sub 30-minute Azure Vault 21, which I don't think is happening.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But what they can
do
for sure,
if they gotta cook this 19.
Yeah, either they cook this 19 and do it like insanely fast, or like, if they have 30 minutes left of the day, I think it's still just like a very comfortable time to do the 21, right? Because then you can go in and okay, we can deplete this key for 30 minutes basically. You don't want to, right? You want to one-shot it, but they have 30 minutes that they can still reset the key if something goes wrong, which is very, very nice for them.
Okay, so I think that Shinra Tensei has a lot of. I think Shinra Tensei has a lot of outs. I think fate is ultimately in their hands. They really gotta But I think that we're in a situation where if any team makes a large mistake, they could get eliminated. Even mandatory? Question mark at this point, because they lost 20 minutes. I think they would just have to collapse in this Noka defensive, which seems unlikely, but it could happen, I guess.
Well, now, we do have to think about how many dungeons teams can still do, right? We
Yes.
just talked about Shinra not being able to do 2 more dungeons, which also applies to most of the other teams, right? Looking at Perplex, for example, they're in the 17. The fastest, the fastest 17, or the timer that we see in the 17s usually is around 25 minutes. So if they have a good run and they clear this Noka defensive in 25 minutes, that means they still need 18 minutes to be able to finish this. And at that point, oh my god, I shouldn't have started doing math like this.
I'm just going to listen to you talk. I'm not going to help or contradict you, but I'm just going to sit here and listen.
But that means
I was kind of wondering where that was going too. I was like, I'm doing good so
they
far.
have
All right.
They have 18 more minutes, which definitely means that they can do one more key and then another one, right? So, because they have, 18 minutes definitely means that they have more time to be able to do 2 more keys, which is good for Perplexed. That means also that they cannot make any mistakes, though, right? Because usually when they do the lower keys, we say, oh, if they have a wipe or a mistake here and there, it doesn't matter because they still get the 2 chests because the timer is so lenient, right? But now that we are at the end of the day, if they don't get a clean run, that might mean that they are not going to be able to do two more dungeons and can only do 1, which actually is a really big deal for especially the lower teams. So
Yes.
Perplex has to play really clean. Same goes for Pedro's. Pedro's actually looking a little bit better on their run because they're already 12 minutes in, so they have a little bit more time. But yeah, where's Match actually? Where's Match?
So looking at it for Perplex...
Can we get them on the screen?
Yeah, searching for Madge. While we're searching for Madge, so it looks like the 17's done between about 25 to 27 minutes total. So Perplexed, if they only spend 20 more minutes inside of this Noka defensive, that would give them a little bit of a buffer. I think to the point where they're likely to be able to get 2 more keys in, but it's not safe. It kind of depends. It's going to come down to how long the 19 Noka defensive takes. If that takes, north of 30 minutes for them, even then that could become problematic for their timer. It just comes down to how long this 19 is. I think it's going to be right around the 30-minute mark, though.
Well, for mandatory it was 25, right? But mandatory.
Well, I'm talking about the 19, right? Not the 7.
The 17 is 25. Yeah. Yeah. So the 19 definitely would be around 30. Yes.
Yeah, which I think it eliminates Perplexed from getting an additional key over the rest of the field, but I'm not positive on it.
Okay, looking at Match, they just started their 17 again. Ooh, this is actually very bad for Match.
Did they have to restart this key? I didn't see.
Okay, this is really bad. Again, looking at the 17... Oh, they were in break. Okay, I see. So looking at Match, they just now started their 17, which means they at least need 25 minutes in here, which means that they cannot do 2 more dungeons, right? They can do this dungeon and then 1 more. So they have to do this and then the 19 afterwards, and that's it. That's their point.
And then they're done. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, is Perplexed getting... Okay, I think that Madge is going to have the tiebreaker over Perplexed. Probably. I'm not 100%
but
confident in that.
Perplex has more time. Perplex can do 2 more keys.
That's the
In
question,
theory.
right? So Perplexed, I think, is going to be plus or minus 2 minutes on the end of day timer, which means that they might get an additional key, but they might not.
Yeah. Okay. So they're 11 minutes into the dungeon. If they're fast in this key, they will need another 15, 16, 17 minutes.
Yes.
If they can do the 19 in 30 minutes, then they will have 3 minutes left.
That was the question: is can they do the 19 in 30 minutes?
Yeah. If that is the case, then they can start 1 more key at the end. But again, that means they would have to be incredibly fast and not make any mistakes. And that still only means they have 3 minutes, right? So, yeah. Pedros per hour have a little bit more time because they're 15 minutes in. So they are probably going to have 5 minutes to start the last key if they time this one and the 19 within 30 minutes.
Oh,
Ooh,
Madge
having
having to reset again.
This actually doesn't matter. This actually doesn't matter for Match because, as I said, they don't actually have time to do 3 more keys anyway. Match can only do 2 keys. And it has to be the 17 and the 19. So they
Yeah.
actually have 50 minutes to get a 17 no-code and a 19 no-code done, and then their points are set.
This is incredibly tense. Okay, so for those who don't know, Exposed, I want to say they had 39 or maybe it was 40 points coming into this weekend. The other 5 teams that we're seeing play this weekend had 42 points during their time trials, and so they were, a key level to a key level and a half ahead on both of the 2 time trial maps. But Exposed, they're still very good. So we cut the field down from 18 to 12 total teams. And because of that, Exposed is playing on such a level that even though they're effectively the underdog, there's still a chance that somebody else is going to get eliminated in place of Exposed.
Definitely. Both Shinra and Exposed, they're in a pretty decent spot, right? Because they finished as 19 now, and then they have pretty long time to get a 20 done in another key, or even a 21. For Shinra, they can do the 21 Asher Vault, which they definitely should be attempting. Exposed, on the other hand, they don't have a 2 chest in Halls or in Asher Vault, which means that the highest key they can do after this is a 20, and it should very likely be that Asher Vault. One thing they technically could consider, and now this is getting very complicated, but hear me out.
All right.
So,
I'm bringing out a calculator.
Exposed can only do 2 more dungeons. They finish this dungeon, the 19, and then they can only do 1 more. Now, they just need a 20 for a tiebreaker, right? Because the first tiebreaker, if you have the same amount of points as another team, is the highest key done.
Yes.
And since the other teams have 20s and they don't, they need a 20. But it doesn't matter which 20 you're doing it. You can do it in any of the dungeons. The thing is, we talked about the Asher Vault because it's the easiest key. But the second tiebreaker after highest key done is the total time spent within
Yes.
your keys. So if their time in like another dungeon is very bad, then they could attempt to do that one on a plus 20 to increase like their timer, their second tiebreaker. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Exposed also has a really bad 19 Azure Vault time now that I'm looking at it a bit more. Huh. Which Perplex
So they can
notably
maybe try
has
to do the no-code or the halls, right?
Oh, I hadn't considered. Well, I think that you run the Azure Vault if you're Exposed because your 19 Azure Vault time is really bad, but your 19 Halls of Infusion time, not that bad.
Okay, yeah. If their 19 Asher Vault is bad, then it definitely makes sense to just go Asher Vault for sure.
Okay, I didn't need to use my calculator. Thank goodness, because I'm bad at math. Okay. Yeah, so basically what Nagura was saying is most teams are still eligible to be eliminated. Shinra Tensei, Maj, Perplexed, and Exposed all fairly reasonably could get eliminated. If you had to rank them in an order, Nagura, who would you think is the most likely to get eliminated and the least likely to get eliminated out of those teams?
So I actually think the most... well... I think Match is in a pretty bad spot because they can only do the 19 afterwards. They don't even have the possibility to do a third dungeon, while both Perplexed and Pedros, they do have the possibility to get an extra point on the score. I do think that Shinra and Exposed can also get eliminated, though, if they just don't time the 20 afterwards, or the 21.
Okay.
Which I think is also just very possible that they're not able to do it, right? They do have a lot of time to get the 20, but doesn't mean that they can do it just because they have the time, right? It is pretty difficult.
So who is the most likely to get eliminated then? By Nagura math.
I'm gonna say Exposed.
Okay. And then what, Shinra, you think, is second most likely?
No, I think second most likely is Match.
Okay, second
What
most
do
likely
you
is Maj. Then yes, I think it's probably Maj. Then I think it's Perplexed, and then I think it's Shinra. But the problem is, like, Shinra really can fumble the bag hard and get eliminated quickly too if they make a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, Shinra has the potential to get so much points if they get the 21 Asher Vault, right? I mean, then they might even end up first.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, could go sixth, could go first. An average TGP day, of course.
That's crazy, yeah.
Oh, the competition is very stiff this time, I think.
All right, so let's take a look at how the runs are going. Looks really clean for all of them. We have 0 deaths across all of the teams so far that are on the screen. We do see Mandatory now
Pedro's
back in that 19 on the bottom left.
Yeah.
Pedro's 3-17. Let's look at the time, right? They have 20 minutes 30 in. They're doing their last few trash pulls before Terra and Maruk. And we set the fastest 17 we've seen was Mandatory with 25 minutes. They're definitely going to be slower than that.
There's a lot of wiggle room to be slower than that, still 2-chest the key, and have a good run, though.
Yeah, but we talked about this earlier. If they don't get the 25, 26 minutes, then they might not be able to get a third key, right? So
I think that
be
Pedro's
really fast here.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right with that. I think that the 19 is doable in 35 minutes though, and I think that they're going to be out of here by, I would say 4:25 local time, whatever 25 local time it is for you guys.
Yeah.
So I'm curious here too, like since we're doing things a bit differently this time around with 3 dungeons on day 1, like how do you feel like that's affected the state of things now that you've seen almost the whole day?
Nigger, you want to take this?
I like it a lot personally, yeah. I think the fact that we are already here, like, doing the math and, like, trying to figure out which dungeon, which team can do what
math is the
dungeon.
best part,
And,
yeah.
like, I like it a lot just because that's always really fun to do on the second and the third day. And usually we don't have something like this going on the first day whenever we had the 4 dungeons, just because teams were literally just pushing keys on the first day, not being able to do any high keys at all, just because of the sheer amount of time that it took them to get the 3 chests up on the board. And usually the team that messed up a 3 chest or a 2 chest somewhere, that was the team that was eliminated on the first day. And that always, like, sometimes it felt a little bit, I don't want to say unfair because that was the competition, but it felt like maybe that team would have been really good doing the high keys, but they were just not so strong with the 3 chesting and the 2 chesting, with the speed running. And I would have loved to see their potential in the high keys. But with this format, we definitely do see the high key pushing. And of course, we also see the 3 chesting and 2 chesting. So we really see all aspects of the TGP really unfolding on the first day. And the decision making as well.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like
that.
I agree. I felt like with 4 dungeons, it felt like a lot of busy work sometimes, and then a team got eliminated anyway. And now we really do get to see, like teams excel in high keys no matter what, and that feels like more of a determining factor.
Old format, if Mandatory had to take a 20-minute mulligan, by the way, they're probably getting eliminated on day 1 regardless of what's happening. But I will also say another format change that I think has done a lot of good work and it has made, honestly, this a ton more interesting is the change from 18 down to 12 teams and just how steep the competition is. I think that quality of players is improved, but not only that, the field is thinned a little bit, but as a result, that makes your day 1s a ton more interesting because, we have 4 eligible teams available to get eliminated, still 40 minutes until end of day. And that's not super common in a TGP. Normally you have like 1 or 2 teams that are kind of falling a little bit behind, especially in the 4 dungeon format. But now that's not the case right now. That is, exposed. Maybe they're a little bit behind other teams, but there's a reasonable path for a lot of teams to get eliminated and exposed to excel and save themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely incredibly close at the end of the day here, and the fact that there's a team that can get eliminated or get first, I mean, that's just absolutely insane.
Dude, look at this from Pedro's.
Doing. Oh,
so they're pulling this War Spear Patrol. I thought that they were going to be pulling the mini boss, the Balcar Khan mini bosses into the boss, but instead they're actually grabbing this patrol with the Thunder Fists and the War Spears. And the War Spears are those mobs that dash the furthest player and bleed them from the first area. Very nasty mobs. But Crims has decided that this Z-axis spot is where he's going to be planting his feet and attacking the mobs from afar. And fired up, actually, you can see him on the right side of your screen on a different pole. This is cool. This is a good strat. I think this is a lot better than pulling those mini bosses. Those mini bosses are slow.
Yeah, I like it as well. Mini bosses are slow.
Oh my god.
They keep spreading out, which means that they're going to do less. You're going to do less damage to them. But then it also takes your attention away, which means you're probably going to do a little bit less damage if there's mobs charging around that you have to look at all the time. Sanguine, though, you have to be a little bit careful, making sure that the boss is not going to get healed here. But the knock coming in, making sure. Actually, yeah, one of the Thunder Fists just dropping quite low. We do have one more defender, one Thunder Fist alive. Looking good though. We do have intermission and this defender is still alive.
Oh wow.
Might or might not cause some issues. They have so much boss damage though. They're looking really good.
They slammed this boss. And so they probably need to get out of here by the next, I would say 2 or 3 minutes. And if they are able to do that, then they should be cruising to be able to get their 19 done in time and then be able to go and do another dungeon just with the bonus overtime period that we do afford teams. And I think that for pages per hour, you know, that's a good opportunity to get that 21 Azure Vault on the board. And if they put up that 21 Azure Vault, I think that they're likely to be in first place coming out of today.
Okay. I mean,
that's a perfect end of day, right? Like that. If they have a perfect end of day, then they're going to be coming in first place, I think, because Mandatory fumbled the bag there a little bit.
Well, it depends. Well, if Mandatory does the 21 halls, right, then they have the same. They're in the same spot basically. Well, they actually ahead then.
Okay, 21 halls. I mean, is 21 halls one shot of
But
all?
that is a lot. No. Like 21 halls is actually a lot more difficult than a 21 vault, obviously, right?
Yeah,
so I do think
that's
that
kind of my
mandatory,
thoughts.
if anything, they're probably going to do the 21 vault as well on their side, rather than trying to do the 21 halls. But yeah, that is something we have to see later on. And first, mandatory has to get the 19 done. That this is the second time that they're attempting this. The first time they didn't actually deplete the key, they had to port out because they were not taking their mandatory break before the last hour of the tournament started. So they had to stop
can't believe
the
that
key
happened
midway
still.
through. To take a 10-minute break, which obviously was an insane time loss for them. They're still looking good. Like it doesn't look like they're gonna get eliminated, but definitely a really, really big time loss for them. Unfortunately, headers per hour in the bottom right, as we talked about. If they finish this boss now without any more issues, which very likely is gonna happen, then they can do 2 more keys. They're gonna do the 19. No-code offensive because that key is going to give them 2 points pretty easily. Well, actually, they could do the 21 vault first. Now that I think about it, that would make more sense, actually. Why do the 19 no-code when he can get
Oh,
the 21 vault?
that's
Does that make more sense?
okay.
It's
That's
also
actually a good
faster.
point.
Yeah, it's faster, and it gives you a tiebreaker.
I will say it's tough to calculate that on the spot. You're absolutely right. They should be going to the vault because it's a 37.5-minute dungeon, which means that then they would be able to go and do the no-code 19 off the back of that.
Yeah, and it's a 21, right? If they time that, it's not only 2 points, but it's also like tiebreaker.
That's
Highest
tiebreaker.
key.
Tiebreaker criteria. They probably don't have to go back into Azure Vault until day 3 either, ever, right? Like you might be able to do that on a 22, but a 21 is at least good enough to not get you eliminated off of it tomorrow. Like whereas the other teams that have a 20 are going to have to go into Azure Vault tomorrow, basically, to improve that to a 21.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder if they do that, because I do think that would actually be a good play, but we'll see.
It's a great point.
If they figure that out. It's also probably, what do you think? A 21 Azure Vault is probably more difficult than a 19 no-code, right? But maybe not that much more difficult.
I mean, I think it has to be more difficult.
It has to be more difficult. Yeah.
The bigger
It's
issue is
definitely
if you
very doable, though.
The bigger issue is if you fumble the first boss or the last boss of the Azure Vault, which is easy to do. You know, everybody's wiped those bosses. Then you're in kind of deep trouble. And then you have to come back to the no-code anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make for them. We'll see what they end up doing. We do see Shinra finishing off Balakarka now as well. 31 minutes 50 on their time. So they have 35 minutes left in a day.
Wait,
Which
I got
means
to
if
see a
they
screenshot of
decide
their...
quickly now...
God,
Yeah, I think Shinra can also do the 21 Azure Vault now. And do another key if they're super fast. Huh,
I was trying to write down
Shinra
Shinra's
looking
splits.
actually very strong.
But I'm slow.
Yeah, go ahead. Shinra is looking very strong now that they have the 19 on the board. It's actually really good for them. Peters per hour in the bottom right now, also in that 19 no-kit on their side. Oh, so Peters doing a 19. Oh, instead of the Azure Vault. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I
would've
think that's the
liked them-
safest
I would have
play.
liked them doing the Azure. Yeah.
I think the strategy that you outlined is probably the best play from a strategic perspective, assuming that you're going to be able to time the 21 Azure Vault first try and time the 19 no-code first try. That allows for the least amount of errors to happen where, you mess up your timer, maybe the no-code runs a little bit long and then you're not able to do another key at the end of the day. Whereas this, basically pages per hour needs to be able to do this key in under 34 minutes-ish, Maybe there's a little bit of wiggle room and it's 35 minutes. They just have to be able to be under that. Which Shinra Tensei, as we saw them just finish up their no-code 19, they did it in 3150. So I think that for pages per hour, I think for pages per hour it's probably fine. But it still could be problematic if they have a wipe or something.
Perplex now finished their no-code offensive. Now for Perplex, it's a bit more complicated. They only have 34 minutes left in the day, and that is really close to get the no-code done. It's doable to get the no-code done and then do another key, but a bit close for them. A lot closer than for Pedro's. Mandatory having a death on Maestin on their 19 there. Did manage to get the Belrus up and recover a little bit. But Mandatory definitely... Well, so far Mandatory is not in danger of getting eliminated if they get this 19 done. So we'll see what Perplex does. Perplex does not have the 21... Oh no, Perplex does have the 21 Asher Vault, right? That they could do in theory.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because they did the 12... Oh no.
No, they one chested the
don't.
19 because they had the wipe and
one-chested
the savior res. That's what happened.
Yeah, good point. So Perplex has to do the 19 because they don't have any other dungeon where they could get 2 points, right? So Perplex does not have any other choice. They have to... Yeah, there we go. So Perplex on the bottom right is going into the 19 no-code.
Okay. I guess there's another question. Does Shinra go 21 no-code offensive? I guess we just kind of assumed that they were going, like, Azure Vault. But would you ever stay in the no-code? Yeah, they 2-chested the 19, which actually very impressive.
Yeah,
oh my god, they are staying at the 21.
They are doing it. Wow, okay.
Oh my gosh. Well.
Wow, that is very interesting. So, okay, the difference between a 21 no-code and a 21 Asher Vault. Like, first of all, obviously the no-code offensive is a longer key. But one more thing I think that is pretty interesting. Oh, the X does go down. I think most of the difficulty in no-code lies at the start of the dungeon, while I do think that, especially with bolstering, I think that Asher Vault does get increasingly more difficult with the later pools, where you have the breaker pools. You also have the last 2 bosses that are very dangerous on high tyrannical keys. So... Yeah, I think with fortified no-code offensive... Yeah, of course, the Terra and Maruk area is also dangerous and difficult.
Okay.
But that first area... If you get that done, and you have a lot of attempts, right? They have 30 minutes to attempt this. So I think I like this decision by Shinra.
I feel like there's no way this is the correct play, but...
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think that this dungeon is a lot more volatile, and I think that I would rather just, like, throw pulls at the first pull of Azure Vault and do something that's just incredibly time-saving with, like, you can, like, snap the first pull of Azure Vault or something like that. And on top of that, Laymore is a boss where if you kill him, then you see all the way to the end of the dungeon. Whereas I think, no-code offensive, not the most forgiving dungeon, especially on Fortified.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they seem very confident. Another good thing about this dungeon is that it's very fresh in their minds, right? They're literally...
Yeah, that's true.
They just did the dungeon, for an hour at this point. So I think it being fresh in their minds does matter a lot too.
You know what also is fresh? A fresh group of casters. Well, actually, we'll just bring Gratnos in, and we'll start to finish out the rest of the day. It's getting tense. Like we were talking about a little bit earlier, Gratnos. I love 3 dungeons. After seeing almost a day of this, I'm a fan of this. I like seeing teams push themselves to the limit.
Yeah, I mean, if you want some evidence for that, you can just look at that leaderboard graphic over on the top right. You can see our teams are just a couple of points separated from each other, right? The gap between elimination and not is 2 points right now, but Mavs are about to earn 3 points and are going to be jumping up to 56 as well. So we are going to have every single team within, 2 key levels of each other as we enter the closing stretch of our day. And with less than 30 minutes left in the day now, there's basically no time to do 2 more runs, right? Like, every team can finish the key that they're in, and then some teams can do 1 more, but teams that are just at the start of their key probably can't. It's going to be really tight for teams like Pagers Per Hour, for instance. Like, are they going to be able to finish this 19 no-cood in the next 28 minutes so that they can start another run? That's going to be an important question. Exposed, Madge, and Mandatory certainly all have the time, right? They can all finish their run and start another one, so that's a big advantage for them. But yeah, things are getting very tense, and if you're an Exposed fan in particular here, you are really hoping for something to go awry for somebody else, because Exposed are going to move up if they kill Balikar Khan here to 19s across the board, right? So that's 57 points. Then they'll have enough time to go do 1 more key, so they can move up to 58. Every other team also has the potential to get up to 58, though, in which case Exposed will be in some danger because their runs are slower a little bit on average.
Yeah.
So right now, Exposed are playing for, other teams to not have that, to not reach 58, and for Exposed to do so. And that is going to be, it's going to be a very tense closing minutes here for them, that's for sure.
I was talking about it a little bit with Nagura. We kind of both agreed that we thought Exposed was the most likely to get eliminated today, just looking at the absolute current situation. However,
look at Mandatory. We've got
I think that there's a spot where a lot of other teams can choke and not make it. Yeah, Mode and Hopeful ended up flying into the weird part of the wall where you just get dismounted out of the middle of the air, and then I think one of them fell into a pack, and now Mode's gonna have to mass res Hopeful.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It is.
I've seen worse.
It's fine. We're all good. The timer is okay here, although this may jeopardize the 2 chest. Actually, Mandatory they're on pace here to secure that 2 chest regardless. So this is going to be a very impressive showing for them, as they are also going to be pulling those 2 casters in with these mini bosses and the boss.
Hey, guess
getting
what? Speaking of
here.
pulling casters in, let's pull another one in. Let's bring in Zyronic.
wow.
What's up? Hey, how about these transitions? Hey, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Doa's got the freshest transitions, I think.
That's
why
That's right.
the
And
Bucks.
speaking of transitions, let's talk about an entirely unrelated topic, which is what's going on in the top left here. It's Matt. See, that's a little
That was
play
good.
on
That was
the-
an insanely good one too.
Well done.
equally as exciting. We've got Tira and Maruk here, which is a dangerous boss that Madge are working on. But more importantly for them, the danger is the end of the day, right? This is the team that is currently at 53 points. So that is the team that, if the clock stopped right now, they would be the ones going home. But this is plus 3 points for them, right, Zyro? So bring them up to 56, tie them up with the rest. I don't know, what's your perception here? Who do you think's going home at the end of the day?
So, all things going perfectly for every team running their keys right now, the team that's most at risk is probably Exposed. They have the slowest times on time tiebreakers across the board. After they finish this key, they're only going to have 19s. And they're really only going to have a couple of attempts at getting 20s down, whereas most of our other teams do have a 20 on the board, right? Actually, well, Shinra Tensei doesn't, but they have a lot more time to work on their 20s, actually working on their 21 right now in the Knockout. So I think it's going to be Exposed that's really on the chopping block here. Madge does still need to potentially go for a 20 after as well, but they already have a 20 down, so they should be clear of Exposed as long as they get this next 19 down, right?
I actually think that Exposed might be in an okay spot depending on how fast their
Think so?
Azure Vault is. So they're finishing up the 19 right now. And as you can see in the top right, they're going to be finishing this up here in a moment. It's not the fastest 19 we've ever seen. They're not breaking any records or anything. Their Halls of Infusion on 19 is fine, and so I wouldn't actually go and hit that. I think that they need to go and do the 20 Azure Vault, and if their 20 Azure Vault is of reasonable speed, I think that actually puts a lot of pressure on a ton of other teams, particularly Perplexed, who doesn't have a great time tiebreaker right now. Perplexed wiped in their 19 AV, and so their time in that dungeon is just not that sick. And so I think that there's a world where Exposed, they have not a terrible Halls of Infusion, their no-code offensive is acceptable enough on 19, and then they go to Azure Vault 20. I think that there's a world where they can really put some pressure on some other teams.
I agree with that I disagree that it's likely to be through time. I think that the way that Exposed are going to put pressure on the rest of the field is by getting to 58 points. I think that there is that edge case where maybe they'll be faster than Perplexed if Perplexed have a slow no-cood, but other than that, I think that their best hope of surviving to tomorrow is just another team failing to capitalize and get to 58 points. But that's actually not that unrealistic. One big advantage for Exposed here is that they now have the next 24 minutes to restart Azure Vault until they get a promising opening to the dungeon, right? They can wipe on Laymore like 3 times, whereas other teams here, like you're looking at Perplexed, they're going to advance to 57 points if they can... or I guess they're going to advance up to 58 points as well when they put this no-cood on the board. So it's going to be sketchy. It's going to be sketchy to try and win the time tiebreaker against Perplex.
Elephant in the room. Are you resetting this key? Oh, hold on. Can we go back to Shinra Tensei in the bottom right? Elephant in the room. Are you resetting this key?
So so here's the calculus, right? Is can you finish the key in the next 24 minutes on a plus 21? I think the answer is certainly not. So yeah, I would reset it because you have 5 deaths on the board. Like your run is sketchy. You're not going to get an extra run no matter what. So it's kind of like, would you rather keep this run going or restart for free, right? At this point, it is a free restart basically that they can take. I would take that free restart, and I would take because that first area is pretty sketchy. So you may want another free restart there.
That first area is so
I think
hard.
I would be.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. Like, their Granite split is not the greatest here, but when you consider that it's only like 2 minutes slower than what their 19 was, if they go 2 minutes slower at all 4 sections, they will just barely finish the 21 in time. So if that's something that's going to remain constant for the rest of the key, maybe they have a chance of going for it. You saw that they were still heading over to the Raging Tempest area after they killed the boss, so certainly they think there's some potential here.
2 chests for mandatory, maybe?
This
is going to be very close.
Oh, it's going to be so close.
Left.
Last second. Can they get it done? 2, 1... Did they get it?
Yes, they did.
Got
Oh, they got it. Oh my god, they got it.
Remember, 0.5 seconds over the timer counts as the timer, and that works for the 2 chests too. So that is the 2 chests
top left,
coming in for them.
Incident.
Did they wipe the boss? Oh my god.
Okay, they were able to finish off. It looks like the mini.
They have to 2
bosses
chest
at
this
least.
key.
It's okay. They've got the savior up. That will res everyone. They have time still. I think they have 5 minutes left to get the 2 chests.
Oh, Dr. J was out of range of the savior. Gonna need to get a.
As long as it hit one of the. Okay, it hit Soda. They're good. They'll be able to get the res off. Oh, and Roybin got it too. Okay.
Okay, so they have to 2 chest this key. It's a 32-minute 2 chest. I think they're still fine. They still have Lust.
It's all good. Nothing happened.
That's really bad though.
No worries. No, it was fine. That was an error that's going to cost them nothing. We love that. Whenever that happens, you've just gotten away with something. Quake ended up taking down Shelly and Roybin there from Balakar Khan. It looks like that was just a case of the base damage on it being quite high. Defensive necessary, perhaps. Storm wins as well. Okay, yeah, so that was the intermission started.
The intermission
before
started.
the
them.
Before the action just happened for the past 5 minutes, going back to the conversation we were having about what teams are in danger here, I was just actually talking about this exact same topic over on one of the co-streams with JB and Growl, and they seem to be of the opinion, and I think I agree with them, it's pretty clear that if you're at that 58 point, if you have a 20 and 2 19s, you're probably safe at this point, right? That the teams being at triple 19s probably do have to get at least one of those keys upgraded in order to make themselves safe for the next to get to the next day. And yeah, I mean, those 2 teams that are kind of on the chopping block are Shinra Tensei and Exposed right now, right? They both have to still get an upgrade. They're both sitting on those triple 19s. And I think Shinra Tensei are really going for a power play here. If they're able to get this 21 down, they're setting themselves up greatly for tomorrow.
It's a very aggressive play, though, because if something goes wrong for them, they're just going to be out of there, sitting on that 2 chest and getting nothing to show for it, and baiting themselves even potentially. But, at a certain point as well, you don't want to play to survive on Friday and then be behind on Saturday and then die on Saturday instead, right? Like you want to make it into at least the top 3 this weekend. So that is the main, obviously the urgent need is to survive today, but you don't want to make decisions that make you survive today at the expense of making it into the top 3, which, in Shinra Tensei's position, perhaps doing, say, a 20 no-cood or going to the Azure Vault maybe would represent that kind of concession.
I think that the 21 no-Cood, for me at least, I don't think the 21 no-Cood versus the 21 AV is really that much different. I don't think that those are either keys that you're going to be improving until like a Sunday where we're really pushing to, try to win the weekend, where you're going to either improve that to a 22 in some capacity, so like that 21 can stand. And so I didn't really think it mattered which one of the 21s they went to. I guess I'm surprised that they went to the slightly harder key, but it really just comes down to their confidence with this dungeon on these affixes.
So Exposed have indeed ventured to the vault in the bottom left. That makes the most sense. I'm not surprised to see this at all. This is definitely the optimal dungeon for them to make 58 happen in.
I think that this makes
is the make it to next day play for sure.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is the make it to next day, just play it safe. We know this is doable. We've seen other teams do a 20 pretty easily. However, looking at this new shot in the bottom left corner, Mandatory not okay with just having the 20 on the board. We're going to go for the 21 Azure Vault. And like we were talking about a lot earlier, Dratnos, this key, this Azure Vault Tyrannical 21, is going to start to really stretch the capabilities of the gear you have active on the Tournament Realm. Doing Laymore without any major amount of avoidance, the explosive brand into consuming Stomp combo is going to claim some lives, unless they do everything perfectly on the first try, which Mandatory is perfectly capable of doing. It's still going to cause a lot of problems for the teams over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, this is where we're starting to enter that zone of, ooh, I am missing that avoidance that I have on live. Like, these are very one-shotty boss mechanics, the AoEs, particularly from this first boss. The good news, though, again, is that this is just the first boss, right? You can restart this a few times. Mandatory, Exposed, both teams in a position where they can attempt the first boss as many times as they want, kind of. They have the next 18 minutes to get a run started that they're happy with. Meanwhile, a couple of other teams, Perplexed, Pedro's, for instance, are in a slightly more high pressure but high reward situation where if they have the rest of their run clean, they can actually still start another run after this and really start running up the scoreboard.
What did you guys think about Mandatory not like having to fumble and take their break 25 minutes into the no-Cood 19? What were you guys thinking when you guys were on break looking at that?
That seemed suboptimal in terms of the decision making that led to that point. Yeah, that's one of those mistakes you probably only make once.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Exposed having a healer death.
Okay, so again, no easy way to cast Battle Res here, and we are going to see the Evoker go down as well, and that's going to quickly be the full wipe for Exposed. But again, minus 6 minutes, that's okay. We can afford to pay that price. We can afford to pay that price 2 more times and still start a run. So no panic yet. They've got to keep their nerves under control here, because at 57 points, right now they're technically in 3rd place, but every single team below them on the scoreboard is working on gaining 2 points and going up to 58, right? So Exposed are, tiebreaker woes aside, they are going to be in a point problem as well unless disasters happen in one or more of these 19 no-Coods we're watching.
Well, specifically, we should take a look at Mandatory here in this 21 Azure Vault, and we'll have a good idea of how difficult the brand Stomp combo is to live through. Essentially, if you can live through the first 3 sets of brands and stomps, you can live every single one, because it's on a 2-minute cycle, essentially, every 3 brands and stomps. If you can live through the first 3, your 2-minute cooldowns that you use to live through them will come back up. Here's the explosive brand damage. Does everyone live through it cleanly? Yeah, that's actually plenty of HP left, too. Then Mode has to very quickly top everyone back up for the next stomp, and I believe this is the 2nd set of the fight that they're dealing with here. Oh man, not even an issue for them whatsoever here. Stove still has the dispersion available for the next one. It's really going to be on the Aug Evoker to live through it, right? That's the thing you're really looking at.
Especially without cheat death available.
This is actually pretty easy. So Skylark is running Ward, Mode's running Ward, Macy's running Ward. So basically you're going to rotate between Mass Barrier, Zephyr, and Ward, and then that should give you enough coverage for every single one, just between those 3.
And the Ward is going on Maystine every time?
Stove?
Correct me if I'm wrong?
No. So Maystine will have enough cooldowns so basically he's pressing something for every single one. He's going to be able to rescue every single one. On top of that, he's going to be pressing a secondary button on top of that, whether it be scales or whatever.
So he's fine.
And he's going to ward himself occasionally whenever there's no Zephyr and no Mass Barrier. And then, so Skylark is going to be warding Stove, and then Mode's probably going to be warding himself, although he might be warding Hopeful. I haven't checked, you'd have to look at their health calcs. Basically, they're going to be using a website and calculating all of their stats and looking at their versatility, looking at all of their tertiaries and stuff like that, and calculating to see what's their survivability threshold? Like how much are they going to be living by? And then somebody's going to be eating that third ward. I just don't know
essentially
which one
at this
between the two of them
point,
is.
at this point they've lived the first 3. The cooldowns they used to live the first one, probably something like mass barriers, rescue, and then whatever personals they need to live it after that, plus the word cooldown.
Zeph's
those
back up
should
here,
be back
right?
up for this set. So
Yeah.
if they live the first, they should live this one. It all comes down to number. Oh, never mind. A little bit of extra damage coming in there on Mace. Maybe he had aggro on one of the slimes, and that caused him to go down there. Not sure if I would have taken the res there. I would have taken it after the stomp. They use the Zephyr here, too. Yeah, it's a lot of damage on this key level that stomp goes off for. Now, as long as they have the mass barrier up for the next one, they'll probably be fine there, too. The only real thing that can go wrong here, theoretically, as long as nothing crazy happens, like a DPS getting aggro on one of the slimes, is you cannot let a tree go off, because if a tree is still alive by the time the stomp goes out, you're going to die, because your cooldowns are so perfectly balanced.
We missed
these trees are spread all over the place.
Skylark hit a field goal there. That's not very good.
That was an unfortunate time. Oh, and Mace, our ranged are all close together. This is going to be sketch. Are we okay?
I think they've done it. I think they've done it.
All right, nice. Yeah, that was a tenuous position they found themselves in, but it looks like they're maybe going to be okay here. Mass barrier clicked. Everything's all right.
And so this next one's the ward set. This next one's the one that everybody's using the ward on one another, or saving themselves at the ward. Kind of depends on what's going to be.
Yeah, we may have Chrono Ward as well coming up on this next set.
Well, the Chrono Ward's good for the.
I guess we're probably not even pressing Breath of Eons, huh? We're killing this boss before that happens.
Oh yeah, you're saving that. You're saving that for the trash pack afterwards for sure.
Yeah.
These twos will not be breast.
Skylark.
Oh my God, Skylark died in Larky's Fisher.
Oh, and that was the other thing.
So what he's been doing is he's actually been dodging it every single time with Vengeful Retreat double Infernal Strike, but that time he actually wasn't able to get out enough in time, and he got clipped by the frontal. That's crazy. Skylark was basically playing that fight as perfect as you possibly can, and tanks always die to that boss. That boss hits so hard, and so that's why they're trying to dodge that frontal, and he just gets clipped by it. That is so unfortunate that they lost that time, because that boss is dead.
I mean, that's what I was saying before. Is there were like only 2 things that can go wrong. Number 1, miss a tree. Number 2, your tank dies, because tanks are actually in danger if they don't manage to dodge every single one of those. Right? They take a ton of damage on this fight if they aren't playing it perfectly, as I'm sure you know too well, Tratnos. That's a tough thing to do. No, I'm saying it's just a tough thing to do, and you're a tank that has to deal with that tough mechanic.
Yeah, you know, I've died my fair share of times. Honestly, the unavoidable damage as well, like the infused strike, is really sketchy as well.
The dot.
Even if you're dodging all of the
easily.
fissures, it is very easy to die. Speaking of dying, nerf for Shinra Tensei going down to an auto actually for 1 million damage. That's a scary amount of damage to be taking from an auto attack. I guess it is a 21 fortified. So Shinra are going to be sending a battle res on that. Shinra Tensei entering. So they're actually in a bit of a spot that is less sketchy than it seems, because they do have the next 12 minutes to restart this key.
Oh my God, the bird went
and they
off.
are going to do that, I think. Yeah, this is
okay.
That's a try that again. All right, it's all good. 12 minutes left. As long as Shinra Tensei don't fumble again, then we're okay. If they do, then they're in the unenviable spot of being at 57 points as well, which leaves Exposed in position to expose them to being in the fewest points.
Now, if Exposed doesn't get their 20 done, Shinra Tensei does still have the time tiebreaker, because they do both have all 319s, so none of the dungeon tiebreakers would come into effect, so they're still in an okay spot there. But Exposed, I mean, I think
there's a higher success rate in a 20 vault than there is in a 20 no-cood. Maybe not by a huge amount, but I don't know. I mean, I am not comfortable if I'm Shinra Tensei right now.
I would say if Shinra Tensei actually doesn't time this 21 no-cood, even if they don't get eliminated today, their day 2 is what we would call in the industry chalkingtoned.
Oh, mandatory having mode go down against this tender here. I wonder if this is another reset. Massive Spell, oh, beautiful Massive Spell there. Incredible gaming. Never seen a Shadow Priest do that before to free Maystein from the stun. Things are looking okay. They're gonna keep this going despite an early death in the first minute here. Just want another attempt on that first boss. 10 minutes left in the day. Again, for those unfamiliar with our rules, you can start a key up until the top of the hour, and then at that point you can't start any new keys, but you can finish any that you're currently in. So right now a lot of teams are in a position where they sort of have free retries for the next 10 minutes, but you don't want to make too aggressive use of that, because then if you wipe 2 minutes after the clock stops, you're out of there.
One of the things that I've been noticing as a trend in this knockout since we've started seeing it run today is Mandatory is doing something in this first boss area that no other team is doing. Their boss split ones are incredibly fast. I think their 19 Granith boss split was a 6:15, and they were doing the same trash that everyone else was doing. They were just doing it in 2 pulls instead of 3. That's going to be something that teams are definitely going to try to pick up on tomorrow if they do need to find extra time in the 20 and 21. Because honestly, from Shinra Tensei, that 21 looked like it was totally doable.
Yeah, so most teams have been going for a 3-pull first area. Where I think that Mandatory was going for the 2-pull first area, and obviously it's a lot more aggressive and it has a lot worse repercussions, especially on like Sanguine. But it does, save you a minute and a half if you're able to perform it well and you're able to get through the Sanguine pretty clean.
Yeah, dangerous affix combo in Nokud for sure. The Sanguine, a nasty curveball we've thrown at our players here, but so far I've been impressed with how clean the runs actually have been in Nokud. It looks like this padding that people are doing as well, getting those 2 casters in on the last boss, they're able to really cut down the dungeon into a small amount of pulls, and that's letting them have a bunch of extra safety room in the timer. Of course, that kind of goes away once you get up to level 21 or 22, for instance. Then it starts to be no time to spare.
I think Sanguine can kind of sometimes have that effect on you where it looks like it's not that big of a deal in the key in the long run. And we always like to point out the moments where it's kind of like, oh my god, look at that 70 million healing it just did, or look at Sevi dying there. They'll maybe get a battle res off. A Shine did get shot though, that was kind of scary. They got the res off though, maybe Sevi will be able to top them off. But like I was saying about Sanguine, like we always call out the points where there's big healing, but we don't really call out the points where there's tiny amounts of healing. And I think it can definitely be one of those mechanics that goes low key. It's more of like a death by 1,000 cuts mechanic sometimes where, the extra meticulous movement that you have to have planned out, the constant thing in the back of your head telling you, okay, I need to move like this, we need to save this push for here so we don't have it for a stop. Those kinds of things can really cost you a lot of time in the grand scheme of things.
Guys, I have some gameplay footage on my second monitor, and I see that Shinra Tensei is going into 20 Nokud instead of 21.
Ooh, really?
So that is a tremendous degree of respect that they are showing to the field here in general, to Exposed in particular as well.
Yeah,
that
look at
is
the bottom
saying,
left.
you know what? We do not want to go home today, and we are increasing our chances of surviving today at the cost of reducing our chances of surviving tomorrow and making it into the top 3 on Sunday. But maybe they feel like if we can just live through today, we are going to be in good shape for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, I mean, it's a gutsy call. I respect being able to make it as well for Shinra Tensei. That is, sometimes you got to do it, right? Sometimes you got to say, look, we got to just leave these points on the board because we are in danger of getting eliminated if we don't.
Dude, I just got a DM from somebody
instead of Azure Vault.
I mean,
well, if you're like more interested in the 21 Azure Vault, right? You think that's something you definitely have to do.
Yeah.
Maybe if you do the 20 in there, that's even more wasted time than doing it in the Nokud. I'm not sure. I would have liked to have gone to the 21 Azure Vault earlier as well, but I mean, it's very easy to like backseat this to criticize whatever actually ends up happening, but I'm sure that they're there because they think it is their best shot.
Yeah, I think it's... I mean, they're going to have to do both of the keys at some point anyways, right? Like, I don't think that you're going to be getting out unscathed over the course of the entire weekend. It's
Certainly
a 15-hour event.
Yeah.
It's
Probably
a marathon,
tomorrow
no
it
sprint.
needs to happen. Like, you can't... There's a very low chance you can leave those to Sunday even. I think that is it's going to be a Saturday special. We will see those 21s and potentially the 22 Azure Vault even being important ways to survive in the tournament. Look at Mandatory, top right.
This, though.
Laymore,
yep, both
going
saw
down.
it. Laymore 21. One final explosive brand, but again, the cooldowns are prepared for this. Look at what they have available here. Just in case something goes wrong, Stove still has that disperse for this next stomp here. 1 or 2 players might go down to this stomp, but the remaining players will be able to finish the boss off, and that's a 21 Laymore down for Mandatory, and just to show off, nobody dies.
Can we get Pedro's per hour and Perplex continuing to stay on the screen? Because I think that we might be in territory where they're able to start another key.
Yeah,
both of
these are
them.
the two teams that might be able to start another keystone. So we have about 5 minutes left in our day, and if they can finish their runs within that time, they'll be
Yeah.
able to start another keystone. That is a very important thing. Both teams working on Balakar Khan, actually pretty much identical spot in the dungeon, although Pedro's started their run 3 minutes earlier, so Perplexed are having a much better run than Pedro's per hour are. But that may end up not mattering here, especially if that 2-chest threshold does not get crossed. It looks like it probably will get crossed for Pedro's, and probably not for Perplexed, though. So this is actually looking very strong for Perplexed, a team that came out of the gates a little bit slowly today.
Where do you go if you're Pedro's and Perplexed here?
I think they both go to AV and try to get the 20, maybe?
Perplexed
think
could try
you're Pedro's
21.
actually.
Perplexed could try 21 no could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go 21, Vault or no could. I think that particular distinction is not as important as just, both teams will be safe at 58, right? So there's no need to panic and
A21, I think, is where they're supposed to
20.
go.
Yeah.
Which dungeon they're doing on a 21 is up for them to decide, but
Yeah, that is a very, very much a preference call. All right, yeah, we have crossed over that 2-chest threshold for Pedro's. Nowhere particularly close to it for Perplexed as well. Perplexed, an incredible no-cood here. Both teams with about 3 minutes left to finish this run and then start another one, so it's actually going to be somewhat close here. Pedro's in particular still not in that first intermission. I wonder if they may end up in that unenviable position of finishing a run right after rather than right before the timer here has expired. That would be unfortunate for their prospects in the tournament. That'll lock them at 58 points and leave them without kind of a free attempt on a hard key.
I wonder why they were so slow. I mean, their first boss area is like 2 minutes slower than other teams, which I just wonder what happened there. they were so much slower in that first boss area. I wonder if it's like a count differential or like what it is.
Yeah, this is going to be so close. 2 minutes left for Perplexed and Pedro's, our top two cameras now. So very tense moment here. It is a fortified keystone, so Balakar can melt, but it is no lust. Not a lot of gas in the tank here for either team. There's that Breath of Eons here, the last one Perplexed will have before the day is over, unless they are able to get into a new keystone. I'm not even sure if Perplexed are going to be able to do this in the 2-minute marker. I think Pedro's are certainly in trouble for that.
Madge did something cool in the bottom left. Have you guys highlighted the spell stealing of the wind gust mobs that patrol around this area? Because I saw Dr. J was spell stealing them for the shield.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of technology, a massive shield that you can yoink from those mobs. Makes life a lot easier. Problem is, it's a shield that goes onto your mage, who already never dies, but it's still nice.
So the mobs are like landslid off to the side. They like a pressing landslid them, and they're leaving it in a misery or in a landslide. And Jay, every single time the electrical
like a battery
goes off,
that he goes and recharges from.
Exactly. And then
It's
just
actually kind of
move.
nice too, because you're allowed to oversoak these balls as a mage with that giant shield on you and never have to worry about getting one shot by the lightning strike. Not that you ever would, but once the key level gets high enough, when you're talking about 20, 21, etc., you can just kind of go for it and soak a bunch, get your 10 stack instantly, not have to worry about those overlaps. It also means you don't have to worry about really popping personals during the lightning storm either.
Are Perplexed getting another key in? When does our timer stop?
Our
Looks like it's
admins
about
will
to
let us
stop very
know
soon.
when that's...
It's got to be mere seconds.
I
They're
don't think
gonna
Pedro's
finish
getting
this.
it.
I'm not optimistic.
Pedro's certainly aren't. I Perplexed, I'm not sure. We'll have to... We'll get a rule. We'll let you know when all keys are final. 11
here's the
seconds
count.
left. Oh,
Here's the count
That's
right
not
here.
the official timer. That's not the official timer.
yeah, we'll see how this goes for Perplexed here, whether they're allowed to start another key or not. That is, of course, the admins have the,
Yeah, that's
the
admin
the
jurisdiction,
atomic
as we've
watch.
learned before.
Anyone
Yeah.
got a direct
In-
teleport to the other dungeon?
This is obviously not an official ruling, but in the past, I know that we have allowed teams to start keys if they state their intention to do a key after they finish one, and there's still time left on the board, regardless of whether or not they actually get in the key and start it. But I'm pretty sure Perplex just finished that key after the timer.
I think
don't
it was
that
over the
would come
time as
into
well, but
play here.
that's for admins to say, not for us to speculate.
Obviously,
on. Pedro's are
we have to wait for
certainly
the
in-
official ruling on that, but it
Yeah,
looked
because sometimes
looked a little
they
bit
also
grim.
give you an extra minute if you get paused for a minute for some reason earlier, you
Sure.
get that minute
That's
added on
true.
at the
Or
end
the
of the day.
or the broadcast starts a minute late or something like that. There's
Yeah,
a couple
so-
of reasons that you would be a minute over.
We'll report back as soon as we we know for sure. I'm pretty sure Pedros are not going to be able to get another key going here. Meanwhile, we have Madge working on the Raging Tempest. This key is now also the end for them. So Madge are actually in danger here, because if somehow this 19 goes wrong, they are just straight up eliminated. Every team has more than 56 points now. They don't have time to start another key. It is a 19, which means they can wipe and still time the key. But if a disaster occurs for Madge, they are just going home. They have got to put this on the board.
I do think that I think the important part is that they can afford a wipe. I do think that that's like a big.
Yeah, they can probably afford a wipe and a half, or even maybe two at this point. They are making blazing fast time through this no-good as they're getting their next run set up here. Meanwhile, Mandatory... Okay, Shinra?
I was going to say, Shinra Tensei not been CCing all the Saboteurs? Like, I see some of them CCing off to the side, but a pretty common strat's like the full mass route, all the mobs kill 0 ads thing.
All right, we got an update, and it looks like Perplex finished their run 10 seconds over time, so they do not get another dungeon run today. That is it for them.
Are they safe?
Maybe?
Yes. Yeah, Perplexed at 58 are... They're safe, I think, because I'm looking at their runs compared to Exposed, and unless Exposed put this Azure Vault up with like a 27-minute or something like that, I think Perplexed are okay there. Actually, it's about the same. The no-cood and the halls almost cancel out, so if Exposed put up even a 30-minute Azure Vault, maybe they'll be better breakers than Perplexed, so it's not the safest I've ever seen.
Okay.
Oh, actually, it's not Perplexed we have to be looking at here. It's Pedros. Pedros are 2.5 minutes slower than Perplexed.
Right. Pedros are 2.5 minutes slower than Perplexed?
So Pedros are actually in some serious danger here of being the worst 58 if Exposed put their run up on the board, which is certainly an if, not a when, but Exposed have made it through the hardest part of the dungeon, I would say, the first boss down in the bottom right, and they've still got hard parts at the end of the dungeon, the Bolstering Breakers and Umbral Skull in particular being parts we look at as volatile, dangerous pulls, but I think they're more likely than not going to be able to win this key.
I think that both Mandatory and Exposed, I do think the Bolstering Breakers can cause problems, but if they're going to cause problems, they're going to, wipe you. But they're not going to deplete your key. Umbral Skull, on the other hand, that guy depletes your key. That guy is a menace.
Very scary
I will say, though,
portion.
I'm not very confident in the timer for Exposed here. Yes, Azure Vault is a very lenient timer, but again, look at the comparison in time spent in the dungeon compared to Mandatory. Mandatory is on the boss with notably less count, but still 4 minutes faster than
what does Exposed need? A 32:30 or something?
I have not done the math, but...
Dretness.
What's up? What do you need?
Okay,
what does Exposed need to beat Pedro's tiebreaker, assuming they time this key?
Let me pop open the old calculator and have a little look here.
Yeah. I got my best man on the job.
I think if Exposed like time the key, they're pretty much set.
Wait, really? Wait, Pedro? Hold on. Really?
Pedros are 2.5 minutes slower in halls, and they're 1.5 minutes slower in no-cood. So I guess as long as Exposed can put up like a 34 Azure Vault, which honestly, actually, they're not necessarily on pace for that right now. So somewhere in that 34-ish range is where they would win the tiebreaker.
No, you're right. Dude, Pedro's timer in no-cood was very slow.
Yeah. There was an incident of some kind happened to that run.
Pedro's was really bad. Knockout. Exposed is really slow in Azure.
Look at the bottom right here. Azure Blade. 5%
That's like
health.
another
We're entering
40 seconds.
Yeah, disaster.
So, you guys want to know something funny? Mandatory killed Azure Blade on a 20 at 14:38.
Okay, they do account a little differently,
though.
Yeah.
Wait.
But still, that's pretty significant.
Not right. I don't think those are right.
Here they go again. They're going to be putting up a nice Azure Blade timer. Are they going to get this intermission beaten, though? It's going to be tight. 5%. Ooh. I think it's a no. I think they're also going to be fighting another intermission phase here. Yeah, a couple of percentage points off. Ooh, brutal for Mandatory. Less of a big deal, though, because they're not currently playing for a time tiebreaker, whereas Exposed certainly are. So Exposed eventually will get Azure Blade down at 21:08. And yeah, we think somewhere around that 33, 34 minute timer is what Exposed are looking for to be faster than Pedro's per hour at the same level of points. So sketchy times.
Let me pull up Exposed 19 because they do such a different route that I think that comparing them to anybody else is not very useful.
Yeah, I think if you're Exposed here and you realize that you kind of actually just need to time the key with no particular fast run, they might even go for just 2 pulls here, like 1 breaker at a time. That might have to be the play.
It looks like they were 1801 off Azure Blade in the 19, but I think they had a wipe to something.
Yeah, here we can see the Azure Vault splits in the bottom left. You can see Exposed definitely losing some time through the middle part of the dungeon, and especially actually on that Telash Greywing split as well. A pretty wide. I guess much of that time actually is lost on the Azure Blade split as compared to the other teams. So I think it's okay here for them. I mean, they.
What was the number that you said? 35.
33, 34, somewhere in that range is what what they need to actually be faster.
So
than
this is
Pedro's.
doable.
I think they're not on pace.
I don't think they're on pace, but it's. So the last 2 bosses, especially on 20 Tyran, are probably about 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Ish.
And there's this trash pull as well that they need to take care of, plus I think a little bit more. So I think Exposed are playing. I mean, there's maybe still an outside shot they can be fast enough in this run to be faster than Pedro's, but mostly I think at this point they are hoping for a Maj or Shinra Tensei meltdown of some kind, and one of those keys not being timed. Let me pull out my calculator and I'll get an exact time that they need to beat. I can do this math. I'm a caster.
Well, then you have to like, carry
dangerous.
You have to carry the decimal, dude.
Yeah, carry the 3, hold the 1.
It's 140 plus 225.
Yeah, 7. Wait, what was that? 140?
405 needed, so they need a 3425 in order
3425?
They need a better
okay.
than a 3425. Wait.
All right, I trust you implicit. 3325.
Wait, that's different than 3425.
That
is different.
Substantially different.
Turns out subtracting by 4 is pretty difficult.
So, okay, for anybody in chat that has been lost by us saying numbers,
we're just literally just talking about numbers. We've just been saying numbers for the last 10 minutes. I think.
Let me try and break this down. So, Exposed right now, if they can time this key, they'll advance to 58 points, and that would be let's assume that Shinra Tensei and Maj both complete their runs. Those teams will be advancing ahead of Pedro's and Exposed. So it's going to come down to a time tiebreaker between Pedro's and Exposed if Shinra Tensei and Maj both finish their runs currently. And yeah, Exposed need a 33-25 if Zyro's math is correct to win that tiebreaker, which as of right now, that is a sketchy timer given how their current splits are looking. It's like right on the borderline of what they're on pace to accomplish here. So this is going to be an extremely tense closing few minutes of our day.
Hear me out. What if we snapped Telash Greywing to Umbral Skull?
I think that would be pretty impressive because I'm pretty sure Telash snaps you back up to her if you try that.
Well, Wardenstone or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I'm not sure that maneuver would work. I haven't seen
Honestly, oh man, this is scary. That breaker is bolstered for Exposed. They're able to take it out though. Man, splitting this pull up into both single breakers, it's just costing them so much time. They still even have to burn down these frogs after the fact. Exposed are going to get to Telash Greywing with less than 7 minutes left, I think.
Yeah, it's
less than 8 minutes certainly on the timer they need in order.
I think you need 9. I think you need 9 for both.
Pedro's.
Kind of my thoughts on it.
I think it comes down to now whether the other teams are able to succeed at their run. Speaking of teams succeeding as well, look at Mandatory here. They are making very fast time in a 21 as well. This is a higher level key. This would be the only 21 timed of our day if they're able to put this thing on the board. So really cementing Mandatory as our front runners here.
How bad's Ward defensively, Dratness?
Ward of Faceless Ire?
For Venge. Is it fine?
That's okay, yeah. I mean, your one trinket wants to be the cheat death trinket. The other option, like, we're talking about things like Fire Axe, which is maybe a little bit better for keeping yourself alive. But if you play Ward, you can still use it for the same effect. It's just it's a little bit worse, and then you could also use it on other people. So I think it is not bad at all.
Just mainly a damage loss, right?
Yeah, you could play. You could certainly play, like, especially on a high tyrannical, you could play a single target damage trinket like Cataclysmic Signet Brand or something for big dam. If you want to play like in Brackenhide, you could play something like a Manic Grief Torch even as well for
I mean, I think you have to in Brackenhide.
Yeah, but aside from that, like in a dungeon like this, you're certainly not giving up much by playing a Ward of Face of Sire on your Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think, how popular do you think it's going to be moving forward? Because it's one of those things that you have to really calc your survivability at some point. And
yeah, I think it's good. I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, I think most of the key levels we're looking at are going to be ones where you don't need the extra little damage boost. You need people to live, and so having a little bit more of that is probably going to be the most important thing. Potentially when we get to Sunday, we may start seeing keys at the level where it's like, okay, actually, somehow we're going to have to live this without Ward because we just need as much damage as we can get. Somehow we're going to need to do this without Last Resort because we need as much damage as we can get. But I think for Friday and Saturday, indexing a little bit more into defense and increasing your success rate in these dungeons is a very intelligent move.
Speaking of defense and calculating whether or not you can live mechanics, for mandatory on this 21 Tyrannical Tail-Ash, there might have been a slight miscalculation. Cauterize was used on the very first Absolute Zero, so Hopeful's going to have to play as defensively as possible for the rest of this key. And these Frost Bombs, when you get to this key level, every single one is a massive amount of damage that you have to deal with. Let's see how this Absolute Zero goes. Is anyone going to just go down here? Look at that Disperse even used from Stove just to stay alive through the mechanic.
Yeah, a lot of danger here from both of those big hits. Mass Barrier going to fade on this as well, but it's okay.
I do think that you have like a lot of tools because you're able to rotate Zephyr and Mass Barrier every other one. Plus, again, we're running triple ward, which is valuable, and Macine's able to rescue somebody else every single one. So, in theory, you should be able to live all of those explosions, especially with all the tools that this comp has.
It asks a less challenging question than Laymore does, right? Like, if you can live Laymore, you can definitely live Telash Greywing. It's just, are you going to be able to actually execute that, or will you make a mistake of some kind? Because it is very unforgiving. If you press too many defensives at once, for instance, you may then be caught out without one on the next time you need one. Dude,
I still think it's insane that Stove is playing human. Just for a slight, very small damage gain, whereas like pretty much nobody else is going to be playing human at all.
Usually people default, it's just nice to default to something like Dwarf if you get a debuff you want to dispel, or Night Elf in case something weird happens. Threat also sometimes an issue at this with the amount of damage that Shadow Priest can put out. Although of course Fade is generally available. Sometimes you're using Fade defensively. There are a lot of moments in these dungeons where Shadow Priests need to power word shield themselves, flash heal themselves for the flash heal DR, and Fade for the Fade DR to actually live these hits.
And then make sure they also have the mental fortitude up.
Yeah, Stoneform also gives you a 10% DR versus physical hits. That or Nelf versus those breakers is actually a pretty big deal. So the fact that he's still just committed to playing full damage is a testament to how much they've practiced, I think.
Absolutely,
and Nelf is huge for the breakers. It can't be understated how useful it is to just cancel out one of those shoulder slams every now and then. So, the fact that he's still playing it is kind of wild.
I'm a bit surprised, but apparently it's a lot of not a lot, but apparently it's like a sizable damage gain.
All right, so checking in again on Exposed, I'm ready to call it at this point that there's not going to be a way for them to beat Pedro's on tiebreakers here.
Okay.
It's 30 minutes in the dungeon. That I don't think they can do the remaining quarter of Telash plus the last boss fight in the next 3 minutes, which is what they would need to do to secure that tiebreaker. So Exposed at this point, in great position to finish this dungeon, in great position to make it to 58 points, in a very bad position to win a tiebreak against any other team that makes it to 58 points. So at this point, if you're an Exposed fan, you're looking at Shinra Tensei and you're looking at Madge, and you're preying on their downfall here. And Madge is in a pretty safe spot, right? Madge are going to be able to pull Balakar Khan with 8 minutes left on the board. They're fighting this trash by itself first. They're going to be getting their account secured. So they can maybe even wipe early in this fight and still be okay, and they're not fighting any trash with this. Shinra Tensei, on the other hand, still have a lot of dungeon ahead of them, a lot of stuff that could go wrong.
Shinra is fine if they wipe to anything that's not a boss 3 minutes into the boss, basically. Like, they can wipe to this trash right now and still be fine to time this key. It becomes a bit hairy if they wipe to a boss at all. But I think that they're fine. They're still just chugging away at their count, right? The Raging Tempest split was fine. Basically, so for viewers at home, a Raging Tempest split, whenever you're like only looking to time the key, is like 20 minutes and 30 seconds or so, and they were under that by 2.5 minutes.
There is a world where Shinra, if they put up like a 40-minute no-cood, they could lose on tiebreakers to Exposed.
Okay.
If they're not careful.
Same goes for Madge, too, actually.
Yeah, there is certainly still some danger here. They need to finish these runs under the timer by, at least a few minutes probably to remain safe against Exposed. So the first key that's going to end is this 19 for Madge. That's going to put them up at the 58-point threshold. And we'll get to see exactly how that timer ends up being.
Key definitely ends before the Exposed key. I was about to say something stupid.
Yeah.
A classic here.
Yeah, that's what we do around these parts.
So say, no comment. The Exposed one ends earlier, but that's not true. That is just completely made up.
It could have something goes horribly wrong for Madge.
Okay, please, I'm not sticking the voodoo on them.
That sounded to me like you were, is all. But yeah, it looks like they're into that intermission now. All the mobs peacefully grouped up, starting that beautiful bouncy house of knockups and sigils and all that kind of stuff, keeping them completely under control. Everything going smoothly. We even had the oppressive roar on that Sigil of Silence to extend its duration even further. Sigil of Misery going to stop all those casts. A Chains comes out as well for good measure, and those mobs have died without ever being able to accomplish anything.
That phase is actually not too bad in high keys, because basically you're actually able to use your health potion on this. So for those at home, you're basically taking no unavoidable damage on this fight. So if you should be saving your health pot for that phase, and then save your DR effects for this phase, because DRs during this phase is actually a pretty big deal, especially if you're getting that lightning circle on you. Either the lightning circle's on you, you definitely want to be pressing a defensive of some strength versus, whereas like a health pot or a health stone or whatever isn't going to do anything versus that. You have to press like a defensive to avoid getting one shot.
Extremely skillful gameplay coming in from Dr. J there, being the only person in the group with the ability to remove that static spear effect, invisibilitying it off, and making sure his team doesn't take too much extra damage or get displaced there. They aren't running any Nelfs in this key other than Lamike. And I guess Roybin as well, but Roybin's meld was on cooldown when that happened. And oh wait, is it going to come off cooldown for Roybin here right for the last second?
Oh wow.
Didn't use it though, didn't use it.
All good, don't need. Therefore,
so, the way that selection works, you can actually choose basically who's going to get picked. It's one of the two nearest players that hasn't been picked in the last cycle. So Roybin's not an eligible target for this next one, but it's going to be picking 50-50 between one of the two closest players, not including the tank. So I think it's going to be picking between Jay and Shelly here with their positioning.
Yeah, now the timer here is somewhat relevant for Madge as well. They are cresting that 36-minute mark. I think that's still going to be okay against Exposed for the tiebreaker, but it's starting to get a little bit sketchy. I'm pretty sure this is going to be fine for them, though. I think that this battle card going down is going to secure them a spot into tomorrow, but I don't want to say it with too much confidence because I do need to recheck the math on that. Yeah, they're faster than Pedro's.
It's pushed them ahead of Pedro's. So
they are fine, yeah. They are chilling. All right, so we have another team through to tomorrow, and now it is just a question of Pedro's, Shinra Tensei, or Exposed. And I guess Pedro's are safe as well. So it's really just Shinra Tensei or Exposed that will be going home here. Exposed needs to time this keystone, which they are on pace to do. And then they need Shinra Tensei to deplete their keystone.
Yeah, Shinra Tensei is just like
on pace to win. Yeah,
fate's in their hands, right? Basically, if they deplete, it's like time the key, move on to day 2, deplete, die, kind of thing.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mandatory up in the top left are also about to finish their keystone. They are safe through today. Even if they deplete this keystone, they end today in first place. But they get to put an exclamation point on that if they can win this key, which they are not just on pace to do, they're on pace to do with minutes to spare in the 21, really showing that the 22 is within their grasp as well, and that would be a very powerful thing to add to their scorecard tomorrow. Not to mention, they just are generating so much time for themselves. Advancing to 59 points on the first day that's going to be huge.
I think the big thing for them is it doesn't make them 100% safe tomorrow, but it makes it a lot less likely that they're going to be in any position to get knocked out tomorrow.
It gives them some freedom to prog if they want, to do some attempts on a hard level key without there being a danger of going home as a result of, a bad 30 minutes or something like that.
For those who don't know, Mandatory last TGP got 5th based off of, I would describe it as like picking the wrong dungeon. Like they went to a Vortex Pinnacle whenever they should have gone somewhere else, and they got knocked out of Global Finals last TGP in 5th because of it. And this is a team that probably could have competed, if not won, that TGP. And so it's kind of nice to see them really show back up and show that they are in top tier form. They're coming right off of an MDI win, and they're looking really good. They do have one more trash pull to deal with before finishing up this Azure Vault, though, as we did also see exposed in the top right-hand corner of the screen, finishing up their final run of the day. I think they're probably going to get eliminated, assuming that Shinra Tensei doesn't deplete this Noku defensive.
Yeah, this is it's all about Shinra now, whether they can get this Nokud finished, and there's not much dungeon left for something to go wrong. But Tira and Maruk and Balakar Khan, even unfortified, are sketchy encounters, so it's definitely not impossible. One big thing that's good for Shinra is that they have preserved their battle reses, so as long as it's not their healer that goes down first, they should be able to recover from things even going medium bad with that battle res advantage they've built up.
Medium bad.
Here it is from Mandatory. They've dealt with all the bosses. Just one final trash pull to put the exclamation mark on the day. Even with the break mishap, if they're able to end day 1 point ahead of everyone else, just kind of goes to show you the level they're on today. These guys, they had the strats in every single dungeon. They were much faster than every other team, and much more consistent, it seems, too. Like, these guys, it just seems like winning MDI wasn't enough for them. They want to get a TGP under the belt, too, with the way they've been playing today.
Oh my gosh. They're also in the hardest...
Stop the clock.
They're in the hardest group. I think that Group A is, everybody was saying, is noticeably harder than Group B, and I think that we've seen why. Like, looking at today's competition, this 5 teams being up for elimination, even at the very end of the day, is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have every single team on 58 points except for Mandatory at the end of our day. That is unbelievable levels of close. I mean, it's just like our Proving Grounds, right? Everybody was basically on the same points, and it was just a question of time. So, incredibly impressive performance from everybody. And honestly, even if Exposed go home today, I would say especially from them as well, being able to get to that same point threshold as really all of the big league teams that they are surrounded by in this group.
Well, people didn't believe that Exposed were going to be able to perform at the same level as the other TGP teams, and I'm pretty sure they silenced everybody. They looked really good.
Absolutely, yeah. Very,
By the way,
very impressive performance.
Did you guys see that? Shadow Priest just did something. He walked in and feared the mob so that his tank wouldn't get piercing shards.
You actually have
That's
to...
crazy.
You have to request a Shadow Priest fear 3 days in advance before you can get it, though.
Yeah, fill out the appropriate paperwork.
Yep.
Yeah. There it is, though. Mandatory moving up to 59 points on the board. Now it just comes down to Exposed versus Shinra Tensei. It is just Shinra Tensei that are left in a dungeon. That is this Noku defensive. They have 8 minutes left to finish Balakar Khan and the remaining bit of trash they need, which is just the 2 mini-bosses that would get them the count that they need. So this should be doable for them. It's just a question of... will they wipe or not? Looks like they're getting ready to go straight into the boss here with the trash as well. So this is volatile. It is dangerous. The timer doesn't matter here. They just need to put something on the board here. I guess the timer does matter a little bit. I think if it goes to exactly 40 minutes, maybe they're in trouble against Exposed. But as long as they are staying under the 40-minute mark, as long as they time this key by at least a minute or something, I think they are set on the tiebreaker. So... it's going to be... It all just comes down to this fight.
It's the best moment of the TGP. Just one team left in the keys. Them versus the timer. If you time it, you're in. If you lose it, you're out. This is the first time Nerf has been in competition for almost 2 years now. Be a clutch moment for him.
Do you feel bad about not timing this on the 21?
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's something that's going to, haunt them a little bit over the night and may end up being a source of regret tomorrow. It's going to cost them in the long run, perhaps, but, you have time to fix it. Whereas if you depleted in the 21 again, you wouldn't have had time to fix it, right? You'd just be going home today, so I can't fault that decision-making at all.
Yeah, it just sucks, too, because then is 21... Azure Vault, I mean, Mandatory made it look so easy. Would that not have been a better choice than going 20 here? and then kind of like, you know, mentally preparing yourself for 21 Sanguine No Kuda and just like owning that key tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that is, it's definitely something we're looking back on it. That I think would be the like consensus of what was the best in theory, but you know, I think there's a very good chance that they were feeling good about this dungeon, that they were feeling warmed up on it, right? And Azure Vault, much as we talk about it being the one that goes the highest key level, the one that's maybe the most likely to succeed, it's still a very volatile dungeon. You know, no matter what happens, you're putting all your eggs in one basket, so it does have to come down to like which dungeon are you more comfortable in. And No Kud, I respect it. I think that dungeon, in many ways, there's a lot less volatility than some of the middle bits of Azure Vault. The first bit of Azure Vault, that's a scary dungeon to be relying on. Beautiful Sanguine management there from Nerf, getting those 2 mini bosses just off to the side, getting them killed without losing any cleave efficiency.
I was worried that the boss is about to reset with how it got like stuck in the wall there.
Yeah, a little bit sketchy, but all good. 6 minutes still on the clock here, so timer not a concern at all. 4 battle reses available. We are going to have Bloodlust coming up soon as well. It'll line up with our next set of Power Infusion and Breath of Eons as well, so this boss is going to melt in about 2 minutes here, but first we have this intermission to contend with. Like you said, though, this is one of the phases that's actually a little bit easier as you get to as you get in these really high coordination groups. This honestly it's easier than a lot of the trash pulls to coordinate because all the mobs just do the same thing, and you've got so many AOE stops for them.
I mean, you just rip your Vamped Brace, you rip all of your health pots, health stones. You know,
Darkness is very effective on this spot as well.
Zephyr's being pressed here too.
Disguise the swirlies, so you got to be a little careful.
All of the abilities that aren't going to help prevent the one shot from the lightning rod off Balakar Khan, you know, you just press all of them here. It's totally fine.
Yeah, we have Sigils of Silence coming out, followed by some Evoker.
We have a lot of melds in this comp.
Stop casters. Yep, excellent. Yeah. Incorporeal, mind-controlled, Balakar Khan going to do even less damage as a result of that Destabilize now being turned against him. And Nerf surviving easily against that tank
like
slam.
This to go on Riley here.
Well, they're going to get 0 of them, basically. They have so many melds. I don't think that one of the...
Perfect.
Dak is just, DX AUG 2 is going to just have to be out of melee the entire time, and then it's never going to go on him.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see they have a very intimate understanding of, like you said, how the spear gets targeted. Always being targeted on one of the 2 closest non-tank targets that wasn't targeted last cast. That's a lot of words to say. As long as the Evoker stands in the back, we are fine.
It's a bunch of weird conditionals.
Yeah. The Evoker is the farthest target, not going to be selected, and it's going to go on somebody with Invis or Meld instead.
Yeah.
Everybody got all that?
Here it's going to be DXM or Fu, and obviously it's going on Fu here. So then next time Riley's going to rotate back into melee, and then it's going to be like either Invis from Riley or Meld from DXM, and so those are going to, and Fu and Dak are going to be standing further away from the boss.
Yeah, this removes so much damage, so much danger from the fight as well. Also removes a little bit of the positional difficulties of trying to manage where these upheaval void zones go, and also staying away from, like, trying to keep the rock clear to be used, something that they don't have to worry about as much.
They're never using it, yeah.
Yeah.
I've even seen groups like intentionally drop these puddles outside the boss arena whenever the patrol is like further away, if they want more space or believe that they're going to have to use the rock later on. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, Riley and DXM were in melee. It's on Riley. He's invising this off, and 0 of those going off for Shinra Tensei. And that was well executed.
All right, and that does secure them not only survival, but actually up to the 4th place overall in our leaderboard, which does unfortunately mean that it is going to be exposed to get eliminated at the end of our day. An incredibly valiant performance out of them, tying up the points with every other team except for Mandatory, but alas, those tiebreakers. That extra time in some of those dungeons is going to spell their doom. I hope we see them again, though. They have looked so good today. What a run!
Yeah, it hurts to see the skull next to exposed name on the chart there. But that's our results for the day. But man, 3 dungeons. We got a ton of pushing at the end of the day. We got really close scores, and I would say in other instances of TGP, you kind of feel like you know earlier on who's going to be sent home at the end of the day. And really, for the vast majority of today, it was anyone's game. There was a couple teams near the top, right? But really, I mean, even including Perplex a little bit on down, there was a big question about who was going to make it through.
Yeah, and like looking at the times here, you can see Perplexed. Yeah, they're second on the leaderboards right now, but going into tomorrow, right? We've seen that the 21 AV is doable. That means the 2 chests coming in for Mad, Shinra Tensei, and Pedro's, they're going to have that slight advantage over Perplexed. However, we do have 2 new dungeons coming in tomorrow as well, so there's still going to be some key pushing to do, and time's going to have to be allocated all over the place to make sure you're getting all of your keys leveled up as high as they can go.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the tiebreakers between 2 and 4 there. Just, 7 seconds total between a Perplexed total time and Shinra Tensei's time? That is tight.
What an insane first day. Oh my god. that was very tight even all the way up into the end.
Yeah. Anyone have any final thoughts on just the day in general that we haven't covered already? I mean, I think it goes without saying at this point, because we've said it so many times, that it was probably already one of the closest days we've ever had on TGP, and this is only day 1 of the entire event. So I think that's been great. Obviously, we add another dungeon tomorrow, we add another dungeon on Sunday, and then the top 3 teams get to the global finals after our results on Sunday. So the tension is only going to ratchet up tomorrow, right, as we're going to have to send another team home, and I honestly don't know. Like, nobody is safe. Nobody is safe in this format.
So these teams, like what we're seeing today, is the result of months of hard work. You know, a lot of live keys practiced, a lot of tournament realms practiced. You know, we saw 12-hour days during time trials put in for basically all of these teams as well. And, you know, we're going to have to eliminate a team tomorrow that in most TGPs is probably making it to the global finals. Like, we are starting to get to that level of competition already. And so I think that the expectations are as high as they've ever been, and the gameplay is as good as it's ever going to get. That's
right. The minist of maxing is what it's going to make the difference at the end of the day. Any final thoughts from you, Zyronic? I feel like we've kind of heard from Dratnos and Tettles already. I want to give you one more chance. One more chance to talk.
Dude, Nagura's not gapping us on predictions. You're gapping us on predictions, and she's not even here to gloat about it. She has the top 3 in her predictions right now.
Oh. Well, the top 3 right now. I mean, check the scoreboard later.
Yeah, obviously. But, for now.
We gotta relax on
the predictions.
Well, I mean, all of our teams that we predicted are still alive in the tournament.
Yeah, okay? What are you talking about?
It's all good.
But she has the top 3 in order. I guess Doa does too. Dang.
That's right, I do too.
You can gloat. You can gloat about it if you want.
No, I'll wait. It's like I said, there's a lot that could happen yet between now and Sunday, and Nagura and I happen to have it right now. I'm not gonna take it to heart. I'm not gonna rest on my laurels just yet. I don't even own any laurels, so I can't do that. But maybe I will by the end of the weekend. Who knows? But awesome day, Mythic Dungeon International, the Great Push, and guess what? We're only just getting started. That's right. Tomorrow, we have day 2. We will unveil another dungeon. We will have the teams continue to push to their utmost, see who survives. 4 out of the 5 teams will make it, but 1 will go home, or, at least stay home and just do other things besides TGP on Sunday. And then on Sunday, 1 team goes home, but the other 3 make it through the global finals. It's going to be great. That's going to do it for us here at the Mythic Dungeon International, the Great Push. Thanks, everybody behind the scenes making things happen. Thanks to all our players for putting on amazing, amazing dungeon runs. Thanks to you at home for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.